The Immortal Stranger. Starting as a traveling merchant, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. Martial Arts Competition. In the endless void, there floats a huge and vibrant world. There is a thin layer of grey mist outside, wrapping the whole world, like a chicken egg. Only on the surface of the chicken egg, there are tiny cracks of varying lengths, densely packed and crisscrossing. And all kinds of indescribable terrible things that can drive intelligent creatures crazy at a glance are surrounding this world, trying to infiltrate their pollution and tentacles into the world through the gaps in the grey mist. Among them are huge balls of light shrouded in blood, like stars. There are huge trees with countless branches and tentacles extending, constantly piercing the gaps in the grey mist. There are even silver-white snakes that are several times longer than the distance between the two poles of the world. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared out of thin air from the depths of the void and instantly broke through the blockade of those terrible things. Zhao Chen, who was wrapped in the golden light, only took a casual glance and felt that his mind became extremely confused. Countless thoughts and ideas emerged at once, as if to tear him apart, causing him to lose consciousness in the pain in an instant. The next moment, the golden light that wrapped around his soul accelerated again, avoiding the tentacles that stretched out, the waves that surged, and the blood light that shone over, and went straight into the crack of the grey mist. Guang 13th year, March 8113 of the Great Xia calendar. In Bingquan Town, Yumen County, Ganzhou, in a room in the backyard of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall. Zhao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, then leaned back in his chair and gasped. I actually dreamed that I saw a bunch of indescribable terrible things in space. Could it be that I have read too much Cthulhu recently? Or did I really have a really dream? Perhaps what he saw in the dream was too realistic, and the pain of mental tearing was still fresh in Zhao Chen's memory, so he sat there for a long time without coming back to his senses. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Chen's thoughts finally returned to normal. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking to himself, I was stupid just now. I actually suspected that I was sleepwalking and really am. Oh, if Zhao Liu and the others knew about this, they would definitely laugh at me and say that I was still so childish at my age. What's more, if I really looked directly at the evil god, like in the dream, I would have become a monster by now. Hey, I'm still fantasizing. It's all because the dream just now was too realistic. I don't seem to remember what I saw in the dream just now. I just remember that it was very scary and very frustrating. Forget it, dreams are like this, you can't remember them when you wake up. Shaking his head slightly, Zhao Chen glanced at the surroundings, ready to confirm his location. After all, as his normal thoughts returned, he also remembered that he was attending a friend's wedding banquet before he fell asleep. I was drunk while helping the groom block the wine. As soon as he thought of this, Zhao Chen was stunned again, because the scene that greeted him was beyond his imagination. This is an antique room, surrounded by wooden furniture and decorations. On the wall opposite hangs an ink painting. Zhao Chen only took a glance to determine that the painting depicts the story of Dao's flood control. Where is this? After I got drunk, Zhao Liu and the others opened a retro hotel room for me, or did someone deliberately trick me and throw me into a movie studio? As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen felt that something was wrong. After all, with his eyesight and knowledge, even if he just glanced at it, he could tell that the painting King controlling the flood on the wall was both realistic and vivid, and the painting skills were amazing. It must have been created by a famous artist, and it was definitely not the level of a scenic spot, hotel, or even a movie studio. Could it be that what I saw in my dream just now was true? I was led by a golden light into a tragic world, surrounded by indescribable things. When Zhao Chen thought of this, he was actually 7 points of fear, 2 points of disbelief, and 1 point of inexplicable excitement. He was a person who liked to explore unknown things, otherwise he would not have insisted on choosing archaeology as his major in college. Zhao Chen took a few deep breaths to calm his rapidly beating heart, then stood up and walked quickly to the table under the painting King Yu controlling the flood. It was possible that someone was deliberately playing a prank on him. He needed more evidence to prove it, and the rice paper on the table with the handwriting not completely dried could reveal a lot of content. Looking down, I saw a couplet of poetry written on the rice paper in a font that Zhao Chen, a graduate student in archaeology, had never seen before. The sword cuts the evil dragon and clears the dam. The axe splits the willow and shakes the sky. The murderous aura is overwhelming, and the force penetrates the back of the paper. The words are good and the words are even better. However, although this font does not belong to any of the types I know, it is undoubtedly Chinese characters. In addition, the King Yu in the painting. Could it be that I did not travel through time and a great master of calligraphy and painting who created beautiful fonts and techniques is joking with me? That doesn't make sense. Zhao Chen frowned, and when he was wondering, the corner of his eye suddenly swept to the inner door of this room and found that the door was not closed. Looking through the crack of the door, he could see a full-length mirror. Mirror facing the door? From the perspective of Feng Shui, this is not a good pattern. It will reduce blessings and increase misfortunes. Although Feng Shui is not a required course for archaeology majors, Zhao Chen, who is interested in this aspect, knows a little about it. However, he didn't have time to think about the Feng Shui issue at this time. Instead, he walked into the inner room with a slight movement in his heart and cast his eyes on himself in the mirror. The full body mirror reflected a boy who was only 13 or 14 years old. He was slender and well proportioned. He was not short, at least 1.7 meters tall. His skin was fair, and his facial features were three-dimensional and deep. He looked delicate and elegant, but his forehead was a little wide, but he was still handsome. Just as Zhao Chen stared at the boy in the mirror who looked and was not his age at all, a cry suddenly rang in his mind. Find out the truth about my death. Help me get revenge. The voice was like crying and complaining, lingering for a long time before it dissipated. I really did travel through time and traveled to the body of a young boy who just died. And I have a vague feeling that only by fulfilling the boy's last obsession can I truly accept his identity and obtain his complete memories. Zhao Chen took a few deep breaths again, forcing himself to calm down, and prepared to explore this room more. While there were no outsiders, helping the previous body find the truth about the death is secondary. The most urgent task is to determine the identity and situation of the body he traveled through, and to get a handy weapon. After all, the murderer who killed the original body is likely to still be nearby, and who knows if the other party will come again. When looking in the mirror just now, Zhao Chen also carefully checked his current body and found no external injuries. The murderer might have killed him by poisoning. Of course, it may also be some weird means that I don't understand. Zhao Chen recalled the indescribable scene he had seen in his previous dream, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little cold. At this time, the door of the outer room was pushed open, and then a young man who was about the same age as Zhao Chen, short in stature, with regular features, walked in with a teapot. Seeing this, Zhao Chen was startled, and quickly picked up the lion-shaped paperweight on the table. When the young man saw Zhao Chen in front of the full-length mirror in the inner room, a look of joy appeared on his face, and he shouted happily, "Second young master, you are finally awake. You fainted from heat stroke while standing in the stands this morning, but I was scared. Although your senior brother Feng said that you were fine, you have been in various situations recently. If something really happened, I'm afraid that the master and the mistress would beat me to death." He swiftly poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhao Chen while muttering to himself. As Zhao Chen subconsciously took the teacup, the information of the young man in front of him appeared in his mind. Feng was 13 years old, a servant assigned to me by my father, capable of doing things, but too talkative. So that's how it is. It seems that, when I see some people or things that the original owner of this body is familiar with, I can still get some related memories. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully, then asked calmly, "What's going on outside?" He didn't notice it when the door was closed just now, but when Feng Wu pushed the door and entered the room, there was a noise and the sound of drums. In addition, there was no one to take care of the young master who fainted due to heat stroke. So Zhao Chen judged that something might have happened in this family, and the murderer might have taken this opportunity to attack the original body. If that's the case, it means the murderer doesn't dare to kill me openly. After Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Feng Wu raise his thick eyebrows and said happily, "Yes, second young master, you may not know yet, someone is challenging your master. Now Master Huang is signing a life and death agreement with the other party and is about to take action." My master. Master Huang? There is no relevant memory. It seems that either the original owner is not close to this master, or he has to see the person to trigger the memory. While thinking about it, Zhao Chen asked again, who is challenging the master? It's the people from the Sand Snake gang in Shijin town. They have always been defeated by Master Huang before. This time they may have found a master and want to challenge Master Huang's position again. As for who the other party found and what benefits they would get after the challenge was successful, Feng Wu, as a servant, couldn't say clearly. He just kept muttering about how lively the front yard was and how several well-known figures in the town were present, etc. After all, he didn't read much and was young, so he didn't have that kind of experience. Hearing this, Zhao Chen put down the teacup in his hand after a brief thought and simply told Feng Wu, "Take me to the front yard." He didn't dare to say much. Without knowing the habits of the original body, the more he said, the easier it would be to reveal his flaws. Feng Wu was stunned when he heard this and tactfully advised, "But master, your health is not well yet and you have only been a disciple for 2 days. There is no need to be tied to the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall. If you go out now, if the old hall master Huang loses, the young master and the Zhao family will also be embarrassed, right?" Zhao Chen glanced at him and said again with a heavier tone, "Lead me." The reason why he insisted on watching the martial arts competition was, firstly, because there were many people in the front yard, and from what Feng Wu said, there were many martial artists. The unknown murderer might not dare to act in public, so the safety factor was relatively high. Secondly, because he was very interested in the martial arts of this world and wanted to see what it was like with his own eyes. After all, if what he saw in the dream was true, then this world might be very dangerous, and the method that could enhance his strength was the foundation of his own life. On the other side, the servant Feng Wu felt that his second young master was particularly serious today, and he did not dare to persuade him anymore. He quickly responded with a yes, then turned around to open the door and led Zhao Chen to the front yard. Golden Dart Martial Arts Hall is a large house with 3 entrances and 3 exits, a typical Chinese style, but Zhao Chen had never seen some of the patterns and mythical beast decorations on the eaves, which should be specialties of this world. Following the servant Feng Wu, Zhao Chen crossed 2 moon gates before entering the front yard. This yard covers an area of 2 acres, all paved with white sand, which is both flat and smooth. The wing rooms on both sides of the yard are open. The disciples of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall sat in the east wing, while the west wing was reserved for the Sand Snake gang who initiated the challenge. In front of the main hall door on the north side of the yard, there were several armchairs placed side by side, on which sat the so-called big men mentioned by Feng Wu who came to witness the competition. In addition, there were many idle people on the surrounding walls who came to watch the excitement. Seeing Zhao Chen and the other person enter the yard, a burly man with broad shoulders and back, wearing a black training suit, immediately came up to them and took them into the east wing. The information about this burly man also appeared in Zhao Chen's mind. Feng Kang, the official disciple of the master, ranked 3rd. This must be the brother Feng mentioned by Feng Wu. His level should not be high. After all, he didn't see that the original body was dead, and he said it was heat stroke. How could there be such a strong heat in March? While Zhao Chen was complaining in his heart, the 2 people who were about to fight had already signed the life and death documents and then walked to the center of the yard one after another, standing 15 or 16 meters away from each other. One of them looked about 50 years old, with broad shoulders, thin waist, and tall stature. He was the master of Zhao Chen's body, Huang Xianjun, the master of Golden Art Martial Arts Hall. The other one was 1.9 meters tall, with high cheekbones, a pointed top of the head, and a pointed chin, as if 2 bullet heads were turned upside down together. At first glance, He gave people the feeling of being skinny, but in fact, his muscles were well proportioned and very powerful. He was wearing a yellow shirt, with one hand on his chest and the other on his waist, and his body was hunched. There was no extra courtesy or dialogue. As the 3 drums ended, the 2 men moved at the same time. The owner of the Golden Art Martial Arts School, Huang, moved left and right, and his body shape changed continuously. In just 1 second, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, approached the man in the yellow shirt, and kicked him in the head. Although the man in the yellow shirt did not move, his upper body seemed to have no bones. He made an extremely twisted movement to avoid the owner's sharp kick. At the same time, accompanied by 3 consecutive bang, bang, bang sounds, Huang Xianjun, the owner of the school, was like being hit by a heavy hammer. He retreated 7 or 8 meters away before he could stabilize his body. However, his left shoulder was obviously seriously injured, and blood kept pouring out, staining his white training clothes red. Seeing this, the man in yellow shirt did not pursue the victory, but pulled out a smoking black revolver from his waist and aimed it at the owner. The 2 men confronted each other again. The fight was quick and swift. It was not until Huang retreated that the audience in the West Wing and on the wall came to their senses. Then there was a burst of cheers. Awesome. The yellow shirt gunner Jia Zhengming lives up to his reputation. Huang is in danger now. Hey, the left-handed dart is Huang's famous skill. Now his left arm is crippled. I wonder how he can win. Hey, Huang's footwork is actually very effective against muskets. Even if musketeers in the past fired 5 bullets, they couldn't get close to Huang. But this yellow shirt gunner is so skilled and bold that he actually let Huang get close to him and fired 3 shots at close range. What courage and spirit. It is rumored that the yellow shirt gun learned from the desert eagle Dairi Xingcha and learned his divine eagle gun fighting technique. Dairi Xingcha is a master who has opened the 9 orifices. He is only 1 step away from achieving the realm of magic power. How could he accept a person who has not even achieved the true key as his apprentice? This Jia Zhengming is at most his registered disciple. The Sand Snake Gang is really capable. They can actually find such a master to challenge Mr. Huang. As various discussions came into his ears, Zhao Chen was a little dumbfounded, because this was a little different from the knight-errant duel he imagined. Is American Jew the mainstream painting style in this world? In addition, there are even revolvers. It seems that the technology in this world is not as backward as I thought. Chapter 2 Traveling Merchant. Besides complaining, Zhao Chen was also quite surprised by the strength of the 2 martial arts masters. You know, whether it is the strange flexibility displayed by the yellow shirt gunner, or the cheap master's ability to cross a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant, and the body movements to dodge bullets, it is not something that ordinary people can do. Their performance is comparable to the heroes in the anti-Japanese war drama. While Zhao Chen was sighing, he also had a doubt in his heart, that is, isn't it a foul to use a revolver? Can firearms be used in a duel? He thought for a moment, and looked at the burly senior brother Feng beside him. Considering the other party's rather polite attitude when he led him into the East Wing just now, he asked tentatively, "Senior brother, can I use a revolver musket in a duel?" Seeing this, Feng Kang, who had been showing worry since Master Huang was shot, frowned. But perhaps because he knew that this junior brother who had just joined the sect for 2 days did not understand many things, or perhaps because he wanted to relieve his nervousness, he still replied, "As a type of weapon, muskets can of course be used in duels. Powerful weapons themselves are also part of a warrior's strength. If muskets are to be banned, then should other hidden weapons, crossbows, and the like also be banned? Some sects use these as their main means of attack." He paused here, as if he had regained some confidence, and continued, "In addition, junior brother, have you forgotten? Our master's specialty is the golden dart, which is also a hidden weapon. I know this. Master Huang is the so-called golden dartman who shocks red gold with one dart." This nickname sounds very impressive at first, but the so-called Chijin refers to the 2 towns and 1 township of Bingquan Town, Chijin Town and Jinwan Township around Chijin Mountain, as well as the dozens of villages under it. In other words, he is just a rural master. Zhao Chen complained in his heart while sorting out the information about Master Huang's engine that just appeared in his mind. At this time, Huang and Jia, who had experienced a brief confrontation in the center of the yard, also flew towards each other and started a close-range fight. Huang's engine's palm method was open and closed, and every move and every style was full of power, while Jia Zhengming, who was slender, was like a loach, slippery and always evaded the opponent's fists and palms at the last moment, but he had no power to fight back under the pressure of the opponent's fists and palms. It was not that the yellow shirt gunner did not want to use the revolver again, but after the previous 3 close-range shots, there were only 2 bullets left in his gun. Without a great chance of hitting, he would rather lead but not fire, so as to distract some of Master Huang's attention. Moreover, Huang's engine was old after all, and his shoulder was seriously injured. It would be more beneficial for Jia Zhengming to continue to waste time like this. As for changing bullets on the spot, that would be a suicidal act in a competition of the same level. Zhao Chen's cheap master obviously realized this, so after the experienced old master's right palm power failed again, he took advantage of the moment of crossing with the opponent and suddenly raised his left arm that was unable to move due to injury and pointed his fingertips at the opponent's throat. Seeing this, the eyes of the yellow shirt gunner suddenly turned into pale golden vertical pupils, and then the slender neck moved horizontally by several centimeters incredibly. The next moment, a golden light that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye brushed his neck and shot straight to the courtyard wall on the south side of the courtyard, making a small pit on the wall. At the same time, Jia Zhengming finally seized the opportunity to fire the fire gun again, aiming at Huang's engine's head and heart, and shooting the remaining 2 bullets in the revolver. Master Huang. Master Huang. Seeing this crisis, Master Huang's disciples and friends in the East Wing all cried out in surprise, and even several disciples with good skills had already jumped up, ready to help Master Huang back. At this critical moment, Master Huang's engine's ears twitched slightly, and then he ignored his status and fell backwards, dodging 2 bullets fired at close range by using the iron bridge and donkey rolling. Bang, bang. Looking at the dust raised by the bullets on the white sand, Master Huang's engine wanted to regroup and attack again, but his body suddenly felt empty and his meridians began to ache violently. He looked up at the yellow shirt gunner who was calmly opening the revolver and pressing bullets into it not far away. He knew that his true identity had been completely seen through by his opponent. If he continued to fight, he would only lose more miserably or even die. So he had to raise his hands and shouted to the witnesses in the north, "I admit defeat." As he finished speaking, the members of the Sand Snake gang in the West Wing immediately cheered like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Only the leader of the gang, Yi Liwen, smiled and stared at the golden dart Huang's engine, his eyes full of ferocity. The martial arts disciples in the East Wing couldn't believe that their master would really lose. After a while, they hung their heads in frustration. Only senior brother Feng was still calm. He picked up the golden wound medicine and bandages and ran to the place where the master fell in the center of the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhao Chen glanced at his fellow apprentices who were already thinking about their own issues because of Master Huang's defeat. Combining the information about his cheap master that just emerged in his mind, he roughly guessed the cause of this competition and its subsequent impact. According to the relevant memories of the original owner, Master Huang's engine of the Golden Art Martial Arts School was originally a leading figure in the martial arts forces of the 18 villages in the 2 towns and 1 township of Chijin Mountain. He was the host of the underground rules in this area and enjoyed a high reputation. The leader of the Sand Snake gang was defeated by Master Huang and had to abide by the rules he set, so he lost a lot of benefits and always held a grudge. So, he invited this yellow shirt gunner by some unknown means, intending to rely on this man's martial arts to seize Master Huang's current position in a competition and re-establish the underground order. I just don't know why my cheap master agreed to the competition. Well, either there was an agreement in advance, or someone caught him with something, and he had to fight. And now that the Golden Art has lost, the Sand Snakes will have the final say in the martial arts world of the so-called 2 towns and 1 village, Bingquan, Chijin, and Jinwen. No wonder Master Huang's disciples have their own thoughts. but these should have little to do with me. Well, with the original owner. According to the information I got from the servant on the way to the front yard just now, this body of mine is the second son of a wealthy merchant in this town, and I don't have too many connections with the people in the martial arts world. After thinking for a while, Zhao Chen still had no idea who killed the original owner, so he had to give up. At this time, the golden dart Huang Xianjun had simply bandaged the wound on his shoulder with the help of senior brother Feng, and recovered some strength. He then bowed to the yellow-shirted gunner Jia Zhengming not far away and said, "Your Excellency has great skills, worthy of being a disciple of the Desert Eagle. Your Excellency should have cultivated true energy, and even opened your eyes, otherwise you would not be able to avoid my golden dart. I just don't know why you have come to this remote town, to make things difficult for an ordinary warrior like me, since you have become a cultivator." Yellow-shirted musketeer, Jia Zhengming did not rush to answer, but put the revolver back into the holster on his waist, then shook his head, as if 2 bullets were put upside down and said, "I owed a favor to the sand snake, so I had to come." After a brief explanation, he changed the subject, and stared at the fingers of Huang Xianjun's left hand and said, "What's more, you are not an ordinary warrior. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid you were once a cultivator in the realm of mana, and the so-called golden dart is one of your innate spells. However, the golden dart spell has decayed to this extent, which means that your mana and true essence have been completely abolished, and you can only rely on your own blood and spirit to force it. But even so, some of the magic that the mana realm once possessed has been retained, and ordinary cultivators in the realm of true ki may not be your opponents. I was lucky to dodge just now." The two of them praised each other for a while as usual, not caring about the fact that they almost took each other's lives just now, and their voices were very loud, as if they wished that the people watching the excitement around them could hear it. Mana, refining ki, monks, the martial arts in this world are really not that simple. The golden dart fired by the cheap master's left hand just now is not as powerful as a revolver, but its shooting speed is far faster than ordinary bullets. Is that a spell? Zhao Chen wanted to listen to them bragging a little more, but unfortunately, the 2 masters who competed in martial arts had already entered the main hall with the other big shots in the town to discuss the distribution of benefits. Just when he was feeling regretful, the servant Feng suddenly ran over and said breathlessly, "Second master, the master sent someone to tell you not to stay in the martial arts hall today, and go home early." "Master? That is, the father of this body? He is here too?" While his thoughts were turning rapidly, Zhao Chen asked calmly, "Master? The master is here too?" Feng glanced at his young master, and said in a strange tone, "Wasn't the master sitting there just now?" While speaking, he pointed to the row of seats in front of the main hall on the north side of the yard. It turns out that the father of this body is also one of the big shots in the town. No wonder senior brother Feng took such good care of me. Then, there might be another person behind the scenes who killed me to make my father and my master break up. Could it be a conspiracy of the Sand Snake gang? When Zhao Chen was daydreaming, he didn't notice that a young man with oily hair and powdered face was looking at him doubtfully for several times at the entrance of the martial arts hall, as if confirming something. After a while, the man turned and left the martial arts hall, holding the corner of his long gown, and ran to the street east of Bingquan town. After passing through several alleys, he came to a house with a separate courtyard, and pushed the door and walked in. There was a middle-aged Taoist priest in the yard drying herbs. He looked good, and had some immortal spirit, but he was blind in one eye, which somewhat destroyed his sanctimonious image. At this moment, the Taoist saw the young man coming in, stroked his long beard, and asked with a smile, "But did it work?" "No, Zhao Chen is still alive and well." "Taoist Fang Zuzi, is your curse reliable?" The young man with the slicked back hair and powdered face shouted angrily, "Don't expect my sister to get the thing that the master of the Zhao family hid in this way. How could it be? In order to successfully cast the spell, we have used Feng Shui evil spirits to eliminate his luck for several months in a row, and the process of setting up the altar was also very smooth." The Taoist named Fang Zuzi frowned when he heard this. He asked, "Did you see clearly? Is he really okay?" "I saw it clearly." And Zhao Chen also watched the competition between the Golden Art Martial Arts School and the Sand Snake Gang. Many people can testify to that. The young man said dissatisfiedly, "Could it be that your curse spell is not working? My spell is undoubtedly effective." "Well, I suspect that there is a problem with the medium you gave me before. Maybe it is not Zhao Chen's personal belongings. So, you go and get an item that is definitely his, and I will cast a spell again tonight." Fang Zuzi considered, and gave a new plan. "That's the only way." The young man hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded. After the young man left, the Taoist sighed, and thought to himself, "If I hadn't suffered a great disaster, and lost all my magic power, how could I have fallen to this point now? The star god has come to the world, and fate is unpredictable." Second young master, I heard that the master of the yellow shirt gunner, Desert Eagle Yansan, single-handedly wiped out a group of horse thieves entrenched near Hall, and he liked to make the enemy guess whether he had any bullets left in his musket. Second young master, I heard that Dairi Xingcha ranked third among the 7 heroes of the southern desert, and his 2 sworn brothers were both masters of magical powers. Second young master, I heard that a distinguished female hero came from the county town, and was personally received by the Lee family steward in the county town. Second young master, come this way. Recently, roosters have been inexplicably lost from several households in the east of the town. Rumor has it that there is a chicken thief active in that area. On the way back to the original owner's house, in order to get more information, Zhao Chen had to endure the chattering attacks of the original owner's servants. Fortunately, hard work always pays off. Through a series of chattering and Feng Wu's deliberate guidance, Zhao Chen roughly understood some basic information about the original owner of the body and his family. The original owner of the body happens to be named Zhao Chen. Let's just take it as just happens. My father, Zhao Song, is a famous wine merchant and local tyrant in Bingquan town and even near Chijin Mountain. He monopolizes all the winemaking business in 2 towns and 1 township. Zhao Chen is 14 years old this year. He is the second child in the family. He has an older brother who has already been married, a younger sister who is less than 3 years old, and a newborn brother. But his younger siblings were born to his father's stepwife. The biological mother of Zhao Chen and his elder brother has passed away due to illness. Zhao Chen's stepmother, Li, is the concubine's daughter of the governor of Bingquan town, and the governor is a descendant of the Li family, a prominent family. It is also because of this relationship that the original owner's father, Zhao Song, was able to monopolize the trade routes near Chijin Mountain. No wonder he could be a big shot who witnessed the competition. So, according to the routine of general novels, would it be the stepmother who secretly assassinated the original owner? But it doesn't make sense. Even if she wanted to kill someone, she should have killed my cheap elder brother first. Could it be that my elder brother has been killed? While Zhao Chen was perfunctorily answering the chattering servant Feng Guan thinking, the two had already arrived in front of a house that was many times more magnificent than the Golden Art Martial Arts School. Under the guidance of the servant, the two did not go through the main door, but entered from the corner door, passed through 2 courtyards, and walked into a single family building. As soon as he entered the main hall, Zhao Chen frowned. Although the decoration here was gorgeous, with all kinds of precious furniture and utensils, the layout was awkward, no matter how he looked at it. Even with my superficial knowledge of Feng Shui, I can see several inappropriate places, not to mention. After his eyes followed his footsteps around the house, Zhao Chen's eyes locked on the mirror in the bedroom facing the door. The layout here is actually the same as his room in the martial arts hall, with a full-length mirror placed facing the bedroom door. Could it be that the mastermind behind the scenes wants to kill me with Feng Shui? Well, in my original world, Feng Shui may not have such a big effect, but in this world it may not be. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen wanted to ask Feng Wu, but swallowed it back when he said it. He is not sure that the servant of the original owner is trustworthy now. Asking this rashly may alert the snake. Next, after sending away Zhao Fengguan and several maids who wanted to show their courtesy, Zhao Chen finally got a place to be alone. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and felt much more relaxed. It's tiring to act like this when you don't know anything. You still have to get the original owner's memory as soon as possible. Now it is certain that the murderer who killed the original owner did not dare to commit the crime in public and could only use assassination, but his murder method is still unknown. I'm so actively planning to replace the original owner. Am I accepting the time travel thing a little too quickly? But I really don't miss the original world much. From the beginning, I have an attitude of making the best of it. Maybe this is related to my previous global travel adventures? After all, this time I just went a little further. What's more, I don't have any relatives to tie me down, and those buddies who are on good terms with me are not going to die without me. After a few self-deprecating remarks, Zhao Chen, who was chewing on the word time travel, suddenly remembered the golden light in his dream that brought him into this world and hurriedly tried to say to himself, "Golden finger, system, grandpa, are you there?" However, there was silence all around, without any reaction. Zhao Chen muttered a few more sentences unwillingly, but still gained nothing, and then he said silently to himself, "No, how can a traverser not have any benefits? This is illogical." In his mind, a traverser who can successfully travel must have something to rely on, otherwise how can he be unscathed when traveling through the world? Either he has a treasure, or he has the help of a powerful person, or he has amazing luck. He must have one of them. Just when he was frustrated and wanted to give up, a severe dizziness rushed to his head. The dizziness came quickly and suddenly, and it was extremely abrupt. It seems that the original owner had a similar feeling before his death. As soon as this thought flashed through Zhao Chen's mind, he suddenly lost consciousness. He seemed to be drawn into endless darkness, and when he woke up again, he was already in a seemingly magnificent, but inside the illusory palace. It is said to be magnificent because the surrounding floors, walls, chairs, and desks are all decorated with gold foil. The patterns on them seem to contain all kinds of mysteries, constantly interweaving and evolving. You can tell at a glance that they are extremely extraordinary. It is said to be illusory because Zhao Chen can only see the scenery between the chair and the desk half a meter away. The rest is covered by fog and cannot be seen clearly. Only the outline of a palace can be roughly seen. On the desk lies a gold seal, a jade book, and a red pen. Sitting on the chair, Zhao Chen's eyes first fell on the gold seal. He felt something in his heart and subconsciously said, 9-star gold seal. As soon as the words fell, the golden seal shone brightly, and a line of text was projected directly in front of Zhao Chen's eyes. 9th rank, Deputy Envoy of Galaxy Transportation rank. Is it the rank of Taoists? Deputy Envoy of Galaxy Transportation. What is this? Can you explain it? As this thought came to him, the line of text condensed by the golden light suddenly changed and reorganized, and soon changed to Sequence 9, Traveling Merchant. Chapter 3 Big Sun Star Aft. Sequence 9 Traveling Merchant. Is this the translation of the so-called 9th grade position Deputy Envoy of Galaxy Transportation? It's very down to earth. But what do you mean by the so-called sequence or position? Don't I have an explanation for my golden finger? However, just as he thought of this, a large stream of information suddenly appeared in Zhao Chen's mind, making him fall into a brief trance. After a few seconds, his eyes regained clarity, and he also had a relatively complete understanding of the palace he was in, and the gold seal, jade book, and red pen on the desk in front of him. This palace was originally part of the Great Sun Star Raft, and the so-called Great Sun Star Raft is a treasure ship that can sail in the void and trade in all realms. It is this world that it brought me into. The specific origin of the Great Sun Star Raft is not in the knowledge I've just gained, but it was severely damaged when it broke through the blockade of the evil gods outside this realm and lost many parts. At present, it can only be hidden in the depths of my soul, and I have a symbiotic relationship with it. It turns out that it really was not a dream. There really are many evil gods entrenched outside this realm, and the so-called talisman position is the level of authority it has opened to me. Once I accept the talisman position, I can improve my strength and use its functions. However, although I have inexplicably obtained the talisman position of the traveling merchant, I have not received a corresponding improvement. Firstly, my contribution is not enough, and secondly, the core components of the Great Sun Star Raft are missing, and they need to be found before a complete talisman granting ceremony can be held. However, the trading function of the traveling merchant in the Star Raft is already available. As long as you use the general equivalent called star coins recognized by the Great Sun Star Raft, you can exchange for some of the knowledge, items, and even spells and abilities it collects. And the things I can exchange with half of the traveling merchant rank are Zhao Chen sorted out the information he had just obtained and used his consciousness to click on the jade book on the desk. The same golden light flashed, and the image projected by the jade book in the air slowly unfolded, listing the items that can be exchanged at present. The fragment of the secret record of the Curse of Zhao Zi, 300 star coins. The key volume of Jiddu Star Divine Law, 400 star coins. A low-profile version of the soul-destroying and soul-snatching curse spell, 80 star coins. The residual soul of the evil Fang Zuzi, 130 star coins. Fang Zuzi's life memory fragments, 50 star coins each time. In addition, there are also the memories and some knowledge of the original body Zhao Chen, but they are in a pledged state and cannot be exchanged for the time being. Combining the content presented in the exchange list and the introduction of the big sun star raft he just got, Zhao Chen thought about it for a while and guessed the cause of death of the original owner. The original owner should have been cursed to death by the evil curse Khaled Fang Zuzi. At the moment of his death, he happened to encounter the big sun star raft which took me here, so he used everything he had, including his fate and soul, to make a deal with the big sun star raft. As long as I can find the murderer and avenge him, I can replace him and become him. This is probably the reason why I woke up in him. And the reason why I can get the corresponding memory when I see the acquaintances also, because it is helpful to find the real murderer, and it is an advance payment to me. Also, Fang Zuzi must have seen that the curse didn't work, so he did it again tonight. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen was already collateral of the Great Sun Star Raft, and his curse was equivalent to touching the Star Raft's collection, which naturally triggered the counterattack mechanism here, so he was forcibly deprived of half of his soul as compensation through the connection. Oh, the evil Dao who lost half of his soul must have become a fool by now, right? The original owner's revenge is only half avenged. I just don't know whether this Ivaldoa has a grudge against the original owner and is harming him, or whether someone hired someone to kill him. Well, there is a certain probability of getting the answer by exchanging the so-called memory fragment, but there may also be no valuable information. After all, he has lived for at least a few decades, and most of his memories are useless garbage. It's actually a blind box. On the contrary, although the fragments of the secret record of the Curse of Zhao Zi are more expensive, after exchanging them, not only can you get the method of practicing curse spells, but you can also find the possible location of the Ivaldoa, based on the characteristics of the method, find out the reason, or uncover the mastermind behind it. In the introduction just now, it was said that everything has its value, and all items, knowledge, power, etc. can be exchanged for star coins, but the value of extraordinary items is higher, and ordinary items may require thousands or tens of thousands of pieces to exchange for one star coin. The Great Sun Star Raft seems to only recognize its intrinsic value and use value, but not the added value. I just don't know what 300 star coins mean. Well, let me see how many star coins I have at the beginning. When Zhao Chen turned to the limit of the jade book that could be turned to, and saw the number of star coins he had, he felt his blood pressure rise. Because the value on it was -250. Why is it a negative number? Negative numbers are fine, but why is it still 250? Is this golden finger mocking me? Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, and based on the information he got, he found the consumption record without hesitation and clicked it. Soon, the latest and only consumption record appeared in front of him. Dairi Xingcha function introduction, worth 250 star coins. So, that introduction costs money? Exclamation mark. I don't know. I thought you were very humane. You are defrauding consumption. After cursing Dairi Xingcha in his heart for a few times, Zhao Chen calmed down again and thought to himself, the debt must be paid off within 7 days, otherwise my own key will be deducted first. If the key is not enough, knowledge, ability, and even soul will be deducted additionally. Fortunately, the soul and part of the ability pledged by the original body are worth more than 200 star coins in total. If I help him get revenge within 7 days, it will be enough to offset the deduction. TSK, come to think of it, half of the soul of that demon Fang Zuzi was split into so much knowledge and abilities. If someone invades my soul in the future, or if I have a spell like soul binding, Can I also sell it to Xingcha and let it separate the valuable things and then exchange them? Paid soul searching system. I feel that Big Sun Star Raft is intentionally inducing me to do that. Could it be that my future style will be an old devil who sucks souls and takes away spirits? After a few self-deprecating remarks, Zhao Chen had adjusted his mentality and turned the jade book to the appendix, where the 20 missing parts of the Big Sun Star Raft were listed. Great Sun Lamp, 8 diagrams, bright light mirror, glazed star lamp, morning light key, demon ceiling, vermilion pen. You can get a contribution point for each component you retrieve, and 1 level of rank can be upgraded for every 2 contributions. Currently, only the demon ceiling vermilion pen is retrieved. Well, it turns out that it was with the original owner, and it was because the original Zhao Chen possessed the demon ceiling vermilion pen that he was able to attract the Great Sun Star Raft and was eligible to trade with it when he died. I'm currently able to obtain half of the rank of traveling merchant thanks to this as well. That makes sense. With this thought in mind, Zhao Chen cast his gaze on the vermilion pen on the desk, which was the original owner's demon ceiling vermilion pen. Its function is to seal all forces in the Great Sun Star Raft that dare to cause chaos. Of course, because the Star Raft is in poor condition now, the upper limit of this seal may not be too high. But it is no problem for a Curse of Fangzuz's level. It's a pity that I can't take it out. I can only use it inside the Star Raft. After sighing with regret, Zhao Chen looked through the techniques and abilities on the jade book again. He felt listless and extremely tired, and had to cut off the connection with the Great Sun Star Raft. Zhao Chen's eyes first darkened, and then he saw the gas lamp on the table in his bedroom. He turned his head and glanced at the clock in the corner to confirm how much time had passed. It's roughly a 1-to-1 time flow rate. Zhao Chen rubbed his forehead and made a judgment in his heart. Then, he casually covered the full-length mirror on one side, and then he sighed silently. I was looking forward to the golden finger when I didn't have it. Now that I have it, I'm a little worried whether it will hide hidden dangers. But it's too late to say these things. I have already been half a traveling merchant and have established a close relationship with it. It is not so easy to get rid of it. And if I don't actively look for those missing parts and see how he cheats me of the introduction fee, who knows if the Great Sun Star Chariot will directly sell me out. Fortunately, this world itself also has a cultivation system. Maybe it can check and balance each other? Forget it. It's too early to think about these things. The most urgent task is to find out the mastermind behind the scenes and get the legacy of the original body so as to repay the debt. In addition, this time it was because of a demon who cast a spell to invade the soul that I happened to enter the Dairi Xingcha, and according to the information I bought, to enter there, you need to at least be in a state of quiet or meditation and visualize any item in the Xingcha. I don't know what this quiet means yet. I'll go to ask Brother Feng or Master Cheap tomorrow. Late at night, Zhao Song, a wealthy businessman in Bingquan town, returned home in a carriage under the escort of a team of fire guns. After he returned to the bedroom and washed up simply, his stepwifely got up from the bed to greet him. Holding his wife's hand, Zhao Song pondered for a while and asked, Zieling, how is Chenna now? He went to the bedroom as soon as he came back, and he should have fallen asleep. You know, his luck has been bad recently, and he always encounters various bad luck. He may be tired. Li Zieling simply replied, and then added, I think you should close the net, otherwise Chenna may really be in danger. Don't worry, the red pen that Chenna carries with him is a treasure that can drive away evil spirits. Unless it is a person with great magical powers, ordinary spells will be ineffective against him. And if a person with great magical powers wants to deal with our family, there is no need to go through so much trouble. What's more, I asked him to move to the Golden Art Martial Arts School before, so that he can temporarily avoid the Feng Shui Bureau and restore his own fortune. Zhao Song explained with a smile. Li Zieling frowned his beautiful eyebrows and disagreed. There are many tricks in this world. Even the spells practiced by ordinary people, although difficult to practice and easy to break, should not be underestimated. You still know too little about people who practice. Okay, I have roughly locked the location of that group of people, and I will close the net tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Chapter 4 Parents. Seeing that her husband had already made a plan for this matter, Li Ziling still felt something was wrong, but as a stepmother, it was not easy for her to interfere in issues related to her stepson, so she changed the subject and asked, "You have been discussing this until so late today. Have you reached a conclusion on the matters of the Sand Snake Gang and the Golden Art Martial Arts School?" As a concubine's daughter of a branch of the prestigious Li family and the guardian of Bingquan Town, Li Ziling is no stranger to matters in the martial arts world. Because of her broader knowledge, she can even help her husband with advice on many issues. Zhao Song leaned on a soft couch, rubbing his forehead with his fingers, nodded and said, "There is a result. The Golden Escort Martial Arts School has withdrawn from 2 towns and 1 township, and from now on the Sand Snake Gang will dominate the underworld in the Chijin Mountain area." Hearing this, Li Ziling's eyes widened in surprise, then she moved closer to her husband, placed her slender fingers on his forehead and pressed continuously, and asked puzzledly, "How could it be? The Golden Escort Huang Xianjun has been a powerful figure in Chijin for more than 10 years. Even if he lost this competition, he cannot be manipulated at will. Can he agree to such a result? Moreover, the Sand Snake Gang was defeated many times before, but was not wiped out. Could it be that Li Liwen not only found the yellow shirt gunner, but also won over other forces?" When Li Ziling's fingers pressed on his forehead, Zhao Song's body trembled slightly at first, but he soon began to enjoy his wife's service. He narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Ziling, you are really smart. That Sand Snake Li Liwen used some means to get the support of Mayor Chen of Chijin Town and the Lan family of Jinwen Township, and even proposed that Master Huang should kowtow to his brother's spirit tablet and admit his mistake in order to stay in Chijin. How could Master Huang be willing to accept such humiliation? After all, Yi Liwen's brother was beaten to death in a fair and square competition, and Master Huang was not in the wrong. So the final result is that the Golden Bio Martial Arts Hall has 7 days to leave the 2 towns and 1 township, but as compensation, the Chen family of Chijin Town will provide a trade route from Yumen County to Dunhuang as compensation. The so-called trade route is the tax exemption license, or tax reduction agreement issued by the government between the 2 places, which is a very precious item for businessmen. A trade route. The Chen family is willing to give it up. Their family has at most 2 or 3 trade routes. Why do they help sand snakes so much? Li Ziling frowned again. My father-in-law and I haven't figured it out yet, but the trade route is indeed real, so we didn't object to the proposal of sand snakes. Zhao Song paused here, then smiled. After all, Mr. Huang himself is not in business, so he can only find someone to partner with. Maybe our Bingquan wine can be sold directly to Dunhuang this time. Li Ziling rolled her eyes at her husband, who was showing a smug smile, leaned her upper body on his shoulder, pouted and asked back, "Did you foresee this a long time ago, and sent Chen to the martial arts hall to be Mr. Huang's apprentice in advance?" Zhao Chen's dual identity as Huang Xianjun's apprentice and Zhao Song's second son made him a natural intermediary for the cooperation. How could it be? How could I have thought that Master Huang would lose? Zhao Song shook his head. He glanced at his wife who was getting closer and closer, hesitated for a moment and said, "Once the cooperation is reached, Chenna, as a disciple, will have to follow Master Huang to Yumen County and become the person in charge of that trade route. This involves his future prospects, so we should call him over and ask him what he thinks. You should talk to him, so that there will be no rift between you and your son. Oh, your eldest son Zheoang is studying far away in Zhanghai, the provincial capital, and now your second son is also going to Yumen. In the eyes of outsiders, it must be that I, the stepmother, can't tolerate them." Li Ziling said in her husband's ear with a reproachful tone. Her tone was like a coquettish one. Zhao Song just squeezed her smooth hand apologetically, then nodded and said, "Then call Chenna over now." "Now?" Li Ziling's voice rose, and she stood up suddenly. She looked at the hands of the clock, and said in disbelief, "It's the middle of the night. What can't be said tomorrow? Well, I have something to do tomorrow, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave before dawn, and calling him over will prevent him from continuing to sleep in that unlucky Feng Shui bureau." Zhao Song coughed. Li Ziling glared at him for a long time, and then she ordered someone to call Zhao Chen over, and said to her husband in a rather resentful tone, "Mina is already 4 months old, and my body has long recovered. You can't always avoid me like this. Zhao Song picked up the cup of tea with wolfberries beside him and took a sip, then nodded seriously. Next time for sure. Because he had just dreamed of some of the original owner's past experiences, Zhao Chen was still a little dazed when he was awakened by the servant Feng Wei. He yawned, and while putting on the complicated coat with the help of the maid, he thought to himself, it seems that the self-destruction of that Fang Zuzi can be regarded as helping the original owner to avenge part of his revenge. So, Dairi Xingcha will give me some of the pledge memories? That's right, that evil person is most likely the direct murderer of the original owner, and the person behind the scenes. Based on what I saw in my dream just now, I have roughly guessed who it is. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen sighed slightly, and a figure that was extremely kind to the original owner flashed through his mind. That was the original owner's Aunt Mei, a maidservant who was married to his biological mother, and also the concubine of the original owner's father, Zhao Song. When the original owner's mother died of illness, he was still very young, and Aunt Mei played the role of a mother for a long time, until Zhao Song's second wife, Li, came into the house. It was under a series of instigations by Aunt Mei that the original Zhao Chen changed the layout of the bedroom by himself, forming the Feng Shui Bureau that was not conducive to his own destiny. As for why she did that, Zhao Chen thought there were two possibilities. First, she was also deceived and really thought that the room was arranged like that for the good of the original owner. Second, her mind was twisted and she wanted to achieve a certain purpose through the death of the original owner. For example, let Zhao Song be suspicious of Li. After all, the stepmother had just had her own son, and the original wife's son died inexplicably, and Li was indeed the most suspicious. Of these two possibilities, Zhao Chen was more inclined to the latter. Because he was standing from the perspective of an outsider, he easily discovered Aunt Mei's hatred for Li and the original owner's memory. If my guess is correct, the original owner actually died in a family fight. This is too sad. In my memory, Aunt Mei wasn't so extreme before. Was she stimulated by Li's childbirth, or was she instigated by the evil Taoist? If it's the latter, the evil Taoist might have other purposes. Alas, it's a pity that, although Zhao Song is a local tycoon and has 3 musket teams at home, he has no defense against these sinister means. But I don't know why my cheap father called me over in the middle of the night. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen had already put on his clothes, and then, led by Feng Wei and several maids, he came to Bingling Courtyard where his stepmother lived. After greeting Zhao Song and Li Ziyuling according to the etiquette in his memory, Zhao Chen raised his head and looked at the parents of this body. Zhao Song looked to be in his 40s. He was tall, strong, and powerful, with a square face, a pair of deep and bright brown eyes, a high nose bridge, and a thick beard. He was wearing a dark silk double-breasted long gown, a high-top short-brimmed hat on his head, and beautifully made boots on his feet. Just sitting on the couch gave people a sense of majesty without anger. Li Ziyuling was at most in her early 20s, with delicate looks, clear contours, and soft features. She showed a natural and elegant temperament, as if she was a work of art. She had a slender figure, not at all like a woman who had given birth to 2 children, but like a girl, and her clothes were much simpler than her husband's, with almost no extra decorations, but they were matched with great taste. This is a typical case of an old cow eating young grass. Zhao Chen retracted his gaze and complained in his heart. Although he knew very well that the marriage between his cheap father and stepmother was the most typical exchange of interests, because the town guard who took office more than 4 years ago needed the support of his father, a local snake, to gain a foothold, and his father's business in Human and Zangai also needed the support of the Li family. So the town guard married his newly adult concubine's daughter to his father, who lost his wife in middle age as a second wife. However, this Li was an extremely smart and resourceful person. Not only did she quickly capture Zhao Song's heart with her beauty, she was also able to make suggestions on many things, and became the real mistress of the Zhao family, which naturally attracted Aunt Mei's jealousy and resentment. But Li never responded to her various provocations directly, and even didn't take her seriously, which made her more extreme with nowhere to vent. At this time, Zhao Song had briefly recounted the matter of the Golden Art Martial Arts School. He looked at his son with his brows lowered and asked, "Chenna, what do you think?" Zhao Chen did not hesitate to respond directly after hearing what his father said. I have already worshipped Master Huang as my master, so I naturally cannot abandon my master at this time. This answer is in line with the original owner's honest and stubborn character, and it is also what Zhao Chen expected. Although he has obtained some of the original owner's memories, he is very different from the original Zhao Chen after all. He would like to stay away from the people close to him to avoid being discovered, and temporarily going to the county city to preside over the trade route is a good choice. After a period of time, even if the character has changed, it will only be regarded as the result of experience. Yes, this is the responsibility that a man should have. Zhao Song nodded as if satisfied, and then said, you can tell your master, when you go to the martial arts hall tomorrow, that I will let a 12-man musket team follow you to Human. Hey, your master may have to show 1 or 2 unique skills to repay this favor. Why? Zhao Chen asked confusedly. If I hadn't sent the musket team to accompany you, do you think the sand snakes would have allowed your master to reach the county town safely? Zhao Song asked with a smile. Seeing his son finally nodded in understanding, he asked casually, by the way, do you still carry the red pen left by your mother? Red pen, the magic sealing red pen. Zhao Chen's heart suddenly moved, and he lowered his head and replied, I was just about to report to my father that the pen inexplicably shattered yesterday morning and turned into dust. After Zhao Chen left, Zhao Song left home under the dissatisfied gaze of his wife, and as he walked, he thought to himself, turned into dust, is that pen just an ordinary item to defend against curses? Or, isn't it? Chapter 5, Aristocratic Family and the Upper Clan. Why did the original owner's cheap father ask about the demon sealing vermilion pen? Was he really just asking casually, or was he testing something? Moreover, the demon sealing vermilion pen was actually left to him by the original owner's mother. The memory I saw in my dream before did not mention this matter. Sure enough, receiving memories is almost the same as opening a blind box, which shows that the demon Dao memory fragments in the exchange list of 50 at a time are a bit. Zhao Chen, who was arranged by Zhao Song to rest in a room in Bingling Courtyard, lowered his head and pondered for a while, and noticed another thing. The original owner's biological mother died 8 years ago, which means that the demon sealing vermilion pen, as the missing part of the big sun star chariot, has existed in the original owner's home for at least 8 years, which means that, after falling into this world, he did not directly become Zhao Chen, but slept for quite a long time. I don't know if the other parts are magical in the outside world. If they are, most of them may have fallen into the hands of practitioners. It would be very troublesome to find them back. With a slight sigh, Zhao Chen tossed and turned on the soft couch in the guest room for a long time before falling asleep. The next morning, Zhao Chen got up early, washed up with the help of the maid, and then went to the main hall of Bingling Courtyard again to pay his respects to his parents. It's not that he enjoyed the corrupt life with peace of mind on the first day of his time travel, but the life of this era was too unfamiliar to him and needed some newbie guidance. However, he was soon told that his father Zhao Song left home last night and his stepmother had to take care of his newborn brother and had no time to take care of him. So Zhao Chen just had a simple breakfast and took the servant Feng Hua to the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall. Compared with the full house and noisy yesterday, the martial arts hall today seemed particularly deserted. Even more than half of the disciples who practiced martial arts did not come. There were only 15 or 16 people standing in the huge white sand yard. After the report, Zhao Chen met his own master, the Golden Dart Huang Xianjun again. This tall old man had a lion nose, a square mouth, and his eyes were still bright. If it weren't for the white cloth bandaging his left shoulder, it would be hard to tell that he had just suffered a bullet penetration wound yesterday. Greetings, master. Greetings, senior brother Feng Kang. Zhao Chen saluted the master and senior brother in front of him according to the etiquette he remembered. Huang Xianjun supported his disciple who had just started for 3 days, and after a few simple greetings, he smiled and asked, you came here early this morning. Have you decided to leave Bingquan town with me and go to Human? That's right. Since I have become your disciple, I naturally have to share the difficulties with you. Zhao Chen expressed his attitude sincerely, and then said the words that his master wanted to hear the most at this moment. My father decided to send a musket team to send me to Human County City. Please don't mind, master. Huang Xianjun was relieved immediately, but he didn't show it on the surface. He just nodded slightly, then took his disciple's hand affectionately and handed him a booklet that had been prepared long ago. Zhao Chen lowered his eyes and took a curious look and found a line of words written in regular script on the cover of the booklet. Secret records of Qigan and the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber. Huang Xianjun let go of his disciple's hand only after he saw him take the secret book. Then he stroked his grey beard and organized his sentences, saying, I'm born in an Yuan sect. Although my magic power has been abolished, and I have been expelled from the sect, I can still teach the sect's skills to the 3 of my disciples, even if it's just the basic bodybuilding and key training methods. But unfortunately, the quota is now full, and I can no longer teach you the Yuan Foundation building chapter. I can only pass on to you the secret record of Qigan and the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber that I accidentally obtained a few years ago. Well, the bodybuilding boxing Tai 5 element fist taught at the Jinbyo martial arts school is based on this method. However, don't underestimate this secret record of Qigan and the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber. Just by looking at its naming style, you can tell that this is a method of Qigan from ancient times, and according to my research, it is actually a holy place for cultivation in the past, the dojo of the great Dao Lord Taichu, and the basic practice of the Kunlun school. After saying this, he glanced at the 2 disciples in front of him, wanting to see expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. But to the disappointment of the old master, one of the 2 disciples looked confused, as if he didn't understand what he was talking about at all. This was Zhao Chen, while the other disciple Fengkang spoke directly and asked in confusion, Master, aren't the holy places for cultivation and action only the first 3 of the 9 great sects? Daoxin sect, Danding Xianzong and Lycan Sword Palace? Even the 12 aristocratic families dare not call themselves holy places. Where did this Kunlun school come from? 9 great sects, 12 aristocratic families? Is this the top power in this world? Zhao Chen was refreshed and looked at Master Huang with burning eyes, waiting for his explanation. Huang Xianjun, who failed to shock his apprentice, was speechless. He felt that, even if he wanted to show off, the audience had to have basic literacy, so he sighed and said, forget it, I just happen to have some free time today, so I might as well give you 2 some lessons, so that you won't be sitting in a well and looking at the sky. When you arrive in Human County, you will think that it is the same as the countryside, and you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. At this point, Master Huang paused, looked at Zhao Chen, and asked carefully, I see that you look as if you have heard of the 9 great sects and the 12 noble families for the first time. Chenna, don't you even know the basic common sense of my Daksha Jianghu? Zhao Chen nodded quickly. He didn't know whether the original owner knew it, but there was indeed no relevant content in the memory he had obtained. Then do you know when and by whom my Daksha was established? Huang Xianjun asked again. I know this. Not only did I dream about it last night, Feng also talked about it a lot. Thinking of this in his heart, Zhao Chen nodded again and said, my great Xia has been established for more than 8,000 years. It was established by Emperor Gaozu after he pacified the troubled times. That's right. Emperor Gaozu's surname is Ming, so the first of the 12 aristocratic families is the royal Ming family. In addition, there are Zhao Hao Su, Yao's Hao Liu, Liang's Hao Sima, Zhu's Hao's Huge, etc. A total of 12 families, each of which has a true lord or an equivalent existence in the realm of Shengsu and sitting in charge. Only after thousands of years of unfailing can it be called an aristocratic family. And the 9 great sects are similar to the aristocratic families. They also have Shengsu in existence, but they are not families, but sects. Among them, Penglai Taoist Immortal Sect, Shanzhao Danding Immortal Sect, and Kaiangzhao Lycan Sword Palace are called holy places because they are the inheritance of Taoist lords and are more powerful than other forces. Although these sects and aristocratic families each occupy a state, their influence radiates throughout the world. I remember that many years ago, one of the top sects, The Wanshao sect had an abandoned disciple named Song Wuyuru, who called himself the evil god and caused unrest in several states. In the end, the Wanshao sect sent out the divine power cultivators to clean up the mess, and only then was the chaos quelled. Huang Xianjun paused here deliberately, waiting for his disciple to ask questions. Zhao Chen really lived up to his expectations and asked directly, "Master, what is the Shengxuan realm? What level of realm is divine power?" Huang Xianjun, who had long guessed that Zhao Chen would ask this, curled his lips, stroked his beard and said, "The world we live in is called the Zuanshan realm in ancient books, so orthodox practitioners are accustomed to dividing the realm of practice into three major realms, Tangxuan, Dangxuan and Shengxuan. Among them, Tangxuan has 5 realms, namely Zenqi, Lianqiu, Mana, Gangsha and Shentang. There are 2 realms each, Dangxuan and Shengxuan, but the specific names are not clear to me. After all, those at the Dangxuan level are already immortals on land, which are rarely seen by ordinary people. The limit that ordinary cultivators and warriors like us can reach is divine power." After these words were spoken, not only Zhao Chen, who had just arrived, but even brother Feng Kang beside him listened with great interest. It seemed that he also heard about the knowledge of realm division for the first time, and asked with great interest, "Master, is the family occupying our Gansao the Zhangai Li family? Does the Li family also have a Shengxuan level existence?" While Zhao Chen was listening attentively, he was thinking, 9 stages. It seems that the traveling merchant's ordinary on is also divided into 9 levels. Please collect and recommend. Chapter 6 The Great Dao Text. There are no noble families or clans in Gansao, because it is adjacent to hundreds of countries in the western regions. According to the records of my master, in ancient times, well, that is, before the establishment of Daxia, this place belonged to the sphere of influence of the Holy Land Kunlun sect that I just mentioned. Although the Zhangai Li family also has a long heritage, it is now only a prominent family and cannot be called a noble family. There is no Shengxuan in the family, but since it can be called a prominent family, I'm afraid there is no shortage of Dangxuan real people. Kanja, it seems that you only have a superficial understanding of the martial arts world, not much better than your junior brother. Huang Xianjun, the owner of the hall, replied with a smile. Senior brother Feng did not react to the master's ridicule. First, he was thick-skinned, and second, the master had always been in this style, and he had long been accustomed to it. He just asked doubtfully, 100 countries in the western regions? What 100 countries in the western regions? Master, once you go west out of Human Pass, except for Dunhuang and some scattered oases, isn't it an endless desert where you will completely lose your way once you go deeper, and can never get out? Hearing this, Zhao Chen on the side also looked at Master Huang with a questioning look. In the original owner's memory, the endless desert west of Human was also a forbidden zone for life, and even horse bandits did not dare to stay there for a long time. The latter were more active in the desert in the north, because the northern desert was connected to Beating County in Jinsao, and there were often caravans traveling back and forth. As the topic finally returned to the issue of Kunlun sect, Master Huang did not keep the topic in suspense any longer, and after organizing his sentences a little, he said to his 2 disciples, in ancient times, the western regions was not an endless desert, but was made up of countless small countries that were protected by the founder of Kunlun, the great Dao Lord Taichu. According to the records in the Sects classics, at that time our connection with the western countries was not through the sea, but we could directly pass through the western regions. But in the late ancient times, great changes happened to the great Dao Lord Taichu and the Kunlun sect, which caused the hundreds of countries in the western regions to disappear overnight, turning into the endless desert of today. The ancient dynasty was destroyed, leading to chaos in the world and the rise of various princes. It was not until Emperor Gaozu of our dynasty cleared the world and established Daxia that the world enjoyed more than 8,000 years of peace. Master Huang was speaking excitedly when he was ruthlessly interrupted by senior brother Feng. Master, please don't show off the content of the heroic biography of Emperor Gaozu. The level of what you said is not even as good as that of the storyteller Lao Zhang in the tea house. Let's get back to the topic of how Kunlun and the hundreds of countries in the western regions disappeared. Well, you should correct your habit of going off topic when talking about things. Master Huang's interest was dampened, and he immediately glared at his own apprentice and scolded, "You are the only one who is nosy, and you have no respect for the elders." But despite the scolding, he still accepted Brother Feng's reminder. He glanced at Zhao Chen, who seemed to have not noticed their quarrel at all, and continued, "The classics are vague about what happened at that time. Some people speculate that something went wrong with Taichu Daojin, and he had to seal himself, which implicated the 100 kingdoms of the western regions, and the western practitioners who were stranded in Ganzhou and unable to return believed that the 100 kingdoms of the western regions were dragged into what they called the subspace. In short, there were all kinds of speculations, but there was no solid evidence until Dun Huang reappeared hundreds of years ago, and the sealing theory became the mainstream. It is said that the Zhang Guili family obtained the heritage of Dun Huang, so that some of their members achieved Dongsun, and became a prominent family in one fell swoop. After that, there was an endless stream of cultivators coming to Ganzhou for adventures, but apart from the initial reappearance of a few oases, no further discoveries were made, and the enthusiasm gradually subsided. At this point, Huang changed the subject, pointed at the secret book in Zhao Chen's hand, and said with a smile, "And this book, Secret Records of Qigong and the 12 Doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber, was obtained by a cultivator in one of the oases. Legend has it that it is the basic Qigong method passed down by the Taoist master. I got it by chance, and now I will officially pass it on to you. Such a precious book was given to me like this? Isn't it too trifling?" Zhao Chen, who was a little excited at first, heard this and felt something was wrong. Although he didn't know what the Taoist master meant, he knew that it was a supreme being just by hearing the title. Looking at Master Huang, who was looking at him with a smile, and then looking at Brother Feng, who had no greed or jealousy in his eyes, Zhao Chen suddenly realized, Brother Feng may not be unaware of the story of Kunlun sect and the 100 kingdoms of the western regions, and Master Huang is not simply giving us extra lessons. These master and disciple are acting here. They sang in unison, asked and answered questions. In fact, just to emphasize the preciousness of this secret record of Qigong and the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber, in order to repay Zhao Song for sending the fire gun team to escort the Golden Bio Martial Arts School to the county city. After all, this cheap master also said that his own kung fu cannot be passed on to others, so he can only use this book to make up the number. He is worthy of being an old man in the world. If it were the honest child of the original owner, he would be grateful by now. In addition, they are so hard to brag about the secret record of Qigong and the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber, which shows that there may be some problems with this Taoist master's direct transmission. Zhao Chen's thoughts turned quickly. He had already figured out Huang Xianjun's thoughts, so he directly opened the secret book in his hand and read it quickly. The bodybuilding content in the front was nothing special. It was the Tai 5 element fist that the original owner had practiced for a few days. As for whether the skills were good or not, Zhao Chen did not have the vision and level to judge. But the subsequent visualization and Qigong methods were written in a wave-like text that looked like clouds and water. Just looking at the strokes made people feel upset, but it also attracted people's attention like a black hole, as if there were wonderful mysteries hidden in those ripples. At this time, Huang Xianjun, who noticed that Zhao Chen stayed on a page for too long, reminded him, "Don't look at those words too much, or your spirit will be affected over time." This sentence sounded like thunder in Zhao Chen's mind, making him come back to his senses suddenly. He couldn't help but feel a little scared, because the feeling just now was very similar to the feeling when he looked directly at those indescribable things before entering this world. "Master, what kind of text is this?" Zhao Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked in a dry voice. "This is the ancient cloud seal, a kind of Dao text, which contains the original truth of this method. But it is also very dangerous. If you look at it too much, you will easily fall into madness or even turn into a monster." Huang Xianjun looked at Zhao Chen for a few times, his tone full of emotion. Zhao Chen vaguely felt that his cheap master looked at him with a strange look, but his attention was still on the secret book in his hand, so he didn't care too much and just asked, "Why is the text of the Tao dangerous?" "It's not the text that is dangerous, it's because knowledge is poisonous." Any description and interpretation involving laws, rules, and essences are very dangerous and can only be endured after reaching a certain level. Therefore, most of the classics only describe methods and processes, allowing people who study the classics to summarize and conclude by themselves through constant repetitive training, which is relatively safe. Of course, if it is just a method of strengthening the body, practicing ki and magic power, it is okay to use some agreed code words in key places. As long as they are not written directly, the danger will not be too great. For example, the book Secret Records of Kigan and the 12 Doors of the Golden Tower and J Chamber in your hand. At the back is a translation and code word annotation of that section of Cloud Seal by a famous interpreter. And the Dao characters are actually often used to explain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, the origin of the Dao. It is both dangerous and a protection for ordinary people. Ordinary people feel dizzy and dazzled when they see the Dao characters, just like your senior brother. But being attracted by it shows that your soul is naturally strong and your comprehension is very high, which can be regarded as a seed of cultivation. Huang Xianjun said here, sighing regretfully, if I hadn't given the quota in my hand to your second senior brother, I really should have recommended you to my Yuan Zhang to practice. Knowledge is poisonous. Explaining the essence of the truth will make people crazy. No wonder the Great Xia dynasty has developed for more than 8,000 years, and its science and technology are only at this level. In other words, relying only on experience summary and unable to deeply study the principles, it can develop to the current level perhaps, because there are high level cultivators who like technology. Chapter 7, Re-entering the Starship. However, what is the root of the so-called poisonous knowledge? Is it a unique characteristic of this world, or some other external factor? For example, those indescribable things outside the world that I have seen. They don't want this world to develop too many high-end combat forces or cutting-edge technologies, so they make knowledge poisonous. Zhao Chen's thoughts gradually spread out, drifting farther and farther away for a while. Seeing him fall into deep thought, Huang Xianjun, the master of the hall, could not imagine that his little disciple would think about some deadly things. He just thought that he was not satisfied with the secret record of Kigan and the 12 Doors of the Golden Tower and J Chamber, so he spoke again and emphasized, although the ancient Cloud Seal is dangerous, this secret record that can be practiced in the realm of true ki is still valuable, plus the translation and code annotations attached at the end, if it is taken to the gathering of practitioners to trade. It can at least sell for 500 strings of cash. When talking about the translation and annotation of the ancient Cloud Seal, Huang Xianjun, the master of the hall, had a slightly proud tone. Judging from the tone, the so-called famous scholar of literary interpretation you mentioned before could not be you, right? Zhao Chen, who came back to his senses, could not help but complain in his heart. Although this cheap master is now down and out, as if he is just an ordinary warrior with one or two unique skills, according to his own statement just now, plus the evidence of the yellow-shirted gunner who competed with him yesterday, it can be known that this golden artist who shot red gold with one dart came from a sect called Yuan Sect, and was originally at least a master of the magic power realm of the third realm of Tongsun, but for some reason his skills were abolished, and he was expelled from the sect. Although his skills have been lost, his realm may still be there, so he is able to interpret the contents of the ancient Cloud Seal. In addition, if the secret record can really sell for 500 strings of cash, it is really worth a lot. After all, the cheap father of this body, the profit of a year in business, is only 500 to 800 strings of cash on the surface. Although this cheap master is narcissistic and likes to show off, he still has some skills. Zhao Chen pondered secretly. In today's taksha, 1000 coins are equal to 1 string of coins, and the cheapest red millet is only 2 to 3 coins per kati, most of which is the cost of transportation and storage, and the purchasing power of 1 string of coins is equivalent to 8 or 900 RMB, or even more. As for red millet, it is a kind of official food unique to this world. It tastes terrible, and has little nutrition, but it can barely fill the stomach. Its advantage is that the price is extremely low, and the government can supply it almost unlimitedly. But people who often eat red millet don't seem to live long, and most of them don't live to be 40. Once they practice martial arts, they die even faster. Even bandits and robbers will not rob this kind of food. Zhao Chen once again retracted his thoughts that had diverged a little far, closed the secret record in his hand, saluted to Huang Xianjun and said, "Thank you, master, for your teachings." Seeing that his young disciple finally recognized the value of the secret record of King of the 12 Doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber, Huang Xianjun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Do you have any other questions about cultivation? Since I have time today, I might as well answer them all." Zhao Chen thought of the necessary condition for entering the Great Sun Star Chariot and asked tentatively, "Master, what is entering tranquility?" Entering tranquility. If Kanja asked this, I would definitely scold him for being too ambitious. Huang Xianjun put on airs again when he heard this, and while glancing at the third disciple Feng Kang, he stroked his beard and said, "But you are different. As a seed of cultivation, it is just the right time for you to ask about entering tranquility." Seeing this, Zhao Chen tactfully replied, "Why?" Huang Xianjun did not answer directly, but changed the subject and talked about something else. "I just said that cultivation is divided into 3 major levels: Tongxuan, Dongxuan and Shengxuan, and the first level of Tongxuan is already the Zenqi level, and there is no mention of the previous body strengthening stage at all. Do you know why?" Zhao Chen shook his head honestly. He actually had this question in his mind. After all, in the original owner's memory, Master Huang said when teaching the Tai 5-element fist, when the body is strengthened to perfection, the true ki will be generated naturally. If you want to cultivate true ki, you can't avoid this realm anyway. That's because the children of the cultivation sect or the cultivation family do not need to strengthen their bodies like ordinary warriors by polishing their bodies and strengthening their physique every day, and then strengthen their own souls. They either directly select cultivators like you who are born with strong souls or strong bodies, or they provide their disciples and clansmen with medicinal baths and spiritual grains to strengthen their souls since childhood, or they have treasures or powerful cultivators who use their own magical powers to assist disciples in visualization. In short, the disciples of a cultivation sect or family, when their bodies are just beginning to grow at the age of 13 or 14, start their first cultivation by entering into a state of tranquility and visualization, generating spiritual perception, and then using the corresponding mental method to strengthen their bodies from a high level perspective, so that they can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Generally speaking, in a cultivation sect, it takes 100 days to complete the body training, successfully build the foundation, and condense a breath of true energy. This is the so-called 100-day foundation building. And in fact, disciples in the upper sect don't even need 100 days. There are even examples of achieving great tranquility and building the foundation on the spot. Looking back at ordinary warriors. At this point, Huang Xianjun glanced at Feng Kang, whose expression dimmed, and continued, "Ordinary warriors practice day after day, and it will take 7 or 8 years to perfect their body. This requires a complete bodybuilding technique and successful tranquility. And many warriors' inheritance may have fierce means of attack, but they cannot train the details of the body, resulting in the inability to take the step of generating true ki. Therefore, a large number of warriors who have no access to cultivation techniques call this level of bodybuilding the questioning the mysterious realm, which means asking Zhuanshan about the path of cultivation. In short, the soul and the spirit are connected. The body is strong, and the soul is strong, and the stronger the soul, the easier it is to enter tranquility. Once the tranquility is achieved, and the spiritual perception is born, it can guide the resonance of various parts of the body, and cultivate the first breath of true ki. After saying all this in one breath, Huang Xianjun walked back to the inner room, took out a scroll, unfolded it and spread it on the table. Zhao Chen took a closer look and found that it was the Kinyu controlling the flood that he had just seen after waking up after traveling here, but the one in the owner's hand was more charming. This Kinyu controlling the flood was painted by me before my magic power was abolished, and there are still some traces of shape and meaning left. Often watching and copying it actually has a little effect of strengthening the soul, so I asked you to copy it before. But except for Chenna, what did everyone else copy? Said Huang, glaring at Feng Kang fiercely. Feng Kang touched his head and was not frustrated. He had long been used to being scolded in this regard. It turned out that the picture I saw in the martial arts room was copied by the original owner. Was the original owner's level so high? When Zhao Chen was thinking about it, he heard Huan Xianjun continue. Now you put on the static pile in the Tai 5 element boxing, and then outline any object in the king you controlling the flood in your mind. Don't choose something too complicated. This painting of King Yu's flood control has divine meaning, so it will definitely leave a deep impression on you. It won't be difficult for a cultivator like you to sketch out some of the pictures. Remember, embrace the origin, and keep the unity, to get tranquility. Zhao Chen followed Huan Xianjun's description, took a pose, and then slowly gathered his thoughts, imagining the river in the painting. After an unknown amount of time, his vision suddenly changed, as if he saw the inside of his body and the blood circulating in his body. Is this in a vision? Isn't that the magic that only occurs after entering into tranquility and spiritual perception? Combined with the master's description, he quickly understood his current state. However, because it was just a simple entering into tranquility and lacked the corresponding visualization method and mental method, he could only watch, but could not interfere or practice. After a while of freshness, Zhao Chen's heart moved slightly, and he no longer imagined the river, but instead sketched out the picture of the 9 lights golden seal in his mind. So, in the next moment, he was already in the palace where most of the space was shrouded by fog. Sure enough, he came in again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Incident. Bingquan Town. At the corner door of the house of the wealthy businessman Zhao Song, a young man with a slicked back hair and powdered face stretched his neck to look inside through the half-open door, but he didn't dare to really go in. After a while, the half-closed corner door was completely pushed open, and a maid about 15 or 16 years old walked out of the house with slow and graceful steps. The maid was born beautiful and elegant, with smooth and tender skin, which made the young man guarding the door's eyes light up. He felt that the other party was much more beautiful than before for some reason, and he couldn't help but lose his mind for a moment. But he was thinking about something, so he quickly came to his senses, saluted to the maid standing in the door, and asked anxiously, "Hello, Sister Xiangsu, where is my sister?" After speaking, he stretched his neck to look again, but did not see the familiar figure. The maid named Xiangsu hurriedly avoided him when he saluted. Then she placed her right hand on her left hand, bent her knees slightly, bowed, and said, "Young master is Aunt Medi's biological brother, so there is no reason for him to salute me, a maid." At this point, she paused, and then continued, "In addition, Aunt Medi is not in the mansion today, but asked the master and his wife to go to the small mountain temple outside the town to burn incense." Going to the small mountain temple to burn incense? Why would she go to burn incense at this critical moment? The young man was not very sophisticated, and his face showed obvious disbelief. After a long time, he pretended to be calm, and asked in a stiff tone, "What about young Master Chen? Is he still at home?" Because of nervousness, he almost asked, "Is he still alive?" As if she had known that the other party would ask, Xiangsu gave the answer without any hesitation. Young Master Chen went to the Golden Bio Martial Arts Hall to practice martial arts early in the morning. He is still not dead. That Fang Zuzi looks like a Taoist immortal. How can he be so unreliable? The young man surnamed Many complained a few times in his heart, but for some reason, he gradually relaxed and even had the idea of going to Fang Zuzi to settle the score. After chatting and laughing with the maid he liked for a few more times, making her look shy, the young man said goodbye and went to the east of the town. After he turned around, the shyness on Xiangsu's face disappeared instantly. She stared at the young man's back meaningfully for a few times, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. In the palace inside the Sun Star Chariot, Zhao Chen sat on a seat made of 6 golden dragons, stretched out his right hand, and clicked on the jade book on the desk in front of him. Speaking of which, because his body was still standing in front of his master, he wanted to return to reality immediately after confirming that he could enter here through entering tranquility, but just as he turned this thought, he found that the jade book on the desk was flashing, as if reminding him that there was a new content update. This thing is quite advanced. Zhao Chen muttered a few words, thought about it, and felt that it wouldn't take long to take a look, so he opened the jade book and turned to the page with new content. The first thing he saw was the items for sale column, which was a list of items that could be sold to the Xingcha treasury. On it appeared the introduction and price of the secret record of key flowing in the 12 doors of the Golden Building, and Jade Chamber and the Huangzianjin version of the annotations. That translation annotation was really written by the master. Zhao Chen's mouth twitched, and then he thought to himself, while recalling the introduction of the items for sale list, the knowledge that I quickly browsed through was completely recorded by the Jade Book, and became a product that can be sold to it. In addition, knowledge products do not need originals. Even if they are sold to Xingcha, the secret book will still exist, but the same knowledge cannot be sold repeatedly. The opposite is true for items. You can sell the same type of items to Xingcha, but you have to hand in the original each time. That's right. General knowledge can be copied. Even if the secret manual is gone, the master can probably make another one in minutes, so it's naturally impossible to sell it again. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen's eyes fell on the introductions of the two new products and he read them carefully. The secret record of Kigan and the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber is the Kigan part of the Great Jade Seal of the Nine Heavens, the core practice of the Kunlun Sects Xianyang City lineage. It contains the bodybuilding martial arts Tai 5 element fist, the true key martial arts Tai Zuanman sword, as well as Xianyang Golden Tower and Jade Chamber diagram, the Great Jade Guidance method of the Great Chu and other basic Kigan secrets. Because it contains Dao texts, the standard recycling price of Xingcha is 400 star coins. The Great Jade Guidance method of the Great Chu has incorrect annotations, and the interpretation carries a lot of his own insights, which has lost the original meaning, making this method completely reduced to an ordinary visualization method. There is no possibility of connecting with the subsequent practices of the Great Jade Seal of the Nine Heavens, but it is relatively safe for ordinary people to practice. The standard recycling price of Xingcha is 10 star coins. That's 410 star coins in total. And the master thinks that this secret book he annotated can be sold for 500 strings of coins. From this point of view, the purchasing power of 1 star coin and 1 string of coins doesn't seem to be much different. Well, the master may have overestimated his ability to interpret the Dao Wen, so he thinks his translation and annotation are more valuable. In fact, the secret record of Kigan and the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber itself is more valuable. The master is not bragging here, it is really the practice left by the Taoist lineage of Taichu Daojin. In addition, what does the standard recycling price mean? Can we still negotiate the price? Just when Zhao Chen thought of this, a line of text flashed on the Jade Book. Your position does not support bargaining for the time being. This Xingcha can really read minds, and we can see the clues from the fraudulent consumption it played yesterday. Or in other words, I have a close relationship with Xingcha. Can it know what I'm thinking? This is not a good thing. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and stopped thinking, lest he provoke a bad reaction from crossing chap, such as putting him in more debt or forcibly tying him up. Zhao Chen closed the Jade Book casually. He did not plan to stay here any longer. Even if he wanted to sell the secret book to pay off his debt, it would be better to wait until night when no one was around. So he concentrated his mind according to his experience when he left last time. Then, his eyes suddenly went dark. When he regained consciousness, he had returned to reality and saw his master, Huangzianjin, looking at him with a smile. The first time I entered into tranquility, I actually had a deep visualization, close to the great success. Although this is inseparable from the assistance of the Yuang's water control map and the role of my spiritual guidance, Chenna, your performance is considered a genius even among the seeds of cultivation in my Yuang sect. While Huangzianjin sighed, he rolled up the scroll again, to prevent the remaining power within from continuing to dissipate. The reason why I can be such a genius is not only because my soul may be relatively strong after 2 lives as a human being, but it is also probably related to the half position of traveling merchant. Zhao Chen thought so in his heart, and on the surface, he bowed to Huang Xianjun again and said, "Thank you, Master, for helping me to enter tranquility." Although Master Huang emphasized that the prerequisite for entering tranquility is a strong enough soul, it seems that he already has it, but he lacks guidance and methods. He doesn't know how long it will take him to figure it out on his own, so Zhao Chen's thank you was sincere. Huang Xianjun was not polite. After accepting the salute from his apprentice, he reminded him, "You should have remembered the feeling of entering tranquility. Even if you don't have the guidance of your master in the future, you will most likely succeed if you try a few more times. If it still doesn't work, come and buy my special sedative incense, which can help you calm down. It's 800 coins per stick, very cheap." Hearing his words, Zhao Chen was stunned. He glanced at Master Huang, who seemed righteous and respected, and complained in his heart, "Am I a traveling merchant or are you? What is this? Is there a master like the apprentice?" On the other side, the young man surnamed Mei once again pushed open the door of the house of the one-eyed Taoist Fang Zuzi, but he did not see the other party in the courtyard. There were only many medicinal herbs scattered on the ground, and there were faint traces of blood. It looked like something had happened. But the young man was obviously not vigilant. His first reaction to seeing this scene was that the Taoist had run away. So he rushed into the main hall without thinking, and then he saw a scene that frightened him. I saw a monster that was more than 2 meters tall, 5 or 6 meters long, with 2 horns on its back, and a body like a jackal lying in the hall. There were 2 heads on its neck. One was facing the young man, and it looked like the evil Fang Zuzi. The other head was fair and charming. Although it was only a side view, the young man still recognized who it belonged to, so he cried out, "Sister?" There were so few chapters, no one commented, and I had to temporarily adjust the plot order, so it was a few minutes late. Chapter 9 Encounter. In the main hall of the Golden Art Martial Arts School, Zhao Chen, who bought 10 calming incense sticks at once, shared his experience of entering tranquility with his master and senior brothers. Seeing that Huang Xianjun seemed to be in a good mood, he tentatively asked, "Master, can magic only be used by those who are at the level of magic power?" He wanted to find out what level of cultivation Fang Zuzi, who cursed the original owner to death, had. It is true that a serious spell can only be cultivated at the level of mana, but some crude spells can be performed by even witches and village men. However, the latter kind of spells are difficult to practice and easy to break, and there are many taboos. Most of them can be broken with black dog blood, boy's urine, etc., and they are of little value. At this point, Huang Xianjun glanced at Zhao Chen, as if he was afraid that this apprentice would go astray, and continued, "You want to ask, because you saw me use the golden art spell in the competition, right? But my situation is a little special. My master was also a leading figure in the Yuan sect. At a young age, he condensed more than 10 life spells, and the golden dart was only the most inconspicuous and the least powerful one among them. But after my master made a big mistake, and was abolished and expelled from the sect, the only spell that was left, and could be used, was the golden dart spell. But even so, with the current body to activate the spell, my master will have to pay a big price, which is also the reason why my master lost the competition in the end. This is the case with the spells that have been properly cultivated, not to mention those that rely on various external objects and are forcibly performed. Once the taboo is broken, the so-called taboo is some situations that need to be avoided when forcibly practicing spells. Some spells require the user not to eat beef and mutton, and some require that they must soak in the sea all year round, and so on. Once the taboo is broken, or there is a backlash, the caster will die immediately. It may even turn into a monster or evil spirit. Monster? Evil spirit? Zhao Chen was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the sequelae of the failure of the spell to backfire would be so serious. Because the source of many spells comes from evil spirits, after breaking the taboo or encountering backlash, the spell will reversely devour the master and transform into evil spirits. As for what evil spirits are, you should know it now. After a pause, the owner of the Huangxianjin Pavilion once again solemnly emphasized, in short, before the magic power realm, it is best not to touch the spell. If you need to fight, wouldn't it be better to use a musket? That power is much stronger than half-baked magic. Indeed, firearms can be regarded as powerful long-range attack spells. Although he agreed with this in his heart, Zhao Chen still pretended to be unwilling to give up and asked, are there no exceptions? Are there really no spells that can be used with true key or refining orifices? Of course there are exceptions. Although some spell-like abilities or superpowers are not as powerful as regular spells, there are indeed no restrictions on their use. However, in fact, the price to be paid may be much greater than the taboo. Speaking of this, Huangxianjin rarely frowned and sneered. Seeing that the master seemed to be in a bad mood, Zhao Chen tactfully did not ask any more questions, but changed the subject and talked about some difficulties encountered by the original owner when practicing the Tai 5 element fist. As a result, he received guidance from the master and senior brothers one by one. After all the problems were solved and the master picked up the teacup, Zhao Chen took the initiative to say goodbye and went to the door to meet the servant Feng Wu, who had inquired about the gossip and left the martial arts hall. The third senior brother Feng Kang sent the little junior brother all the way to the door of the martial arts hall and then turned back to the main hall and asked the master doubtfully, "Master, is it really necessary to give such a precious method to the little junior brother? With your strength, it should be quite easy to avoid being seen and go to the county town alone, and as long as you are fine, the Sand Snake gang will not dare to do anything to me and my junior brothers. Now we have an additional fire gun team to escort us. It seems safe, but the target is bigger." Hall Master Huangxianjin took a sip of tea, shook his head and said, "If I hadn't used the golden art in the previous competition, then what you said is indeed right. But with this useless body, forcibly using my innate magic will inevitably reduce my luck. Although I will be able to recover in a short time, my luck will be very bad in the next half month. That's why I have to rely on the power of your junior brother's family to escort you. After all, it's just a widely circulated secret book. The valuable part is my own translation and annotations. It's nothing to give it to him. Just regard it as the sincerity of a cooperation between the two families in the future. However, your junior brother is extremely talented and may reach the realm of magic in the future. That's why I gave him a few more pointers to prevent him from going astray." "I see." Feng Kang suddenly realized and then smiled and said, "Master, I thought you would introduce my junior brother to the Yuan sect. My Yuan sect is not short of 1 or 2 cultivation seeds. There is no need to be too attentive. And I just mentioned it so many times. If he wants to go, he will go, and I will not introduce more people to join the sect." As he said that, Huangxianjin's face darkened again. Seeing this, Feng Kang knew that he should not continue this topic, although he didn't know the reason, so he changed his topic and said something else. "Master, we are not businessmen. In fact, you don't have to accept the trade route to Dunhuang, and if you don't accept this compensation, the proposal of the Sand Snake gang to force us to leave the 2 towns and 1 village is unlikely to be passed. I know, but I vaguely feel that the atmosphere in the town is a little bit wrong. Staying here may be disadvantageous to me. In addition, my luck has been at a low point recently, so it is better to leave the Chijin area." Master Huangxianjin said solemnly. On the other side, Zhao Chen, who had left the martial arts gym, did not go home immediately. Instead, he strolled on the street, getting familiar with the customs and habits of this world, and casually said to the servant beside him, "Feng Wu, I remember you said yesterday that there was a chicken thief who specialized in stealing roosters in the east of the town." He had read the fragments of the secret record of the curse of Zhao and the introduction of the low-profile soul-destroying curse in the redemption list, and knew that the taboo of casting this spell was that you could not hear the crowing of roosters. The so-called chicken thief was most likely Fang Zuzi. Seeing his son asking, Feng Wu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, "Yes, there are not many families raising roosters in the east of the town, but they have been stolen one after another in recent months. Captain Crossing sent people to stake out, but the roosters were gone without them noticing. This case has not been solved yet. The detectives in the town are almost worried to death." It seems that Fang Zuzi is indeed not a serious mana master. Now that half of his soul is gone, he must have gone crazy or died. If he turned into a monster as the master said, nearly 10 hours have passed since last night, and he would have been discovered long ago. Thinking of this in his heart, Zhao Chen asked Feng Wu, do you know which family lost the chicken first? Yes, it was the backyard of the owner of Tuning Building. Feng Wu replied at first, but then reacted, and said in surprise, second young master, do you want to investigate the chicken thief? Take me to Tuning Building to have a look. Zhao Chen ordered directly. Feng Wu did not move, but looked at his own young master Chen strangely, and asked as if to confirm, second young master, are you really going to investigate the case? What? Is there a problem? Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows, realizing that Feng Wu's tone seemed a little wrong. Chunling lies on the next street. But that's a brothel. If my wife knew I took you to that kind of place, she would beat me to death. Feng Wu stammered in response. Brothel? The living standards of the residents in Bingquan town are better than I thought. Zhao Chen clicked his tongue a few times. Even though he didn't know much about this world, he knew that entertainment venues like this must be opened in prosperous areas. After all, only when you are well fed and warm can you think about that. No wonder Bingquan, Chijin, and Jinwen, the two towns, and one township in the Chijin mountain area, are headed by Bingquan town. After sighing for a while, Zhao Chen also gave up the idea of going to Chunling Lao to take a look. The reason why he insisted at the beginning was just to have a tenable reason, to report Aunt Mei to his cheap father. Even if he wanted to make up a lie, he had to conduct a field investigation first, right? He didn't really want to catch the demon himself. As a graduate student in archaeology, although he likes adventure, he is definitely not a reckless man. However, just as Zhao Chen was about to find another excuse, there was a commotion on the street, with screams and cries ringing out. Zhao Chen looked in the direction of the sound, and then he met three eyes full of hatred. Chapter 10 changes. A few minutes ago, in the east of the town, in the house of the demon Fang Zuzi, the young man surnamed Mei looked at the huge monster that looked like a jackal in front of him, and looked at the side of one of its heads, and couldn't help but screamed, "Sister? Didn't my sister go to Xiaoshan temple to burn incense? How did she appear here with Fang Zuzi? And she and Fang Zuzi became monsters together? Moreover, my sister should not know that demon. I have always been the one who made the connection. No. This is definitely not my sister. It's a monster. Yes, it's a monster that turned into my sister's appearance, trying to deceive me. This may be a trick of Fang Zuzi, the demon. I will never admit that my sister will become like this." The young man's mind was a mess at this time, with various thoughts intertwined, and he even forgot that he was in danger. Now the first priority is to escape. Of course, this is also because he is unwilling to believe the facts he sees in front of him, and he is trying his best to deny the biggest possibility of losing my sister. However, upon hearing his scream, the monster, which was over 5 meters long and filled the main hall, seemed to be awakened. Its head with the face of Fang Zuzi suddenly raised up, and its only remaining eye stared at the young man. Then, his face, which originally looked pretty good, twisted instantly, and his single eye exaggeratedly enlarged more than 10 times in an instant, almost occupying the entire face above the mouth. "It's all you. It's all you. If you hadn't asked me to cast the curse, I wouldn't have been backfired by the spell." He became more and more angry as he spoke. While supporting his body with 4 legs, a long horn on his back suddenly stood up and pointed at the young man like a sharp blade. The young man was so frightened by this change that he couldn't move at all. His brain went blank, and his body was left with only fear that penetrated deep into his bones. A stream of heat flowed from his crotch and flowed along his trouser legs to the ground. The only good news was that he could still stand because his back was against the door of the main hall. Just as the giant jackal-like monster stretched out one of its front legs, wanting to tear the young man to pieces, the other half of its body did not cooperate, and it fell flat on its back. Faced with this funny scene, the young man was not surprised at all, because the monster's other head with Aunt Mei's face finally turned around at this time. "Little brother, run, run, run." looking at the familiar face without any blood, listening to the other party's gentle but extremely anxious words as before, the young man surnamed Mary could no longer deceive himself. His tears instantly flowed from his eyes, and he shouted sister again in a hoarse voice. Run. I can't stop it anymore. It's Li Hu, revenge. Before she finished speaking, she could no longer maintain her sanity, and was completely swallowed by anger. Her beautiful eyes also enlarged and bulged like fangs Uzi, and her eye sockets were cracked. Li Hu? That's the name of the Zhenshao. Did the Zhenshao harm my sister? Yes, it must be that bitch Li Hu fanned the flames, so my sister wanted me to seek revenge on them. For some reason, the young man surnamed Mena's thoughts became clearer than ever before, and he also found his courage at this moment. He took a deep look at his sister who had completely turned into a monster, and then turned around and ran out of the yard, while her body had not yet recovered harmony. At the same time, the two heads of the giant jackal-like monster reached a consensus, and then raised their necks together and roared a woo. After this roar, it seemed to have finally broken through some shackles, directly broke through the wall, and entered the yard, and flew onto the roof of the house next door, searching for the young man who had escaped. Soon, it saw its target running into a busy street nearby, and blending into the crowd. The monster was naturally unwilling to let its prey escape, so it jumped up, leaped on the roofs of houses, and rushed straight to the street, crushing countless buildings along the way. Such a big movement naturally could not go unnoticed, and people were immediately terrified, screaming and crying one after another. But fortunately, the monster's first target was still the young man named Mary, and except for the unlucky guy who happened to be in its path, no one else was attacked. However, just as the monster was about to catch up with the young man, who had gone from oily to unkempt, it suddenly felt something and stopped. Then it stood on the roof of Tuning building and looked down at Zhao Chen who happened to pass by, and their eyes collided. The next moment, the monster's anger seemed to reach its peak, and the two horns on its back stood up together. If it weren't for you, the lady wouldn't have been injured during childbirth, wouldn't have died so early, and wouldn't have let that bitch surnamed Li in. And you actually let that bitch win you over with her small favors, and even called her mother. You deserve to die. Damn it. Damn it. Hysterical screams came from one of the monster's heads, full of hatred and malice. Although the other head didn't speak, its gaze towards Zhao Chen was even colder, as if the other party was its mortal enemy. Faced with this sudden scene, Zhao Chen remained calm and ran away without any hesitation. Although the appearance of the woman's head was distorted, it could still be roughly seen as the original owner's Aunt Mary, and what she said was also right. And the other head, as expected, was the demon Fang Zuzi. Fang Zuzi lost half of my soul because of the curse, and Aunt Mary seemed to be full of resentment towards the original owner. In a sense, I'm really their archenemy. If I don't run away now, I will be their snack. Besides, this place is not far from the Golden Art Martial Arts School. My master was once a master of magic power. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with such a monster, right? Zhao Chen, who had returned to the street where the martial arts school was located, saw that the monster was chasing closely and even jumped onto the eaves of a house in front. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't outrun it. So he immediately made a decision, put on the starting posture of Tai 5 element fist, then sank his ki into his danshan, opened his throat, and shouted with all his strength, Master Huang, help me. Because Zhao Chen was able to enter the quiet state, although he was not very skilled, his control over himself was better than before, so this cry for help was very effective, and people in the nearby streets could hear it. However, the monster didn't care whether the enemy called for help or not. When it saw Zhao Chen stop, the two long horns on its back suddenly condensed into black light, and a spell-like spell was about to take shape. But at this moment, with two gunshots, bang, bang, two blood flowers bloomed on the monster's two heads one after another, making it scream in pain, and the spell condensed on its back was also interrupted, and the black light disappeared in an instant. Then, a tall and upright old man rushed out of the yard holding a long musket with a bayonet on the top, while covering Zhao Chen's retreat, pulling the bolt, preparing for the next round of shooting. The one who fired the gun was Huang Xianjun, the owner of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall. Since the musket became popular as a conventional weapon in the martial arts world more than 100 years ago, the gunfighting skills of various schools have long been a must-learn item for martial artists, and the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall is no exception. The reason why Huang Xianjun did not use a fire gun when fighting with the yellow gunner was, firstly, because his own martial arts were very open and closed, and it was not well matched with fire guns. It was okay to deal with ordinary people, but it was a bit like using one's own weakness to deal with Jia Xingming, who was nicknamed Gunner. Secondly, Huang was very confident in his golden dart spell, and felt that he could win without a fire gun. Unfortunately, he did not expect that the yellow gunner had not only cultivated true ki, but also opened his eyes. Seeing the master coming with a gun, Zhao Chen was relieved and reminded Huang Xianjun, "Master, this monster seems to be unable to walk, it can only jump." This was the result he observed while running away just now. As an archaeology student who was addicted to the Tomb Raider series of movies, he had imagined countless times how to correctly turn when he encountered danger. And when the crisis really came, these things were actually used. It was only then that Zhao Chen realized that he did not feel much fear when facing such a terrifying monster. Instead, he was calm and excited. Was this the change brought to me by the half-traveling merchant? Merchants must remain calm at all times in order to calculate gains and losses. Zhao Chen had a sudden realization. Chapter 11, Red Cloud Sword. At present, this so-called half-travel merchant position has brought me 3 benefits. First, and most importantly, it has given me some permissions to the Dairi Xingcha, and I can use some of its functions. Second, it has slightly improved my soul strength and reached the standard of entering tranquility. Third, it is what I just discovered, which allows me to enter a special calm state when encountering an emergency, shielding some of my fears, so that I can better calculate the gains and losses. Of course, this calculation is also based on my own level, and it will not improve, nor is it absolutely correct. In addition, emotions such as excitement and excitement are attained. This is probably because when people are excited, they will secrete adrenaline, which makes their thinking more agile, helps to calculate gains and losses, and make decisions that are more beneficial to themselves. While thinking in his heart, Zhao Chen followed his master and kept retreating, and soon retreated to the corner of the street. He did not try to escape while Huang Xianjun, the owner of the hall, was blocking the monster. After all, the other party was obviously coming for him. Once he was attacked, after leaving his master might not be able to rescue him in time. Bang, bang, 2 more gunshots. Huang Xianjun hit the monster's 2 heads again, beating it to a bloody mess, screaming. However, this could not stop the monster's pace. It jumped and stood on the high wall of the martial arts hall on the corner of the street. At this time, Zhao Chen and the other person were only a dozen steps away from the monster. The strong smell of blood on the other side was smelt, as if it only needed one attack to kill the master and apprentice. But Huang Xianjun was not panicked. After firing the last bullet, he reached out and grabbed the apprentice's arm, then suddenly jumped and took him into the window of a shop on the street. At the same time, on the other side of the street corner, a row of soldiers had already picked up long muskets and aimed at the jackal-like monster standing on the wall. Shoot! As the captain of the squad waved the flag in his hand, more than a dozen muskets fired at the same time, instantly punching blood holes in the monster. The monster finally sobered up a little from its anger after feeling the pain and wanted to escape from here first, but then it was horrified to find that it was bound by some force without knowing it, and it could not move at all. For a moment, this huge and terrifying monster seemed to have become a target, allowing the soldiers to pour bullets on it. Bang, bang, bang. When the dense sound of frying beams reached the 4th round, the monster's screams and roars disappeared. Zhao Chen also leaned out from behind his master at this time and looked at the wall of the martial arts hall through the broken window. He saw that the monster looked extremely miserable, with bloody bullet holes all over its body, and even its limbs had been broken, and its 2 heads were completely torn apart, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, it was like a charred piece of meat, curled up on the wall, motionless, as if it was dead. Seeing this, the team leader also raised the flag and asked the soldiers to stop shooting. Just when everyone thought that the matter was over, the horns on the monster's back stood up again, squeezing out the little life left, allowing the black light to quickly condense and turn into a black blade visible to the naked eye, slashing at Zhao Chen and Huang Xianjun, who were hiding in a roadside shop. The blade was extremely fast, not much slower than a bullet, and had a large range, making it difficult to dodge. Huang Xianjun sighed. He couldn't bear to see his own disciple die in front of him, especially when he still had some strength left, so he had to forcefully activate his life spell and use the golden art to block the black blade. But at this moment, a fiery red sword light arrived first, shattering the black blade with just one strike, then circling in the air, and then directly inserted into the position between the monster's two long horns. The next moment, a flash of fire suddenly appeared and quickly engulfed the monster's entire body. In just a dozen seconds, only an eyeball the size of a tennis ball and the ashes under the eyeball that were still warm were left on the courtyard wall. The red sword light rolled up the eyeballs and rose into the air again, and finally fell into the hands of a woman in her 20s, turning into a seemingly ordinary longsword. The woman had a beautiful face and graceful demeanor, and was wearing a red official uniform. She looked heroic, yet feminine. Seeing that the woman appeared and completely solved the monster, a burly middle-aged man in a purple robe stepped out from behind the musket team, walked up and bowed, saying, "It turns out that it is the demon subduer Lord Yan who has come. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Thanks to your help, my grandson was able to be saved." The woman surnamed Yan waved her hand and said with a smile, "Don't be polite, lordly. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is the job of us Taoists. In addition, Xiaoling and I are good friends and you're junior. You can just call me Hangxia." She paused here, looked at Zhao Chen and Huang Xianjun, who had already walked out of the street shops, and continued, "What's more, even if I didn't take action, Lord Huang should be able to block the blade. Li Xiaoling is the concubine's daughter who guards Li Lake and Zhao Chen's stepmother. Don't flatter me, Hangxia girl. That is a blade that targets the soul. I will be seriously injured if I want to block it." Huang Xianjun had very good hearing and heard the words of the demon slayer named Yan Hangxia from afar. He smiled bitterly and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years. Hangxia, you have already achieved magical powers. It seems that you have also cultivated the Red Emperor Nourishing Essence Sword Key." Hangxia, it was also by chance that she got a piece of Balianjin with earth fire energy, and she was lucky enough to succeed. After Yan Hangxia said modestly, she looked at Zhao Chen, who was following Huang Xianjun for a few times, but did not speak to him. Instead, she turned to the guard Li Hu and said, "I came to Bingquan town this time at the invitation of Xiaoling and her husband, to investigate the evil organization that may be involved in a concubine in her mansion. Who would have thought that, as soon as I arrived today, I would encounter an evil creature committing a crime. I didn't intend to show up, I only secretly used the spell Zhiguangnet to control the actions of the monster, so as not to alarm the mastermind behind the scenes, but it was eventually exposed. So now we must fight fast. I ask you to immediately send the soldiers in the town to surround the small mountain temple that Aunt Mei of the Zhao family often goes to, and help me arrest the evil forces that may be entrenched there." "Okay." Li Hu, the town guard, nodded without hesitation. Then, he looked at Huang Xianjun again, and said to the old owner in a sincere tone, "Please help me take care of my grandson, Master Huang. My apprentice, I will protect him." Huang Xianjun said, holding a long-handled musket in one hand and stroking his beard with the other. After Yan Hangxia and Li Hu led people to leave the street in front of the martial arts hall and headed out of the city, Zhao Chen also called the servant Feng Guo, who risked running over to see the situation, and followed the master back to the main hall of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall. Until then, Zhao Chen opened his mouth to ask, "Master, who was that female hero just now?" The fragrance of silk stockings condenses into green mist, and the golden hairpin turns into a sword and spits out red clouds. She is a 7th ranked Taoist official of the court, deputy envoy to subdue demons, and red cloud sword Yan Hangxia. She is also the niece of Flying Eagle of the Desert Yansen among the 7 heroes of the Southern Desert, but she, as a niece, is much more powerful than her uncle now. Huang Xianjun clicked his tongue twice and continued. Actually, I have some friendship with Flying Eagle of the Desert, so I gave that little girl some pointers back then. Who would have thought that after many years of absence, the little girl back then has become a powerful person and has mastered at least 3 innate spells. In addition, the little girl's mother is also from the Li family's side branch, so she was able to learn the Red Emperor Yang Yuan sword from the Li family's 5 Emperor's sword techniques. Unfortunately, she is not a direct descendant of the Li family and cannot learn the other 4 sword techniques. It is impossible for her to achieve supernatural powers with this, so she can only find another way. It turns out that after all the twists and turns, it is related to the prestigious Zhangai Li family. So, if you count it this way, I can actually be barely related to this Red Cloud sword, right? After Zhao Chen complained a few words in his heart, he asked with some doubt, are you friends with Yan San? Why would Yan San's apprentice Yellow Gunner help the Sand Snake to challenge you? I'm also a little surprised. But Jia Xingming is not Yan San's formal apprentice, not even a registered disciple, so there is no taboo. Huang Xianjun stroked his beard and did not dwell on this topic and asked, tell me what happened to you? You can't let me fight a mutant monster, and I don't know why. Yes, master. Zhao Chen also wanted to hear the opinion of the master, an old man in the world, so he began to selectively tell about his discoveries in the past 2 days. In a secret room on the west side of the town, near the entrance of Chijin Mountain, more than a dozen mysterious people covered in black robes stood on both sides of a long table. They first paid homage to the 4 statues covered by black cloth in the room, and then sat down. After a few seconds of silence, a slightly charming female voice was the first to sound. The plan is going smoothly. The base of Xingyang Temple in the town has been eliminated by Yan Hangxia, and Fang Zuzi from the Zhangxing Society has also been regarded as a member of the Xingyang Temple group. He should no longer arouse suspicion. The Zhao family in Bingquan Town, the Chen family in Shijin Town, and the Lan family in Jinwen Township have all fallen into our control. Soon, the leader of the Sand Snake Gang and the head of the town will also be replaced by our people. When the old man from the Golden Art Martial Arts School goes to the county city, the Chijin Mountain area will be completely under our control. The only trouble now is to guard the town. Chapter 12 Conspiracy. Hearing her words, all the black-robed people present were silent for nearly half a minute. The man sitting opposite the woman said in a grim tone, the person in charge is from the Li family, and the Li family is a prestigious family with a land immortal in the Dongsuan realm. If the heads of the 4 evil halls come, they will naturally not be afraid. But what about us? Once we encounter someone from the Li family, we will have to escape as soon as possible. How can we secretly excavate the remains of the Demon King in the Red Gold Mountain? Besides, you haven't even dealt with Li, the mistress of the Zhao family, so how dare you plan to guard the place? I think we need to think long term about this matter and not act rashly. Fortunately, Fang Zuzi was killed by an unexpected backlash, and this situation cannot be detected by soul search or spiritual communication. The information he reported to the All-Stars Association was intercepted by us, and the news of his discovery of the ruins has not leaked out. Yan Hangxia's investigation of him was also misled to the Xingyang Temple, thinking that he just wanted to seize the Zhao family's ancestral Taishangan Yingdan to return to the realm of magic power. We still have plenty of time to slowly plan. Before he finished speaking, the woman who had spoken before sneered and said, little snake, you are really a coward. No matter how powerful the Li family is, it is impossible for them to invest too much energy in a side branch. What's more, I just want to control him, just like I have charmed the head of the Zhao family now, and I have no intention of killing him. As for Li, what kind of knowledge can she have as a concubine who was forced to marry in her teens? When I have complete control over her husband and father, and then use her children as hostages, even if she finds something wrong, what can she do? You should believe in my planning ability. You should know that I instigated Aunt Mei, making her gradually become extreme and hate Li and Zhao Chen. Then she was used by Fang Zuzi who wanted to steal the elixir, and finally put the blame on Xingyang Temple. With the help of Yan Hangxia, the whole process of clearing out all the remaining organizational forces in Bingquan Town, except ours, was my handiwork. Listening to herself boasting, the black-robed man called Little Snake retorted disdainfully, "Female fox, what you said sounds good, but that's just your luck. In your original plan, there was no item about being cursed by Fang Zuzi and being backfired into a monster, right? If it weren't for Boss Hu to help you clean up the mess, Fang Zuzi might have encountered an accident. You still have the nerve to brag about your planning ability? In addition, you haven't found the key to the ruins that fell into the hands of the Zhao family. Without the key, what can we do? Even if we occupy 2 towns and a township, we still can't open the Demon King's ruins." Hearing this, the female fox immediately became angry and said, "The key to the ruins must have been lost a long time ago. Judging from the appearance of the other keys, they are probably not very eye-catching. If it weren't for Miss Feng's divination, we wouldn't know it was in the Zhao family. Who knows where the Zhao family put it? Don't we have to look for it slowly? Besides, I originally advocated silencing Fang Zuzi directly, but you insisted on being cautious, afraid of this and that, and wanted to kill him through the hands of others, which led to the accident. Finally, I just can't stand your timid look. You are so hesitant to deal with an old man from a martial arts gym whose magic power has been abolished. Behind him is the Yuan sect that has even lost the Dangsuan level, right?" The black-clothed man known as Little Snake sneered and refuted one by one. First of all, although the Yuan sect currently does not have any land immortals at the Dangsuan level, there are many magical power cultivators, and there is the Yuan mountain splitting axe, a sect stabilizing weapon, and although Huang Xianjun has left his master, he is still on good terms with many magic power masters in the Yuan sect. Are you really not afraid to kill him? Secondly, according to the information I have investigated, Huang Xianjun was also a person who forged the magical power. Although his magic power has been abolished, and his foundation has been destroyed, his realm is still there. If you want to control him, you must be a grand master in the realm of magical power. Moreover, if he sacrifices his life, he may be able to reproduce his magical power. Will you take on the king who opens the mountain at that time? Again, Fang Zuzi is a member of the All-Stars Society. It is normal for him to be killed by the Taoist official. The All-Stars Society will not investigate it after knowing it. But if he dies in Bingquan Town for unknown reasons, it will inevitably attract the investigation of the All-Stars Society. At that time, our interception of intelligence may be discovered, and then the secret of the ruins in the Red Gold Mountain will be exposed. Even your original plan was very risky. Fortunately, we are lucky. Your reckless behavior of testing Zhao Chen's companion magic weapon actually helped us improve the plan." Before he finished speaking, the fox slammed the table and roared, "Are you looking for death, you stupid snake? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Your charm and instigation are useless to me." The little snake was not willing to be outdone. Just when the two were on the verge of a fight, the man sitting in the top position suddenly said, "Okay, the quarrel ends here. This party is not for you to quarrel." His voice was not loud, but it was full of majesty, making people obey unconsciously. Hearing this, the fox and the snake were shocked at the same time, and then bowed their heads and said, "Yes, Lord Tiger." Seeing that they were no longer tit for tat, the tiger nodded with satisfaction. He first glanced at the snake and said lightly, "It was my decision to test Zhao Chen's companion magic weapon." The snake froze and glanced at the fox, who had already revealed a smug look, and hurriedly said, "It turns out that everything was expected by you, Lord Tiger. You really have a plan. No need to flatter me. I'm also taking advantage of the situation." Although Lord Tiger said this, it can be heard from his pleasant tone that he still likes this kind of flattery. He paused, looked at the fox again, and asked, "Are you sure that Zhao Chen's companion magic weapon, the red pen, is not the key?" "Yes, I checked Zhao Chen carefully while he was asleep. The companion magic weapon has disappeared. According to what he said, it suddenly turned into dust. I guess it was damaged because it blocked Fang Zuzi's curse. And the reason why Fang Zuzi was backfired and alienated is probably due to the red pen." The fox replied respectfully. The so-called companion magic weapon refers to the items that the baby brings out of the womb when it is born. Those items often have various magical powers and cannot leave the host. This situation is not uncommon in this world. Well, I have a general understanding of the situation. Tiger nodded slightly, then he looked around the long table and said carefully, regarding the problem of dealing with the guard, I have already had preliminary ideas, but they are not yet perfected. We will discuss it at the next meeting. Now our top priority is to recover the items that Fang Zuzi took from the periphery of the ruins and sold in the county city and Dunhuang. This matter is the responsibility of Bear and Crocodile. Make sure it is done cleanly and do not arouse suspicion. Yes, Lord Tiger. The two black-robed men immediately stood up and responded. In the main hall of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall. After listening to Zhao Chen's story, the owner Huang Xianjun frowned and asked back, are you saying that the feng shui pattern of your house, including the room in the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall, has been tampered with by your aunt? Today there will be additional updates in the early morning. Chapter 13, Demons. In response to Huang Xianjun's question, Zhao Chen nodded affirmatively and said, yes, master. He had just told the other party everything he had experienced and speculated in the past 2 days, except for the big sun star chariot. After all, judging from the action of Master Huang risking his life to save him just now, although the owner of the Golden Art Martial Arts School likes to show off and brag, his character is still excellent, and he really cares for his apprentice. Then there are some problems. Your bedroom at home is okay. After all, you used to trust that aunt quite a lot, and as a stepmother who is only a few years older than you, it is not easy for Xialing girl to control the affairs of your room. As for your father, he will not care about the layout of a room in the backyard. But even the room in my martial arts school has been interfered with. That's different. Huang Xianjun frowned and said carefully, what do you mean? Although Zhao Chen's brain is not slow, and he has obtained many memories of the original owner, there is still a layer of separation, and he cannot react to some things. Your aunt can't leave the house easily. If she wants to interfere in the affairs outside, she must ask someone for help, and with Xialing's ability to manage the household, she can't be unaware of it, and if she knows, it means that your father knows. I see. No wonder Li Zhenshao came so quickly. No wonder Hangsha Sword said that it came at the invitation of your father and Xialing. They must have discovered it a long time ago. At this point, Huang Xianjun suddenly stopped because he felt that if he continued to talk, he might be suspected of making trouble and provoking family discord. They had discovered that there was a problem around the original owner a long time ago, but they allowed Aunt Mei to change the feng shui pattern, infringe on the original owner's luck, and provide a basis for Fang Zuzi to curse the original owner. They were using their son's life as bait to find out the identity and purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes. After understanding the unfinished meaning of his master's words, Zhao Chen felt a little disappointed and a little sad for the original owner. It's fine that his stepmother is not close to him, but he doesn't even mention that his biological mother's maid wants to kill him. Even his biological father only thinks about fishing and doesn't care about his safety at all. Your father must know that you have magic weapon that can resist the curse, so he allowed your aunt's actions. In addition, that Aunt Mei is a maid next to your biological mother after all. Your father may also want to find solid evidence before taking her down. Otherwise you and your brother will inevitably think that it was Xialing who framed you. Huang Xianjun helped find a few reasons, which gave Zhao Chen some comfort, although he didn't agree with Zhao Song's approach in his heart. Master, I understand. Zhao Chen nodded, and he did not look lost or sad. He really did not have those emotions. After all, he was traveled here. Wouldn't it be a good thing if relatives were not close to each other? Huang Xianjun didn't know what Zhao Chen was thinking. After looking at him with pity, he changed the subject and said, I guess it is very likely that the evil people from the Xinjiang temple are behind your aunt. Xinjiang temple. Zhao Chen's heart moved when he heard the new term. He pretended to be diverted and asked curiously, what is that? Xinjiang Temple is a secret organization in the Great Xia martial arts world that worships evil spirits. Similar organizations include the Four Evil Halls, Moon Worship Sect, All Stars Society, Yaomu Academy, Dragon King Temple, and so on. Although the demons they worship are different, their philosophies are extremely evil and corrupt. They often commit various tragedies and are the enemies of all mankind. A large part of the reason why the Great Zire established the Taoist official system is to deal with their threats. Huang Xianjun stroked his beard and said solemnly, demons. Could it be those indescribable things I saw outside the world when I traveled here? Do these evil organizations worship them? Well, it's a pity that I have forgotten what I saw specifically at the time. Otherwise I might be able to match them with the names of these secret organizations mentioned by the master. When Zhao Chen was thinking, Huang Xianjun continued, according to what you said, your aunt was not so extreme before, and was very good to you, but after she turned into a monster just now, she was extremely resentful of your birth and your behavior of changing your words. This is in line with the means of Xing'an Temple to play with people's hearts and make emotions and desires extreme. Moreover, in the current inland of Daxia, except for the random appearance of weirdness, only the demons of Xing'an Temple are more common. The rest of the 4 evil halls and All Stars Club have been hit so hard that they dare not show up, and even the demons they worship are mostly sealed. Sealed? Then it is unlikely to be those outside the world. After all, they cannot come in yet. Could it be those indescribable followers sent to invade the world? Thinking of this, Zhao Chen tentatively asked, Master, what is a demon? Huang Xianjun hesitated when he heard it, but after a moment he organized his sentences and replied, demons and demons are just general terms. You should not know their specific names and origins now. Although just hearing the names is not a big problem in the heart of Daxia, it may still attract bad things. Well, you only need to know that the weakest demons have levels of magical powers, and the most powerful are comparable to Taoist masters. And the members of those evil organizations are basically slaves and followers collected by various demons. There are not many who have reached the level of Dongsun, and the vast majority are in the 5th level of Dongsun. This is also terrifying. Okay. No wonder the cheap dad would rather sacrifice his son to find out the other party's purpose first. After all, being targeted by such an organization is simply unsettling. However, no matter what, this cheap dad was too heartless. As an outsider, I can understand it, but the original owner probably can't accept it, so just try to have less contact in the future. Thinking of this in his heart, Zhao Chen remembered the Xing'an Temple mentioned by his master, and asked with interest, why are the monsters in Xing'an Temple more common? Because except for the one worshipped by Xing'an Temple, the monsters worshipped by other secret organizations are either crazy or stupid. Only a few have normal intelligence. Most of them will show their power wantonly as soon as they appear, so they were naturally eradicated by the major sects and families early on. And under the influence of the upper level evil spirits, the personalities of those members of the organization often have great flaws. They are prone to extremes, and impulsiveness and irritability are common. It is impossible for them to carry out detailed planning, and it is easy for them to be discovered by the patrolling Taoist officials. So I tend to think that your aunt's incident was planned by the Xing'an Temple behind the scenes. After all, there were no obvious flaws before your accident. Your father was able to detect it because Fang Zhu's methods were too poor. Well, I guess he might be from the 4 evil hall. After all, he has a tendency to become a scornful person after being backlashed. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is from other organizations. After all, it is normal for the lower level personnel of these evil organizations to learn some other evil spells. Although they were taken as slaves by the evil spirits and their future fate is basically determined, it does not mean that they are loyal to the evil spirits. There is another chapter in the middle of the night. Chapter 14 Silver Moon. This world is more colorful than I thought. Unfortunately, I'm weak and don't even have the qualifications to learn more about it. At night, Zhao Chen, sitting in front of the desk, admired the painting of Yu the Great controlling the flood copied by the original owner on the wall, and recalled the fascinating stories of the martial arts world that his master had told him before. Even though his master repeatedly exaggerated the horror and strangeness of the evil spirits in his words, Zhao Chen still couldn't be scared, but instead aroused his strong interest. As a graduate student who took the initiative to choose archaeology, Zhao Chen initially wanted to follow his mentor, to dig out 1 or 2 zangzi. Unfortunately, he never got his wish. The sword cuts the evil dragon to clear the dam, and the axe splits the willow to shake the sky. Staring at the couplet on the desk, Zhao Chen thought excitedly, according to my master, this is the poem of the ancestor of the Yuan sect. When will I have such a domineering name? However, although I'm still a weak chicken now, in the future, there will be a place for me, Zhao, in the martial arts world of Daxia. After making a very childish declaration in his heart, Zhao Chen gradually calmed down and prepared to try to enter tranquility again. Before going to bed, on the one hand, to verify the effect of the calming incense that his master sold him, and on the other hand, to go to the big sun star chariot to see if the original owner's commission had been completed. After all, the monsters transformed by Fang Zuzi and Aunt Mei had been killed by the Xingcha sword, and all his direct enemies were killed, so it was time to avenge himself. But at this moment, the servant Feng Wu walked in, after knocking on the door, holding a bag in his hand. Since Feng Wu dared to follow him, even when he was being chased by the monster, Zhao Chen now trusted him more, so he asked in a gentle tone, Feng Wu, what's the matter? Second young master, the madam sent something to you. While Feng Wu was speaking, he handed the bag in his hand to Zhao Chen. Madam? The stepmother of the original owner? What can she give me? While wondering, Zhao Chen opened the bag, and then took out a silver musket with a longer barrel than a normal revolver. In addition, there were 2 boxes of bullets. One of the boxes contained 12 rounds, all of which were yellow copper shelled fixed bullets, and the other box had a yellow talisman on it, and through the transparent glass lid, you could vaguely see a red bullet inside. Sister Lichen, who brought the bag, said that madam was worried that you would be in danger again, so she gave you this revolver for self-defense. Among the 2 boxes of bullets, one is just an ordinary bullet, and the other is a magic bullet, which contains the power of a blow from the Xingcha sword. But that bullet must be fired within half a minute after the talisman on the box is removed, otherwise the power will become weaker and weaker, and it will completely become an ordinary bullet after 1 minute. Madam originally wanted to give you this musket as a parting gift when you set off for the county town, but now the situation is special, so I sent it here in advance. Feng Wu stuttered and repeated the words of the maid in the madam's courtyard, without any of her usual chatter. This stepmother is very good at dancing with long sleeves, and taking care of everything. She can even take care of the feelings of my stepson better than the original owner's father. No matter whether she really cares about me, or just wants to repair the rift in the family, caused by this incident, this gift is what I need most at the moment. Anyway, I accept this favor. Zhao Chen pretended to ponder for a moment, and then ordered Feng Wu, I accept this gift. You go tell Lichen to let her express my gratitude to my mother on my behalf. Yes, second young master. Feng Wu saw that his young master accepted the gift, responded happily, and turned and left the room. He is also a loser. He can't even speak properly when he goes to see a little maid. Zhao Chen cursed in his heart, and then he couldn't put it down, and played with the silver revolver. After a while, he opened a box of ordinary bullets, and loaded the yellow bullets into the revolver. Snap. He closed the revolver, put the musket into the matching gun bag, and hung it around his waist. Zhao Chen, who had traveled and adventured in many countries, was no stranger to firearms. He only needed to get familiar with it a little, before he regained his feel. Then, he took a few deep breaths to calm down, then lit a calming incense, and posed in the Tai 5 element fist, and began to try to calm down. After more than 10 seconds, perhaps the calming incense really worked, Zhao Chen successfully regained the feeling in the morning, and outlined the charm of the 9 Yaos golden seal in his mind. The next moment, he found himself back in the big sun star chariot, and sat on the seat made of 6 golden dragons. Success. Zhao Chen muttered to himself as he checked his body, and found that the gun bag, ammunition box and revolver in the gun bag were all brought into the star chariot. Can real objects be brought in? No, maybe just projections, just like the clothes I'm wearing. Zhao Chen didn't care too much. He stretched out his right hand, and clicked the jade book on the desk in front of him. Then, as expected, he saw 2 new items in the items for sale column. Famous gun, Silver Moon, made by Dunhuang gunsmith Tao Zhao. Within 15 steps, its power is comparable to the full force of an ordinary 7-orifice monk. The standard recycling price of the star chariot is 40 star coins. Hangxia Bullet, which seals Yan Hangxia's innate spell Chidi Yangyu and Sword Key, has 50% of the power of this spell. The standard recycling price of the Star Chariot is 30 star coins. The price of that revolver is even more expensive than the bullet that sealed the Hangxia sword. Zhao Chen was a little surprised at first. After all, he had seen with his own eyes how strong Yan Hangxia's sword energy was. The monster that could not be killed by more than a dozen fire guns was burned to ashes by her sword. But combined with the teachings of his master in the past 2 days, he immediately reacted. Since the master named Tao Zhao could improve the revolver and make it more powerful, it means that he has mastered the principle of making guns, and the knowledge in this world is toxic. Improvements involving principles will inevitably suffer from various contaminations, and the value will naturally be higher. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen turned the jade book to the mortgage page of the original owner, and found that the original owner's memories had become exchangeable, but his soul and the calligraphy, painting and other abilities he had learned over the past 10 years were still in a mortgage state. In other words, the Dairi Xingcha does not recognize that I have avenged the original owner. Do I have to wait until all the people in Xingyang Temple are arrested? Fortunately, the original owner's memory has been completely unlocked, so nothing else matters. As for the 250 star coins I owe as an introduction fee, I can offset it by selling the secret record of Kigan and the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and J Chamber in my master's annotations. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Blind Box and Bodhisattva. After thinking for a while, Zhao Chen no longer hesitated and directly chose to exchange the original owner's memory. Since this commodity is in a mortgaged state and the conditions for obtaining it have been met, there is no need to pay extra star coins. With a flash of golden light, the original owner's memory item in the list disappeared. However, Zhao Chen, who was about to receive the memory, felt nothing, as if he had exchanged for loneliness. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that he suddenly understood the original owner's memory of more than 10 years was too huge, and directly receiving it might cause schizophrenia. So the Star Chariot arranged the memory pictures in batches in the dream, and a part of it could be obtained every day after falling asleep. It's quite considerate of me, but this habit of suddenly stuffing hints into my brain is not very good, Zhao Chen complained. But he had already been bound to this Dairi Star Chariot and could do nothing about it. After a sigh, Zhao Chen opened the sellable list and casually sold the secret record of Kigan and the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and J Chamber in the master's annotations. Anyway, this was just selling knowledge and had no effect on the secret books in reality. The two knowledge earned a total of 410 star coins, but because the 250 needed to be deducted, the actual income was only 160 star coins. With money, there was naturally an urge to shop. Zhao Chen clicked his fingers and turned to the product list page of the Jade Book, looking at the few skills and items that could be exchanged. The fragment of secret record of the Curse of Jiaozi. The book that records the spells used by Fang Zuzi to curse me, but it costs 300? I can't afford it. Pass. The True Key volume of Jidu Star Divine Method. This seems to be a basic skill at the same level as secret record of Kigan and the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and J Chamber. Unfortunately, it costs 400, which is also unaffordable. Pass. A low profile version of the soul destroying and soul snatching curse spell. 80 star coins. Although I can afford it, this is a one-time skill and must be used immediately after it is exchanged. I don't have to fight the enemy now, and seeing Fang Zuzi's miserable end, I dare not use it to harm others. The risk is too high. Pass. The residual soul of the evil Fang Zuzi. 130 star coins are available, but I don't know how to refine souls, and I don't have the magical power to capture souls and send generals, so it's useless to buy it. Pass. The following is the blind box, that is, the Fang Zuzi's life memory fragment, 50 each time. This is worth considering. If you draw valuable content, you will make a lot of money. Well, this is to be determined. The next one is The secret record of key movement of the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber? Isn't this the one I just exchanged for Xingcha? It's on the shelf now. The price is 800. It's doubled directly. It's really unfair. Although Zhao Chen guessed that the things he exchanged for Xingcha would be priced higher if he wanted to buy them back, he didn't expect it to be so high. As if sensing what he was thinking, the Jade book automatically switched to the introduction page of the secret book, which read, "The essence of the secret record of key circulation in the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber lies in the Teichu Golden Jade Guidance Method, a fundamental mental method written in ancient cloud seal. Only by perfectly understanding this passage of the great Dao text can one obtain the true meaning of Teichu and cultivate 5 immortal spiritual ki. This technique is now a perfect translation of ancient cloud seal. The translation itself is worth 400 star coins, plus the original 400 star coins, a total of 800 star coins. Translation. Dairi Xingcha actually has the function of interpreting texts. According to the master, although people with a certain level of strength and a transformation of the soul can preliminarily interpret the great Dao texts, because the content of the great Dao texts cannot be determined in advance, the risk is too high, and in fact few cultivators are willing to do this job. Professional interpreters are even more dangerous professions. Generally, only monks who are about to die, or have nowhere else to go, are willing to do this. Monks like Master Huang, whose foundation has been destroyed, are just amateurs and only dare to interpret great Dao texts such as the secret record of key movement in the 12 doors of the Golden Tower and Jade Chamber, which are generally recognized as safe. When I have enough star coins, can I use this mechanism of Dairi Xingcha to set up a stall to interpret texts and get other people's advanced skills and spells for free? In addition, practicing the Teichu Jinryu guidance method translated by Xingcha can refine a breath of 5 immortal spiritual ki. TSK, this sounds like a high-end product. It seems that I have to find a way to save more star coins, buy it back, and then use this skill to build a foundation for 100 days. At present, things related to cultivation, as well as knowledge related to principles and laws, can be sold at a good price. But strangely, the knowledge I mastered in my previous life cannot be sold. I don't know why. With his thoughts turning quickly, Zhao Chen finally straightened out his thoughts and planned the next stage of his goals. Although there are still some questions that have not been solved, since he has no clue, he will not think too much and continue to look at the list of Jade books. However, the last line of the list is the perfect translation of the secret record of key circulation in the 12 doors of the Golden Building and Jade Chamber, and there is no other content afterwards. The master's translation version is not on it. It seems that Xingcha has determined that I will not repurchase it. This thing is really realistic. After shaking his head slightly and pretending to complain for the master, Zhao Chen turned his attention back to the blind box. No, it was the Fang Zhu's life memory fragment. 50 a time. How about trying it first and trying your luck? Zhao Chen was a little eager to try it out. After all, other things were either unaffordable or useless, which made this thing particularly charming. Well, my mission to avenge the original owner has not been completely completed. Maybe there are relevant clues in Fang Zhu's memory. After all, so far, the identity of the mastermind is only guessed by my master and I, and there is no solid evidence. What if there are other inside stories or people hiding deeper? After finding an excuse to convince himself, Zhao Chen was relieved and exchanged a blind box with peace of mind. As his balance dropped from 160 to 110, a small courtyard suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Chen. 20 or so teenagers aged 12 or 13 were neatly arranged in the courtyard. They stood straight, and each of them looked forward with concentration, and there was an old man teaching there. Star God descends. Fate is unpredictable. Since the Star God descended 20,000 years ago, the fate of everything in our Zuanshan realm is no longer completely certain. Although he brought chaos, he also brought opportunities. The reason why Taixio Daojin of the Daoxman was able to reach the supreme realm of immortals above Shengxuan is also due to this. Therefore, in ancient times, the worship of the Star God by the All-Stars Association was not actually feared by the upper sects and aristocratic families at that time. But because the star god has not appeared in the world for a long time, demons and evil spirits have entered the All-Stars Association in the name of Jiddu and Luohao, and many traitors have turned to each other for profit. Even the two vice presidents have become the followers of demons and evil spirits, and the president just disappeared at this time. This is why our All-Stars Association has become an evil organization wanted by the court. Children, you must stick to your original intentions. Don't be confused by demons and evil spirits. Work hard to practice, strive to rectify the chaos, and rebuild the glory of our All-Stars Association. At this point, the picture began to distort, blur, and disappear. This virtual reality-like experience ended, and Zhao Chen's eyes turned into a desk with a seal, a book, and a brush. So Fang Zuzi is a member of the All-Stars Society. Master guessed wrong. And judging from his style of behavior, he probably didn't stick to his original intention as the old man expected, and has turned to the evil. In addition, Daojin actually refers to the level above the Shengxuan realm. I only heard Master's description before, and I thought it was the name of the Shengxuan realm. Zhao Chen quickly refined what he had just seen. After a little weighing, he felt that the 50 star coins were not a loss. Some of the knowledge mentioned in this memory might not be known by Master. Then the question is, do you want to try again? Maybe this time you can get information about the original owner's murder? Zhao Chen struggled for a few seconds, and convinced himself again, and put another 50 star coins into the blind box. This time, a dark room appeared in front of him, and a dozen people whose faces could not be seen sat together, buying or selling items and information one by one. At this time, Zhao Chen saw Fang Zuzi stand up, and take out a scroll from his arms. When the scroll was unfolded, a picture of the compassionate Avalokitesvara holding a pure bottle and looking solemn appeared inside. Zhao Chen's eyes began to observe the picture along with the others present. At first glance, there was nothing special, but after careful examination, Zhao Chen realized that from a certain angle, the eyes of the Bodhisattva were a little fierce, which seemed to go against the original intention of compassion. Just when Zhao Chen was confused, he suddenly widened his eyes, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up, because he was horrified to find that the Bodhisattva's eyes turned and stared at him directly. If it weren't for the half-traveling merchant position that blocked most of his fear, Zhao Chen felt that even his thoughts would have stopped. The next moment, his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. Before he fainted, Zhao Chen vaguely heard a female voice saying, "This portrait has no charm. I will only offer 5 strings of money. If it doesn't work, forget it." When Zhao Chen woke up again, he found himself in a forest, but the surrounding scenery was not only grey, white, and black, but also motionless. Flying insects were suspended in front of the mouth of tree frogs. Fallen leaves were an inch from the ground, and even the curling smoke from cooking not far away was frozen in the air. The whole world was like a faded old photo, making Zhao Chen deeply doubt whether he was dreaming. Just a few steps away from him, there were 2 men and 1 woman. Both men were at least in their 30s. Although they looked ordinary, they were very elegant. The woman was quite young, looking at most 14 or 15, still in her prime. And Zhao Chen's eyes instantly locked on the girl who was about the same age as him. She had delicate eyebrows, fair skin, rosy and lovely face, and neat buns, decorated with ribbons, which made her look more beautiful. But these were not the focus of Zhao Chen's attention. The reason why he looked at the girl was because she not only had the same color as himself, but also was out of tune with the surrounding scene. When she saw him just now, she showed a rather surprised expression, but when he looked back, she restrained her emotions and pretended to be still. Zhao Chen coughed, walked in front of the girl, smiled what he thought was a very friendly smile, and said, "Girl, don't pretend. We look different from here." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a sentence in his ear that he didn't know what language, but he could understand its meaning. Solve the weird source of Mirror Village. It's not the infinite flow, nor the flow of the heavens. Chapter 16, The Mist of History. Solve the weird source of Mirror Village. How did I go from fantasy martial arts to infinite flow? This style is a bit wrong. Is it the evil Guanyin portrait? Zhao Chen opened his mouth halfway. His face did not change, but he was very surprised in his heart. He felt that Since he crossed over, the things he encountered always brought him surprises. However, this world is better. It is much more interesting than the boring life before I crossed over. Just as he was complaining in his heart, the surrounding scenery gradually dyed with color, no longer gray, white, and black. In just a few seconds, it was completely back to normal. At the same time, with Mirror Village as the center, the state of stillness of all things within a radius of 10 miles no longer existed. Flying insects were swallowed by tree frogs, fallen leaves fell to the ground, and the smoke from cooking in the distance also meandered up until it disappeared. Including the two men in their 30s, everything has returned to life. Seeing this, Zhao Chen wanted to ask what was going on, but he saw the girl with delicate features quietly shaking her finger at him and whispered, "Wait a minute." She really knew something. But from the surprised expression she showed when she first saw me, she was also surprised by my appearance. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, analyzed it in his mind, nodded, and agreed with the girl's suggestion. At this time, the conversation between the two men also reached Zhao Chen's ears. "Brother Wang, the front is Mirror Village. This time when I return home, the safety of fear, and I depends on you, Brother Wang." The man with a goatee bowed his hands and said sincerely, "Please rest assured, Manager Fang. The situation you said is not serious. From my experience, the source of the current situation in Mirror Village may be a strange object contaminated by weirdness. As long as the strange object is sealed or transferred, it should be fine." Another person who was called Brother Wang with a long sword on his back responded, "I hope so." Shopkeeper Fang sighed, then turned to look at Zhao Chen, who was getting close to the girl, and said with a stern face, "My dear nephew, you can just send her here. The people in Mirror Village are quite xenophobic, so you'd better not enter the village." After saying that, he pulled the girl's arm and asked her to stay away from Zhao Chen. "I want to leave too, but can't you see? Except for this area, other places are still a solidified world of black, white, and gray. Moreover, the voice I just heard asked me to solve the source of the weirdness in Mirror Village. If I don't do it, who knows what will happen? Moreover, what kind of identity did the Bodhisattva portrait arrange for me after sending me here? Why do I feel that the way this guy looks at me is like looking at a scum who deceived his daughter?" After complaining a few words in his heart, Zhao Chen ignored the warning in Shopkeeper Fang's eyes and said shamelessly, "Since I'm here, I'll go into the village to rest and leave." Hearing this, Shopkeeper Fang looked at him deeply and said meaningfully, "You made the decision yourself, just don't regret it when the time comes." And the man surnamed Wang who was carrying a long sword was watching this scene with a smile, but he slightly raised his eyebrows when his eyes swept across the gun bag on Zhao Chen's waist. Zhao Chen, who had been secretly paying attention to the man with a sword, did not realize until this time that his silver moon was also brought here. He reached out and found that the 2 boxes of bullets were also there. With the musket in his hand, Zhao Chen instantly felt confident, especially the Hangsha bullet, which made him full of confidence after seeing Yan Hangsha's shots. After that, the 4 of them did not talk anymore, but walked along the country road and soon came to a small village with only about a dozen households. The houses in the village are all new, as if they were built in recent years, and the most surprising thing is that there is a mirror placed at the door of every household, and the mirrors are all facing the same direction, which does not look normal. Are the villages in my Tang Dynasty's Andong Protectorate so wealthy that every household can afford to hang a silver mirror? Seeing this scene, the man surnamed Wang frowned immediately, and after a sarcastic remark, he questioned, "Shopkeeper Fang, the rules of Mirror Village you mentioned before didn't mention this, right? The Andong Protectorate of the Tang Dynasty. Isn't this Daksha? Have I traveled to a new world again?" Zhao Chen's heart moved slightly, and his hand was on the handle of the gun. After all, from the words of the man with a sword on his back, it can be heard that these silver mirrors facing in one direction may be very inappropriate. "Brother Wang, it's not that I don't want to tell you in advance, it's just..." Shopkeeper Fang was ashamed and was about to explain a few words, but at this moment, a woman in her 40s suddenly ran up and shouted anxiously, "Shopkeeper Fang, you're back. Go home and see your father. Your father is dying." "What?" Shopkeeper Fang's face changed drastically, but he did not show any sadness, but was full of fear. He no longer cared about his daughter and Zhao Chen, and made a gesture with his hands, and then ran straight to the big house in the center of the village. His speed was much faster than that of a normal person. While running, he shouted to the man with a sword on his back, "It's urgent, Brother Wang, come with me." The man surnamed Wang smiled coldly when he heard it, stared at shopkeeper Fang's back, and muttered a Godspeed mantra. Then the whole person turned into a gust of wind and chased after him. The incident happened suddenly, and when Zhao Chen and the pretty girl came to their senses, the two had disappeared. Zhao Chen and the girl exchanged glances, and then they walked towards the mansion in the center of the village at the same time. After all, no matter what happened, we have to figure out the situation first, before we can solve the problem. On the way, Zhao Chen finally found a chance to ask the girl, "Where is this place? Why did I come here? How do I know how you got here? I'm still curious. This is obviously me." The pretty girl suddenly stopped talking here, and said in a gentle tone, "I'm sorry, my attitude just now was not very good. Well, we are now in a historical fog. And this historical fog should belong to a village called Jinkan under the jurisdiction of the Tangandang Protectorate. Girl, do you have any mental problems? The tone before and after is completely different, right?" After complaining in his mind, Zhao Chen did not care whether the other party was sick or not. He hurriedly asked, "What is the fog of history? Is the Datang a dynasty in history? According to the classics I have read, the Datang should be the name of a dynasty in ancient times, and it is different from the Western. Forget it. Let's just talk about the Datang. This dynasty collapsed for unknown reasons in the late ancient times, and then there was 1,000 years of chaos recorded in history books. In the end, Emperor Gaozu of the Ming family unified the world and established the Great Tsar. As for the fog of history, I don't know what it is specifically. I only know that the environment here is called fog of history." As she spoke, the girl's tone changed again, and she returned to her previous impatient style. "Oh, don't ask these useless questions. Our top priority is to complete the task. Let's each talk about the information we have obtained. I don't have many clues here. All you know is that my father in this scene is the only one in the village doing business outside. He has been restless recently, as if he was summoned by something, so he had to go back to the village. And he obviously knows some inside information. Just in case, he paid a well-known swordsman to accompany him. But I don't have any information about your identity. What role do you play? How would I know what role I play? And I don't have any clues here except mission." Chapter 17, Castle Tower. Should I tell the truth, or use words to trick the girl in front of me and dig out more information? After weighing the pros and cons for a few seconds, Zhao Chen decided to choose the former. After all, this place is full of dangers. If his words mislead the obviously more experienced girl, it is likely to cause a greater disaster and cause the mission to fail. Although Zhao Chen is keen on adventure, he is not a reckless man who does not cherish his life. Naturally, he understands that under the current environment, only sincere cooperation with the girl will be more conducive to solving the problem. And frankness is the prerequisite for cooperation. Of course, more importantly, before asking me for intelligence, this girl took the initiative to tell me the information she had. She is obviously very generous and has an open temperament. If I trick her and deceive her, once it is discovered, she will definitely be unhappy. For people with such personalities, it is better to be sincere. TSK, as a half-traveling merchant, speaking differently to different people is also a necessary quality. Thoughts raced, Zhao Chen briefly recounted the process of seeing the portrait of Guanyin and then being inexplicably sent here, but did not mention the big sun star aft. He only said that he used some means to read the memory of the demon Fang Zuzi. At last, he spread his hands and said, "So, I don't know what my identity is in this scene. So this is how you got in." The pretty girl nodded thoughtfully and seemed to want to ask something, but soon, her tone switched to a slightly impatient state. "Forget it, let's talk about it after we get out alive. This mission may be very troublesome. My surname is Key, and I won't tell you my specific name. What is your name, sir?" He spoke very coherently, and there was no obvious gap in his thinking logic. It's just that his speaking style changes with his emotions, so he doesn't seem to have two personalities. but I can't say for sure what the specific situation is. While thinking in his mind, Zhao Chen responded, my last name is Zhao, and I'm the second child. You can call me Zhao. Language. Zhao sounded too much like a supporting role, and it didn't sound good, so Zhao Chen temporarily added the word Lang. Lang was much more majestic. He paused, then asked, why do you say it's troublesome? Because the mission mentions weird, and any weird, once formed, at least requires a supernatural cultivator to completely eliminate it. The girl surnamed Qi answered seriously. Weird. Zhao Chen did not hide his ignorance and asked humbly. In the current situation, pretending to know is a taboo. Miss Qi was not impatient. After all, the relevant knowledge is indeed not accessible to ordinary people. Even the children of large sects or practicing families will only be informed by their elders when they need to travel outside. And one person's short plan is better than two people's long plan. There is no harm in letting this unexpected companion know more. Even if no good suggestions can be made, at least it will not cause trouble. You have heard of evil spirits, right? Miss Qi asked back. Looking at the emerald green ribbon on her head that swayed as she walked, Zhao Chen nodded and said, I know a little. Master said that the weakest evil spirits have magical levels, and said that with my current strength I should not know too much. Your master is right. Knowledge is toxic, which is also reflected in fate. The more you know about evil spirits, the easier it is to encounter them. But it doesn't matter to us. Being able to come here means we are destined to deal with them frequently. The so-called evil spirits are just a general term. There are many specific categories, and weird is one of them, and it is also the most difficult to prevent. The other evil spirits are actually not common in Daksha. After all, the sources of many evil spirits are suppressed and sealed by the upper sects and aristocratic families, but weird can appear randomly anywhere in the world. Its source is unknown, but it often uses a certain creature or object as a carrier to establish its own distorted rules within a certain range. Once its rules are perfected and form an independent weird domain, it can only be broken by magical powers that also carry the power of rules. And it is very difficult for people without magical powers to enter the weird domain to get out. There are only a few people who can circumvent and use all the rules and successfully walk out of the weird domain. Looking at the current state of the village, the weird domain should not have taken shape yet. As long as we find the host of the weird and find the loopholes in its rules, we can destroy or seal it, and the problem of this village will be solved. Miss Qi sighed slightly and concluded, this may be our chance. After listening to her explanation, Zhao Chen was not so optimistic. He thought for a while and analyzed, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Otherwise the swordsman surnamed Wan would be able to solve the crisis of this village, and there would be no need for us to come. At this point, he seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, I don't know what kind of strength you are, Miss Qi. Miss Qi glanced at the mansion in the center of the village that had appeared in her field of vision. She slowed down her pace and nodded, saying, you're right, it's probably not that simple. Well, I have cultivated true Qi and opened the eye orifice. What about you? A little girl who looks the same age as me has actually reached the second level of Tungsten, the refining orifice realm. Zhao Chen was a little surprised, but still answered honestly, I'm still in the body forging stage, but I've already entered into tranquility. Miss Qi did not look down on this at all. She nodded slightly and said, if you can enter into tranquility, then you are not far from cultivating true energy, and when you use a musket in the tranquil state, the power of attack alone is much stronger than mine. After saying this, she glanced at Zhao Chen's gun bag with envy, and said in a somewhat sour tone, why can you bring things that do not belong to this historical period into the mist of history, but I can't? You obviously just smuggled in. So in the so-called fog of history, things beyond this era cannot appear. No wonder the swordsman looked a little curious when he looked at my musket. Well, although I don't know why I can bring Silver Moon in, I think it is inseparable from the big sun star chariot. By the way, I don't know if I can enter the star chariot here. Now is not the right time. I will find a chance to try later. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen had followed Miss Qi to the door of the mansion in the center of the village. The first thing that caught their eyes was the mirror. Densely packed mirrors. On the lintel, on the walls, and even hanging under the eaves, there are all silver mirrors facing in one direction, at least hundreds of them. And in the front yard, after entering the door, there is also a building built entirely of mirrors, similar to the Japanese castle tower. It's just that this castle tower has only one wall, and it is only more than 3 meters high, and it seems to be just a decoration. But Zhao Chen and Miss Qi did not think so, because a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the castle tower at this moment, and even Zhao Chen, an ordinary person, could feel it. Chapter 18 Bad Idea. Castle tower was full of malice and madness, as if there was a terrifying monster in it that was about to pounce and bite all living things around it. That feeling was countless times more terrifying than the monsters that Fang Zuzi and Aunt Mei had transformed into. Zhao Chen instantly pulled out the silver moon revolver from his waist, even though he had half of the traveling merchant position, to shield most of his fear. Under such malicious oppression, his spirit was still tense, and his heart was even more irritable and uneasy, and it was difficult to calm down. While holding a gun and guarding, Zhao Chen also observed Miss Qi with his mind, worried that she would have a mental breakdown under such a terrifying aura, and do something irrational. After all, the other party seemed sophisticated, but after all, she was only a girl of 14 or 15 years old. However, although Miss Qi's face changed at the moment of the aura, her beautiful face immediately showed compassion and mercy, as if she had transformed into a savior bodhisattva. As her temperament changed, the malice and madness around her also weakened a lot, and even reduced the pressure in Zhao Chen's heart. But Miss Qi frowned, and her face was pale at this time. She murmured, "Taoist evil. There is actually a Taoist evil in Jing village." Zhao Chen took 2 steps forward and leaned against Miss Qi, using her compassionate aura to further reduce his pressure. At the same time, he asked, "Taoist evil? Miss Qi, what did you see?" "I'm practicing the Great Compassion and Great Mercy Avalokitesvara Heart Sutra, and the Great Compassion and Great Mercy Universal Salvation True Key I practiced with it has a certain supernatural effect, and I'm very sensitive to the existence of Taoist evil. I'm sure that the owner of the malicious aura just now is a Taoist evil. And the so-called Taoist evil is a general term for practitioners who are deceived by external demons, assimilated by the other party, and then go crazy, degenerate, and transform into evil creatures. Of course, ordinary cultivators who are alienated are only called monsters. Only those who are alienated at the level of supernatural powers or above can be called Daoni. It is rumored that the previous leader of one of the top sects, the 10,000 Beast sect, became a Daoni because of being possessed by the devil. He turned into a terrifying blue monster bird and was eventually expelled from the borders of Dazai by the 3 Shengzhou and True Lords. Miss Qi's frustration was beyond words, otherwise she wouldn't have said so many words that were irrelevant to the current situation. She was using the explanation to Zhao Chen to relieve stress, accumulate courage, and regain confidence. In other words, we have to face at least a monster equivalent to the realm of magical powers. Zhao Chen also wanted to swear. After all, he was the real misfortune. If he hadn't opened the blind box out of curiosity, he wouldn't have come to this muddy water. Although he likes excitement, it would be a shame to have too much fun without any preparation. While thinking about it, Zhao Chen said carefully, "Things shouldn't be that bad. Since that Aoni you mentioned can only emit breath now, it means that it is trapped or restricted by something. In addition, we can't just wait here. It's best to find the swordsman named Wang who arrived first, and your current father, and try to find out from them what happened in this village." Hearing this, Miss Qi's eyes lit up. She felt that what he said made sense. She was no longer depressed. She was about to praise Zhao Erlang for his good brain, but at this moment, a gust of wind blew out from the mirror that formed the main entrance of the castle tower, and then turned into a human form, and fell in front of the two. The man had disheveled hair, and was covered in blood. His right arm was completely gone, with only a broken bone hanging on his shoulder. Although the man was extremely miserable and his appearance was almost unrecognizable under the bloodstains, Zhao Chen still recognized him as the swordsman named Wang from before. After spitting out several mouthfuls of dirty blood, the man reluctantly raised his head, glanced at Zhao Chen and Miss Qi in front of him, and said with difficulty, "Let's go. Leave Mirror Village." Go to the protectorate. If we could leave, we would have left long ago. Miss Qi complained in her heart, but on the surface she took a step forward, squatted down and supported the swordsman surnamed Wang, and asked worriedly, "Uncle Wang, what happened? Where is my father?" However, the swordsman surnamed Wang did not answer. After saying that sentence, he seemed to have exhausted his last strength, and could no longer hold on, and fainted directly. What should we do now? Zhao Chen and Miss Qi looked at each other, and decided to temporarily leave the most dangerous central house, and stay away from the castle tower. Find a way to treat this night, and wait until he wakes up, and asks what happened before making plans. Zhao Chen said, after supporting the remaining arm of the swordsman surnamed Wang. Miss Qi did not speak, but her action of supporting the swordsman surnamed Wang on the other side of his body showed that she agreed with Zhao Chen's suggestion. The two took the swordsman surnamed Wang out of the door of the central mansion, and walked all the way to the village entrance, and finally found a simple house without a lock as a place to stay. After laying the swordsman flat, Zhao Chen asked seriously, "Miss Qi, you also found it, right?" Miss Qi nodded seriously and responded, "Yes, except for us and Uncle Wang, everyone else in the village seems to have disappeared. Could it be that he has also entered the mirror like this hero?" Zhao Chen asked carefully. "It's possible, but it's also possible that we are in the world in the mirror now." Miss Qi seemed to have had similar experiences in the past, so she proposed another hypothesis. As she spoke, she leaned down to check the body of the swordsman surnamed Wang, and the Great Compassion and Great Mercy Universal Salvation key also passed into the other's body with her palm. Zhao Chen didn't think much about whether the two were in the mirror or outside the mirror, because it had no practical significance for the current situation, so she only asked, "How is he?" Miss Qi was silent for a few seconds, shook her head and said, "The injury is too serious, and it was caused by the supernatural power, and ordinary elixirs and treatment methods are ineffective. If I had cultivated the great supernatural power of Yangtze Ganlu, I might be able to save him, but now, if it weren't for his powerful cultivation, I'm afraid he would have died long ago." Zhao Chen frowned and asked again, "Can we let him wake up for a while? At least let him explain what happened just now, so that there is a possibility of completing the task. It's difficult. His soul is almost dissipated." Miss Qi sighed and retracted her palm. "It's a pity that I don't know how to communicate with spirits or search souls. Otherwise he can speak, even if he can't wake up now." Zhao Chen was a little discouraged when he heard this. Although the so-called Daoni has not appeared so far, he can't see any hope of solving the problem. But Zhao Chen is not a person who gives up when encountering difficulties, so he quickly adjusted his mentality and racked his brains to think of countermeasures. "Since I can't make him speak when he is dying, can the Dairi Xingcha do it? Can I sell this swordsman named Wang? He can't resist, can't move, has no consciousness, and lets me do whatever I want. Can he be called my property, right?" At this time, an incredible idea appeared in his mind, which cheered up Zhao Chen's spirit again. Chapter 19, Mirror of Light. Once the idea of selling the swordsman surnamed Wang to the Dairi Xingcha came into being, it quickly took root in Zhao Chen's mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this might be the best solution at the moment. Moreover, being sold to Xingcha might not be a bad thing for the dying swordsman. Looking at the little girl surnamed Qi who was about to use the Great Compassion and Great Mercy Universal Salvation True Key to save the swordsman from being contaminated by the serious injury and becoming a new Daoni, Zhao Chen said carefully, "I have a way. Maybe I can get information from this swordsman. I can't guarantee that it will succeed, but you can try." Miss Qi was stunned when she heard this, and her fingers pressing on the swordsman's several acupoints also stopped temporarily. She turned her head and looked at her temporary companion and asked in surprise, "What method? If there was a method, why didn't you say it just now?" Zhao Chen easily read the hidden meaning from the other party's pair of bright eyes, thinking in his heart, if it weren't for the compassion around her, she might have come online again with that impatient tone and asked directly. However, Zhao Chen did not answer Miss Qi's question, but said sincerely, "My method requires your cooperation." Seeing that he said it seriously, Miss Qi looked at Zhao Chen's face and responded without much hesitation, "Just tell me what you want me to do." The problems in this fog of history are far beyond our capabilities. If we can't find a way to break the deadlock, we can only wait for death. So, as long as the request is not particularly excessive, I can cooperate. It's not a big deal. Zhao Chen shook his head, then pointed to the swordsman leaning against the haystack, and asked in a very formal tone, I would like to ask you to answer the following question seriously. This person doesn't belong to you, right? Miss Qi was slightly startled, but she reacted immediately, and after quietly breathing a sigh of relief, she answered firmly, yes, this swordsman does not belong to me. She did not try to find out why the other party asked this question. After all, many spells in this world have various taboos and conditions for use, not to mention that the two of them have just met each other. Even if they are husband and wife, it is not appropriate to get to the bottom of it. There are only two people here. Since Miss Qi announced that she had given up her ownership of the swordsman, then he must be my property, right? Thinking of this in his heart, Zhao Chen took a deep breath, and then said wait a moment to Miss Qi, and then he calmed down, and began to quietly visualize the image of the 9-star golden seal. In the magnificent palace filled with mist, Zhao Chen's figure suddenly appeared on a chair made of 6 golden dragons. It seems that the so-called fog of history cannot block the connection between the great sun star chariot and me. After looking around and finding nothing wrong, Zhao Chen was certain in his heart, so he clicked on the jade book and turned to the page of items for sale. The next moment, the new item Wang Daoi, who is seriously injured and dying, came into his sight. It actually works. In other words, as long as it belongs to me, or is controlled by me, whether it is knowledge, items, or people, I can sell it to Xingcha. As his thoughts turned, he looked down and read Xingcha's introduction to the item Wang Daoi, who is seriously injured and dying. Wang Daoi, born in the 12th year of Zhou in the Tang dynasty, is from Yingzhou Island under the Andong Protectorate. Cultivation, Divine Power Elm. Status, severely injured and dying, with 12 minutes of life remaining. Xingcha standard recycling price is 9,000 star coins. This Wang Daoi is actually a cultivator in the realm of divine power. The supernatural realm was severely injured and on the verge of death in the castle tower made of mirrors. Is this really a task that two weaklings like me and Miss Qi can accomplish? Zhao Chen's eyebrows frowned again. Although he did not have a very intuitive concept of supernatural power, the last of the 5 realms of Tongsun, he also knew from his master's words that once he mastered the supernatural power, he would be a master of the county and be called Grand Master, and it would be difficult for ordinary guns and cannons to hurt him. And such an existence, after entering the castle tower in the mirror for more than 10 minutes, turned into the miserable appearance it is now. How could Zhao Chen not be shocked? It is no wonder that when Miss Qi knew that this incident involved Daoni, she lost her composure and panicked and spoke without choosing words, and told some of her own secrets to relieve the pressure. She is actually quite strong. If it were another little girl, she might have collapsed and cried. For some reason, Zhao Chen thought of Miss Qi again, and shook his head, threw away the messy thoughts, and then stretched out his finger, and pointed to the sell option. However, this time, the money was not received as quickly as when he sold the secret record of Kigan and the 12 doors of the Golden Building and Jade Chamber. Zhao Chen waited for more than 10 seconds and almost thought that Xingcha had a malfunction before the word sold successfully were displayed on the Jade book, and his balance became 4560. Huh? Wasn't it 9,000? How did it shrink by half? Did Xingcha embezzle? Just as Zhao Chen had these thoughts, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. After communication, Wang Daoi himself agreed to be temporarily sold to Xingcha, but allowed to be redeemed, so the price was halved. For this reason, Wang Daoi's conditions are as follows. First, take the initiative to separate the relevant memories of Mirror Village and browse them for free. Second, fully cooperate with the use of his body and do not charge additional employment fees. Third, allow to borrow his identity and fate. His only request is to redeem him when he is able to treat him in the future. It can actually be pawned. Didn't the direct sale succeed just now because Xingcha was negotiating with Wang Daoi? It seems that, as intelligent creatures, although humans can be sold, they also have certain bargaining power. Well, Wang Daoi's situation is actually very similar to that of the original owner of my body, but he got better conditions. Is it because he is stronger and has more capital? In addition, the Dairi Xingcha did not even discuss with me and directly agreed to his conditions. Although the memories of Mirror Village are indeed what I urgently need now, but this attitude of killing first and asking for permission later. Is it because my position is insufficient and my authority over Xingcha is too low? Finally, what does it mean to use his body for free and to borrow his fate and identity? Maybe the answer can be found in the product introduction. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen clicked on the product list page of Jade Book and kept scrolling down. Sure enough, he saw several new listed products. The Secret Divine Wind 9 Swords True Secret, a magical power level technique. It can condense the 6th grade magical power transformation Divine Wind Escape and the 7th grade magical power Divine Wind Soul Slashing Sword Formation. Exchange price 6,000 star coins. Supernatural Monk, Wang Daoi. 11 minutes remaining. Description: this is a special product. The traveling merchant rank does not have the authority to purchase living things, but due to the agreement, Wang Daoi voluntarily cooperates, so it is temporarily open for exchange. The supernatural monk Wang Daoi can be summoned to reality and controlled by the exchanger. His injuries are locked and do not affect his use. Exchange price 300 star coins per second. Only the handling fee. The identity and fate of the supernatural monk Wang Daoi. Description: the exchanger obtains Wang Daoi's identity and fate, can conceal himself when being calculated or divined, and can have a destiny intersection with people or things related to Wang Daoi, etc. Exchange price 1000 star coins per day. Wang Daoi's Mirror Village related memories, free exchange. The True Key Volume of Yinfeng Sword Manual, 150 star coins. Wang Daoi's memory fragments, 200 star coins each time. Looking at the various commodities in front of him, Zhao Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he once again lamented the profiteer nature of Xingcha. Even the fundamental technique Secret Divine Wind 9 Swords True Art extracted from Wang Daoi's memory can be sold for 6,000 star coins, and he only gave me 4,500? Not to mention the other techniques and classics in Wang Daoi's memory, which add up to more than 10,000. Or maybe his position is too low, and he has no bargaining power. After sighing, Zhao Chen's eyes fell on the exchange of divine power monk Wang Daoi, and he thought to himself, so Wang Daoi's promise of full cooperation with the use of his body means this. Did he open a temporary permission for me? In addition, 300 star coins per second is just the handling fee. TSK, it costs Xingcha a price to lock his injuries, so there will be a handling fee. However, overall it is still profitable. This is equivalent to a divine power level bodyguard who can be called at any time, which gives me a powerful trump card. It's just that the cost is still too high, 300 star coins per second. With my current wealth, it only takes a dozen seconds. After sighing, since the situation outside is likely to continue to deteriorate, Zhao Chen no longer wastes time and presses his finger on the memories related to Wang Daoi's Mirror Village. As for Wang Daoi's fate and identity, not to mention that it's too expensive, it's not needed now, so let's study it later. Soon, Zhao Chen once again entered the state of playing a virtual reality game, following the master of the memory, and entered the castle tower composed of mirrors. I won't wear again this time. Zhao Chen just muttered to himself, and his eyes suddenly opened up, and he found himself in a very Japanese style room. Manager Fang, what is going on? Can you tell me? As Wang Daoi's voice sounded, his eyes were also locked on shopkeeper Fang, who was kneeling in front of a coffin. The coffin was black, with hundreds of mirrors densely placed around it, and in the center of all the mirrors was a golden bronze mirror with an 8-diagram compass on the outside, and the center seemed to be shining with the light of the sun. The moment Zhao Chen saw the bronze mirror, his eyes were completely attracted to it, and it was difficult to look away. It was not because he saw anything special about the bronze mirror, but because its style was exactly the same as the 8-diagram bright light mirror, one of the missing parts of the Great Sun Star Chariot shown on the last page of the Jade Book. Please recommend and collect it. Book friends who haven't collected it, please move your fingers. Chapter 20 The whole story. 8 trigrams bright light mirror. One of the missing parts of the great sun star raft was actually enshrined in that castle tower. No wonder I was inexplicably pulled into some historical fog to do a mission just after I took a look at the Bodhisattva image in Fang Zhu's memory. This must be a deal between the great sun star raft and the Bodhisattva in the picture, which made me temporarily join the mission that originally belonged to Miss Key. Or, the reason why I was able to see the Bodhisattva picture the second time I opened the blind box was because of the pull of fate. Oh, the original owner had a demon sealing red brush in his hand. Fang Zhu, who cursed the original owner to death, sold a Bodhisattva picture that could enter the historical fog and take away the 8 trigrams bright light mirror. This fate is really wonderful. While Zhao Chen's heart was filled with shock, shopkeeper Fang, who had worshipped his father, did not immediately answer Wang Daoi's question, but said leisurely, Jing village was a very poor village decades ago. The richest of the only 10 families could barely make ends meet until a wandering monk passed by and taught us a ritual to attract the attention of the gods and pray for the blessing of the earth god. The families in the village prepared for more than a year before completing the ritual, and they really got the favor of a mountain god, so that the weather was good that year. Every family had a good harvest, and the harvested grain was sold at a good price. But the eyes of the earth god will not always stay in the same place. The next year, when he no longer paid attention, the village returned to its original appearance. This is normal, but the villagers who have had a good year are naturally unwilling to return to their original state, but they can't do anything about it. In this atmosphere, the wandering monk visited Mirror Village again. At this time, Wang Daoi sneered and interrupted, so he gave you an idea. Use another ritual to attract the earth god again, and then use this 10,000 mirrors maze to trap the other party, making him lost in the layers of mirror worlds, unable to find the way back, and only leaving his blessing power in your village. Am I right? That's right. Shopkeeper Fang nodded with his back to Wang Dao. I've always heard that among the indigenous people of Yingzhou, wealthy families often hire monks to use this 10,000 mirrors formation to trap the local god of fortune Zashiki Werashi, so as to use his innate magic to make the family prosperous. But the so-called god of fortune in Yingzhou is nothing more than a demon spirit. How can it be compared with the earth god appointed by the Taoist emperor? Putting aside other things, the earth god is immortal and will find a way back sooner or later. When the time comes, he will certainly punish you for your crime of imprisoning him privately. You tricked me here by saying there was something "weird" in the village, but the earth god is about to return, and you want me to help mediate. Having said that, Wang Daoi sneered again, but after his eyes swept across the golden bronze mirror in front of the black coffin that seemed to be shining with the sun's rays, he said with a little surprise, this bronze mirror is probably a magic weapon level thing. The evil monk who taught you this method was really willing to give it up. That's right. How could an earth god be trapped without a magic weapon level item to suppress it? Having said that, Wang Daoi was already alert, because he didn't believe that there would really be an evil monk who would leave magic weapon to help a village become rich. There must be an unknown conspiracy here. Brother Wang, I didn't lie to you. There is indeed something weird in the village, and those anomalies are real and true, and the villagers are indeed getting more and more strange. And this weird domain is almost formed. Upon hearing this, Wang Daoi let the long sword behind him fly out and pressed against the neck of shopkeeper Fang and asked, what is the host of that weird? A mirror here? Or your father's body? Tell me everything you know. The weird must have a support when it comes, which may be a dead object or a living thing. Unfortunately, none of them are, because the breath of my lord directly descended on the trapped earth god. While saying this, shopkeeper Fang, who had been facing away from Wang Daoi, finally turned around and revealed an extremely weird face. His eyes flashed with blue light, his mouth was blood red, and his teeth were biting an unknown piece of meat. How is it possible? There has never been a weird that can pollute the gods appointed by the Taoist lord. Wang Daoi shouted loudly and made a sword gesture in his hand. The flying sword on the neck of the shopkeeper Fang was about to cut down and kill him. After he said my lord from his mouth and turned into such a weird appearance, he had already been killed. Wang Daoi would naturally not be lenient. But who knew that a sword light suddenly lit up and blocked Wang Daoi's sword that would kill him. At the same time, the lid of the black coffin suddenly shattered, and a figure emitting extreme malice and madness sat up from inside. And the sword just now was fired by him. This malice and madness is what Miss Key and I felt outside the Shrine Shouj. Is the existence in this coffin the so-called Daozi? Looking at this scene, Zhao Chen was thoughtful. On the other side, Wang Daoyi, who had a fruitless attack, became serious. Although the sword just now was just a casual attack, it also carried some of the power of his magical power. To be able to be taken so easily, the opponent must also be at the level of magic power. Just as Zhao Chen felt Wang Daoyi's thoughts, a series of violent winds instantly surrounded the latter's side. He was ready to use the 6th grade magical power transformation Divine Wind Escape to transform himself and the long sword into violent winds, so that he could unite with the sword and use his strongest attack. However, the man who sat up from the coffin suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Daoyi. He grinned and revealed a terrifying smile, and then he also turned into violent winds and condensed into a whirlwind sword with a black ominous aura. Zhao Chen clearly saw that his appearance was almost exactly the same as Wang Daoyi, but his temperament and expression carried a sense of weirdness. The two sword lights composed of wind intertwined in midair and collided hundreds of times in an instant, and then broken one after another and condensed into human form again. Zhao Chen saw the man who had sat up from the coffin before walking out in the strong wind with a bloody arm in his hand that belonged to Wang Daoyi. Then, the man opened his mouth again, stuffed the torn arm into his mouth, and bit it until his mouth was full of blood. Wang Daoyi looked at this scene with a pale face, recalling the changes before and after Fang, and the piece of meat left in his mouth, after he turned around and murmured, "Mirror." The reflection in the mirror was polluted by the weird, and it had life after the fall. The villagers of Mirror Village gradually became strange, and it was also because they were dragged into the mirror one after another, and were eaten and replaced by their own shadows, right? And as a divine power cultivator, the shadow in the mirror directly turned into a Daoni. After you became the followers of the weird, your purpose was to create a Daoni body, to carry the spirit of that weird, right? Using such a troublesome method means that the weirdness is still sealed. Wait, all the mirrors in the village have been placed in the same direction. This should be a change that happened after the villagers were replaced. So that's how it is. You want to use this to show the way to the earth gods who are lost in the multiple mirror worlds and let them return. Taoist Lord Tesu, is it true that the earth gods have turned into weirdness? How is this possible? The earth gods were created by the Lord to guard the place in order to deal with the endless demons. How could they turn into demons? Hearing his mumbling, shopkeeper Fang, who had been sitting in front of the coffin without moving, said leisurely, "How can you imagine the greatness of our Lord? Haha, please merge with the brother next to me as soon as possible and do your parts for the coming of our Lord." Chapter 21 Heroes and Countermeasures. Hearing the slightly arrogant words of shopkeeper Fang, Wang Daoyi instantly judged that the other party was using words to disturb his mind, so as to make him despair and weaken his will to resist. But shopkeeper Fang was self-defeating. As a battle-hardened and experienced divine power realm swordsman, how could Wang Daoyi be shaken by such a trick? Instead, it allowed him to see the other party's true strength. So Wang Daoyi narrowed his eyes slightly, then laughed and said, "You don't need to bluff here. Since this incomplete Daoni is transformed from my shadow, it means that, no matter how badly I'm injured, his injury is just as serious. In other words, I'm afraid that more than half of my current injuries are caused by myself. And you, if you can really withstand the magical power of the weird transformed by the earth god, you wouldn't have to mislead your original body and trick me into Mirror Village." Having said that, Wang Daoyi glanced at the weird villagers who had appeared in the castle tower at some point and surrounded him, and said contemptuously, "As for those below the magical power, no matter how seriously injured Wang is, he will not take it seriously." Shopkeeper Fang pointed to the Daoni version of Wang Daozi who was still gnawing on his broken arm and didn't care about anything else, and said expressionlessly, "But brother Wang may have forgotten that with the power bestowed by my lord, he will not perish, but you will." Upon hearing this, Wang Daozi laughed again and said, "Nothing is immortal. Even the great evil level demons, which are theoretically immortal, have been recorded as being killed by the Taoist lord. In addition, the reason you sit in front of the coffin without moving is because only there can you get the protection of the power leaked by the weirdness, so you won't be killed by my sword, right? It seems that you are also an extremely important chess piece for that weirdness. Let me guess. It's probably because a Daoni transformed from my shadow, after eating me to replenish itself, has to take on the task of taking over the power and spirit of the weirdness, and then open the seal of the Bagua mirror magic weapon, so it is not endowed with wisdom, right? And shopkeeper Fang, you are its manipulator? TSK, so in this case, you should have a close relationship with the weirdness transformed by the Earth God. I see. The person who presided over the ritual that attracted the Earth God in the first place was probably you. In a sense, you are its favored one. However, I'm now very curious about the wandering monk, who taught you the ritual arrangement method. What is his purpose? If he has evil intentions and deliberately let the Earth God degenerate into a weirdness, then why use such a powerful treasure to seal it in the mirror world and prevent it from returning? Shopkeeper Fang did not answer Wang Dao's question. He just showed a sinister smile and said in a cold voice, "Brother Wang, you are very smart, but you are misled by this cleverness. Do you really think I'm just using words to shake your confidence? I know, you want to delay time." Wang Daozi pointed the long sword in his hand at the Daoni who had just bitten his arm and had blood in his mouth, and smiled. "It has no wisdom, only the instinct of a beast. After discovering that it will be hurt, if it hurts me, it will naturally refuse to do it again. Even you can't force it to act. So, you can only wait until it finishes biting my hand, and wait until its desire for my body overwhelms its instinct to be afraid of being hurt. Am I right? But coincidentally, you are stalling for time, and I also need time to stabilize my injuries and prepare my magical powers." Before he finished speaking, the long sword in his hand flew into the air and then split into countless gloomy winds, heart winds, north winds, and strong winds, forming a sword formation together, completely blocking the mirror entrance of the castle tower. This is the 7th grade magical power divine wind soul slaying sword formation. What are you going to do? Shopkeeper Fang changed color. What to do? Of course, I will use the formation to seal you in this mirror world while you evil spirits are gathered here. When I find someone to report to the protectorate, there will be real people and real lords of Danksuan or Shenksuan to deal with the strangeness of the Earth God sealed in the Bagwood bronze mirror. Wang Daoai looked around at the villagers, who had begun to transform into monsters, laughed again, and then swept his tiger eyes to the shopkeeper Fang in front of the coffin, and said with a rather regretful tone, "It's a pity that I'm not sure that I can break through the strange power and kill you with one sword, otherwise that would be the safest choice." After speaking, he turned into a gust of wind and whistled in the direction of the divine wind soul-slaying sword formation, completely ignoring the alienated villagers who rushed towards him. As he said before, as a divine power cultivator, even if he was seriously injured, the only opponent he could call his divine power was his divine power, and no matter how many others there were, they would not pose much threat. Seeing this, shopkeeper Fang could no longer maintain his composure and said angrily, "Stop him." He said this to the Daoni formed by Wang Daoi's reflection. As the saying goes, only supernatural powers can stop supernatural powers. Shopkeeper Fang did not have much intuitive understanding of this before, so he tried to rely on the numerical advantage of the villagers to hold Wang Daozi back, but reality slapped him in the face. At this time, a burst of laughter came from the strong wind, mocking wantonly, "Haha, that's right, demon followers should look like demon followers. Crazy, extreme, and brainless are your normal appearance. Learn to strategize like humans, pretend to be very deep, and have the appearance of holding a lot of wisdom, but is this something you can do with your pitiful intelligence? Are you worthy?" These words made Fang, the shopkeeper, look even uglier on his already weird face, but he still suppressed his anger and did not leave the position in front of the coffin. Seeing this, Wang Daoski, who had turned into a gust of wind and was circling with another gust of wind transformed by Daoni, sighed with some disappointment. Since the other party did not fall into the trap, he could only go out and find someone to report to the protectorate as planned. But before that, Daoni had to be seriously injured to the point where he could not easily break through the magical power of the Shen Feng soul-slaying sword formation. One Daosi glanced at the black gust of wind that was getting closer and closer behind him, and he knew in his heart that his 7th grade magical power could stop the villagers of Jing village, but it could never stop the Daoni transformed by his shadow. If it breaks through the formation and catches up with reality, it will be difficult for him to escape. After all, the other party has the power of weird blessing, and in the case of equal injuries, his flesh and blood body is too disadvantaged. So it has to be the kind of dying injury. In that case, the magical sword formation arranged by my magic sword can at least last 2 or 3 hours. It is not difficult to make Daoni suffer such a heavy blow. Because the opponent has no wisdom, only instinct, so he will not hurt himself to hurt the enemy. But I'm different. As long as I can pass the news back to the Protectorate and stop the weirdness of the Earth God from causing trouble to the world, why should I care about my life? With this thought, Wan Dao's will became more and more firm, and the whirlwind he transformed into rushed into the sword formation he arranged without hesitation, allowing the sword lights in the formation to erode his body and soul. At the same time, Wan Daoski, who was enduring great pain, looked back at his reflection that had already withdrawn from the whirlwind state because of the same heavy blow, and chanted aloud, hearing that the wind god will meet, the sword comes out, to protect the mortal world. The red heart will never change. At this time, he couldn't help but groan in pain, and then let the whirlwind around him invade his body and destroy his internal organs. I will end my own body. After reciting this last sentence, he could no longer maintain the transformation of the divine wind escape, and emerged from the whirlwind. Fortunately, he just rushed out of the sword array at this time, got out of the mirror entrance of the castle tower, and fell in front of Zhao Chen and Miss Qi. Fuck, this is the first time I hurt myself. I can't control my strength. I almost died directly. Fortunately, there are 2 normal people in the village. While mocking himself, he vaguely remembered that there was a boy and a girl who entered the village with him. He and shopkeeper Fang seemed to have subconsciously ignored the 2 people before. Just when Zhao Chen felt the doubt in Wan Dao's heart, the illusory scene formed by this memory fragment was shattered. As the palace shrouded in mist appeared again in front of him, Zhao Chen could not help but sigh at Wan Dao's self-sacrificing act. What a hero. It's a pity that this village is in the so-called historical mist and Miss Qi, and I can't go to the Protectorate for help. Such a hero is indeed worthy of his redemption in the future. The great Sun Star Chariot has done a good thing. After muttering, Zhao Chen decided to be generous and not pursue the fact that it privately agreed to Wan Dao's selling itself conditions. Although he has no ability to pursue it now. After sighing, Zhao Chen recalled what he had just seen and seriously thought about countermeasures. In fact, after knowing that the bronze mirror that sealed the weirdness is the lost accessory of the Star Chariot, it is not difficult to solve the source of the weirdness in Mirror Village. According to the Jade Book, as long as I touch the 8 trigrams bright light mirror, I can immediately take it back to the Great Sun Star Chariot. Wan Daosi didn't touch the bronze mirror because he was worried that he would destroy the formation set up by the wandering monk with the bronze mirror as a core and let the weirdness escape. But I shouldn't care about this. After entering the big Sun Star Chariot, even if the weirdness escapes, the Star Chariot will take care of it. Well, since the Star Chariot dared to make a deal with the Bodhisattva picture and sent me here to recycle the parts, it shows that it is not afraid of the weirdness of the Earth God in the Bagua Mingguang mirror. Although there is definitely a big risk, I don't have any other way to solve the source of the weirdness, right? So, this risk should be taken. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen recalled Wan Dao's decision to destroy himself in order to gain a glimmer of hope, and he also made up his mind. The problem now is how to break through the blockade of monsters formed by so many villagers and reach the vicinity of the Bagua Mingguang mirror. Although he can spend star coins to let Wan Daosi come out to help, he can only be used to contain the Daoni transformed by his reflection. No matter how seriously injured the supernatural power is, only supernatural power can deal with it. There are at least 40 or 50 monsters transformed by the other villagers, plus the unknown shopkeeper Fang. Even if I can kill one with one shot, I don't have enough bullets. Well, I have to discuss this with Miss Key. Compared to me, she is much stronger, and her knowledge of cultivation is far higher than mine. There may be a better way. Fortunately, one day he used a sword formation to block the door of the castle tower, so we still had plenty of time. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen no longer delayed, and his mind withdrew from the big sun star raft and returned to reality. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Toadlight. In the simple Wujtinjing village, Zhao Chen, who had just returned from the Dairi Xingcha, opened his eyes and saw Miss Key, who was dressed in plain clothes, sitting cross-legged. She was solemnly running her true key, and a sense of compassion was faintly revealed around her. But for some reason, looking at this sitting posture that should have been dignified and majestic, Zhao Chen always felt that there was something inexplicably inconsistent in it, just like the portrait of Guanyin Bodhisattva that he had seen in Fang Zhu's memory before. As if she had noticed that Zhao Chen's breathing rhythm had changed, Miss Key immediately stopped her practice and looked up. Zhao Chen nodded to her lightly, then turned his head to look at the location of the haystack. Of course, Wang Daowei had disappeared. Miss Key, when did he disappear, and how did he disappear? Can you tell me? Zhao Chen asked carefully. Since part of his secret was inevitably exposed, he might as well ask clearly, and also use this opportunity to peek into the methods of the Dairi Xingcha. Not long after you entered that state similar to entering tranquility, Uncle Wang's body was suddenly enveloped by the mist and disappeared completely in an instant. Miss Key recounted everything she had seen, and while speaking, there was still some shock in her pair of black and white eyes. She was just startled by the scene, otherwise she would not have relied on meditation to calm down. As the saying goes, unbelievable, beyond common sense, is a supernatural power. According to Miss Key's knowledge, the mist to collect people just now must be a supernatural power without a doubt, and it involves the void, so it must be a great supernatural power of the 3rd grade. This Zhao Erlang can use supernatural powers before he has cultivated his true energy. Either he has a deep background, or he has a big secret, and judging from the question he just asked, it should be the latter. However, Miss Key did not want to delve into Zhao Chen's secrets. After all, she also has her own secrets and opportunities, so there is no need to worry about others. Just like Zhao Erlang never asked her why she was able to enter the historical mist to complete the task. This is a sense of propriety, and it is also the basis for the two to establish initial trust. As she was thinking, Miss Key saw Zhao Chen's thoughtful expression after hearing her answer, so she took the initiative to change the subject and asked, "Have you got any results?" She was referring to the information obtained from the swordsman named Wang. Zhao Chen came back to his senses after hearing this, and secretly decided to choose a place where no one was around when selling things in the future. Then he nodded slightly and said, "I have figured out what happened in this village." Then, he recounted in detail what he saw in Wang Daowei's memory, even the other party's thoughts and the enemy's expressions. Earth God was actually polluted and transformed into weird. No wonder. Miss Key couldn't help but exclaimed after hearing this. No wonder what? In addition, do you know what kind of existence Earth God is? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Miss Key nodded and explained patiently. The so-called Earth Gods are actually gods appointed by the Taoist monarchs in ancient times. The weakest of them have the strength of supernatural powers, and are used to protect the weak places of the upper sects and aristocratic families from invasions by demons and their followers. They are believed in by people, worshipped with incense and sacrifices, and use this to practice. In the last era in the West, before the Church of Light was disintegrated, it also canonized many protector saints and guardian angels, which are similar to the Earth Gods of the ancient Tang dynasty here. But after the change of eras, it should be called the end of ancient times. After 1,000 years of chaos, the newly established Daksh never appointed Earth Gods again, and some sects and aristocratic families that used incense and sacrifices as a means of practice also disappeared. This is also one of the main reasons for the decline of Buddhism today, and the lack of a single Buddhist among the 9 upper sects. You know, in the ancient Tang dynasty, Buddhism had 3 temples, 1 nunnery, and 4 major holy places for practice. They were even more prosperous than the current 3 major holy places of Taoism, like Sword Palace, and Danding Immortal sect. She practiced the great compassion and great mercy of Avalokitesvara Sutra, so naturally she knew more about Buddhist affairs. Miss Key seems to be very familiar with Taixi. She couldn't help but use the stories of the Taixi countries as examples several times before. Zhao Chen's heart moved, and he asked, did the change of eras in Taixi and the end of ancient times in Daxia happen at the same time? Maybe there are some differences, but the difference is generally not more than a few years. The end of ancient times in Daxia was marked by the disappearance of Taichu Daogen and Kunlun sect along with hundreds of countries in the western regions, turning into endless deserts, while the disappearance of the goddess of light and the collapse of the Church of Light were the symbols of the change of eras in Taixi. At this point, Miss Key suddenly reacted and puffed up her lips and said, I practice the great compassion and great mercy universal salvation true key, and I don't refuse reasonable requests in order to achieve the meaning of compassion and universal salvation. So, don't tempt me to talk about irrelevant things, otherwise it will be difficult to get back to the point, and we don't have much time. Or should I use another kind of universal salvation? But in that case, the tone and temper will be slightly affected, appearing impatient and impulsive. He seemed impatient. Another meaning of universal salvation, could it be the physical universal salvation? It turns out that your changing tone and expression before were affected by the artistic conception of true key. No wonder your speaking style became unified after you circulated your true key and only left the meaning of compassionate salvation. Zhao Chen consciously solved his previous doubts and no longer took the opportunity to inquire about information. Instead, he mentioned his method of solving the source of the weirdness to Miss Key, hoping to get her opinion. Although Wang Daowei actually bought them enough time, if it was delayed for too long, other accidents would inevitably occur. In other words, as long as you can touch the bronze mirror, you can put it in a safe enough place, and the problem of Mirror Village will be solved. Miss Key asked back, as if to confirm after listening. That's right. Zhao Chen nodded and added, in addition, there is no need to worry about that Daoni. Someone will restrain him in a short time. So, the most troublesome part is how to quickly break through the blockade of dozens of monsters and block the possible counterattack of shopkeeper Fang. After thinking for a while with her head down, Miss Key pursed her lips, as if she had made up her mind. Then she stretched out her right hand to untie the ribbon that adorned her bun, letting her black hair spread out and naturally draped over her shoulders. Then, she handed the ribbon to Zhao Chen and said, this ribbon is a magic weapon. You can use it to cast a spell called Blind Mind, which makes other people subconsciously ignore your existence. You don't have true energy. Even if you can quiet, the role of the ribbon is limited, and it is easy to be discovered. Fortunately, this is in the fog of history, and the presence of outsiders like us is already very low. As long as I attract the attention of those alienated villagers and create opportunities for you, it is still possible to succeed. But I have only opened the eye orifice. Even if my true energy can restrain the evil spirits and their followers, I cannot guarantee that I can hold out for a few seconds under the siege of so many monsters. So, at this point, Miss Key looked at the gun bag on Zhao Chen's waist and made a request generously. So, I need your musket. Only by keeping a certain distance can I attract their attention while dealing with dozens of monsters. Miss Key's request was reasonable, and the task she undertook was very dangerous. She also took the lead in taking out a precious magic weapon. Zhao Chen, who was not a stingy person, naturally would not refuse. He took off the gun bag directly and handed the Silver Moon revolver and 2 boxes of bullets to the other party. After Miss Key took over the Silver Moon and got familiar with it, she was surprised to find the precious Red Cloud bullet, so she smiled and said, with this, I'm more confident. Zhao Erlang, you are very friendly, I like it. This girl is very straightforward, and she doesn't act or speak in a pretentious way. I actually like this kind of personality. Zhao Chen tied the ribbon around his wrist, studied its usage a little, and asked, does this magic weapon have a name? No, why don't you give it one? Miss Key said casually while loading the revolver with ammunition. Then, let's call it Changguang. Chapter 23 10 seconds. Toad light. Miss Key looked at the emerald green ribbon tied on Zhao Chen's wrist, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. She said with great joy, how can toad light be green? Toad light means moonlight. Zhao Chen chose this name, obviously to make it interesting with the silver moon revolver. It's normal for a toad to be green. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Moreover, the Moon Palace toad is an auspicious object that attracts wealth and prosperity, which is also suitable for his position as a traveling merchant. That's a silver toad. Forget it, let's call it Toad Light, which can also be auspicious before the action. Miss Key also saw Zhao Chen's plan, and approved the new name of her own magic weapon. Moreover, after this joke, Miss Key's spirit was no longer so tense, and her mood was much more relaxed. She looked at Zhao Chen carefully, and felt that this young man, who was about the same age as her, was too immature and too calm. Only when encountering something he didn't understand, would he reveal his youthful nature. She thought she was mature enough among her peers, but she didn't expect that in front of Zhao Erlang. She looked like a little girl who needed to be taken care of. So Miss Key asked for some reason. Zhao Erlang, how old are you? Why ask this? Are you still nervous? Although she was surprised, Zhao Chen still reported the original owner's age without changing her expression. 14 years old. I'm also 14 years old. Well, what month were you born in? Miss Key asked, while letting the silver moon rotate back and forth in her palm. She obviously also learned gunfighting skills, but she didn't know what school it was. March 6th. Zhao Chen answered directly without hiding anything. There was nothing to be said. He was not worried that someone would use his birth date to harm him. After all, half of the soul of the last Fang Zuzi who cursed him was still on the list of Dairi Xingcha. My birthday is in February. It seems that you have to call me Sister Key. Miss Key smiled playfully, and the empty room was bright. After Zhao Chen got familiar with the use of the toad light ribbon, he stood up and followed her words and said, then may I have the honor to know Sister Key's name? Hearing this, Miss Key's eyes stayed on his face for a few seconds before responding, if I can go back alive this time, there will be a chance to meet next time. However, before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Zhao Chen's wave of his hand. The latter said seriously with a serious face, it seems that the sword formation left by the hero Wang is about to collapse. We have to act as soon as possible. This kind of flag cannot be inserted randomly, it will really kill people. As a student majoring in archaeology, Zhao Chen is somewhat superstitious. In view of the magic shown by the other party before, Miss Key did not doubt his words at all. After a little pause, she stopped joking and nodded solemnly, saying, then let's set off now. The two left the simple house, where they were temporarily living, went all the way back to the mansion in the center of the village, and came to the castle tower composed of silver mirrors. Miss Key checked the silver moon for the last time, unsealed the red cloud bullet, and loaded it into the 6th firing position of the revolver. Then she took a deep breath and said seriously, let's start. Life or death depends on the performance in the next half minute. Zhao Chen finally felt a little nervous at this time, but more excited. Since he first came into contact with the Tomb Raider series of games, when he was a child, he has been fascinated by the exciting feeling of going through hardships and finally getting treasures. Otherwise he would not have chosen the archaeology major. But ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. Zhao Chen, who has been to the scene several times with his mentor, found that archaeological work is not the same as what his idol Laura does. Of course, he actually knew it a long time ago, but he just had a little unrealistic fantasy before going to the scene. This is also one of the reasons why Zhao Liu and several other friends always laugh at his childish innocence. And now, he is finally going to have a real adventure like the Laura he longs for. I'm not Yi Gong Heo Long, but I really like this feeling. Feeling the excitement from the bottom of his heart, Zhao Chen began to calmly contemplate, and entered the Dairi Xingcha again. Sitting on the gorgeous chair formed by 6 golden dragons, Zhao Chen opened the jade book, glanced at his balance of 4560 star coins, and looked at Wan Dao's his rental fee of 300 star coins per second, and subconsciously muttered, at most 15 seconds. Then, He exchanged the special goods of divine power monk, Wan Daoi, without hesitation, and then ended the contemplation, and returned to reality. In the first second, Wan Daoski, whose image was still extremely miserable, appeared in the central mansion of Jing village, and under Zhao Chen's command, he directly turned into a gust of wind, swept Zhao Chen and Miss Qi, and flew into the mirror entrance of the castle tower. Miss Qi was a little surprised to see Wan Daozi appear again, but since she had made up her mind to place her hope on Zhao Chen, she would not doubt anything, and let the gust of wind sweep her up. Moreover, Zhao Erlang had said before that someone would contain Daoni. Now it seems that he was referring to the swordsman Wan Daozi, who was still alive and kicking for some reason. In the second, Wan Daozi took back the Shen Feng soul-slaying sword formation that blocked the entrance of the mirror and tore apart more than a dozen monsters transformed by villagers near the entrance with a strong wind, clearing a large open space. At the same time, he put down Miss Qi, who was holding the silver moon and had two contradictory temperaments of compassion and ferocity, and Zhao Chen, who had already activated the toad-light ribbon effect and was subconsciously ignored by the monsters, and then faced the black wind rolled up by the Daoni transformed by his reflection. In the third second, with the background of two strong winds intertwined in the air, Miss Qi's great compassion and great mercy universal salvation key was running to the extreme. Her face was full of compassion, and then she raised the silver moon and fired 3 shots in a row, transcendenting the 3 monsters nearby one by one. After all, these monsters were transformed from ordinary villagers, and they were much weaker than the alien Yazi that Fang Zuzi was transformed from by the backlash. With Miss Qi attracting the attention of the monsters, Zhao Chen, who was in the mind-blind spot relying on the toad-light ribbon, bypassed the obstacles and ran towards the bagwood bronze mirror behind the coffin at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. In the fourth second, the fight between the gusts in the air became more and more intense, blowing the monsters and Miss Qi below to the ground and making them unstable. But this also interfered with the encirclement of the monsters, allowing Miss Qi to find an opportunity to get out of the first encirclement. Zhao Chen was still 50 meters away from the Bagua Mingguang mirror. In the fifth second, the 2 gusts of wind each dispersed and turned into human form. Shopkeeper Fang, who was sitting in front of the coffin, pulled the corner of his mouth, feeling that he had already won. After all, with the power of the master, the Daoni controlled by him would not die no matter what, but the opponent would lose his combat effectiveness due to injuries. After Miss Qi broke through the first encirclement, she was blocked by the second one and fell into a passive situation of being trapped from front and back. In the 6th second, shopkeeper Fang's eerie smile suddenly froze because he saw that Wan Daozi turned into a gust of wind and entangled with Daoni again, as if he had never been injured. He obviously didn't know that, after being sold to Dairi Xingcha, Wan Daozi could also cheat by locking blood. Miss Qi below shook her body and took the initiative to attack the monster in the second encirclement. She only saw her white hands waving lightly, but the wind was whistling, and the sound of Sanskrit could be heard faintly. The humanoid monster hit by her had tears in his eyes, as if he had a great enlightenment, and fell down peacefully. This is the Great Compassionate Hand in the Key Realm in the Great Compassionate Heart Sutra of Guanzizhe, which is best at transcending with the Great Compassionate Key. Almost at the same time, Silver Moon also spurted out fire snakes again and blew up the head of another monster that attacked Miss Qi from behind. In the 7th second, the aftermath of the fight between the magical powers directly blew off the roof of the castle tower, and the mirror world shook violently, causing Zhao Chen to stagger while running. Fortunately, he had been in a quiet state, and his control over his body had increased a lot. He adjusted his center of gravity in time and did not fall, but his movements were a bit too big. Shopkeeper Fang, who had been paying attention to the battle between the magical powers, suddenly turned his head and frowned, as if he had discovered something wrong. In the 8th second, although Miss Qi, who was in a hard fight, killed 2 monsters again with 1 shot and 1 palm, she was unable to maintain her previous good luck while moving, and was hit from behind by the claws of another monster. The clothes on her back were instantly torn, and her originally white and smooth jade back was immediately torn apart, with several bloody scratches. In response, Miss Qi gritted her teeth, endured the severe pain, and used her backhand to repel the monster that injured her. She rolled along and barely avoided the attacks of other monsters. At this time, Zhao Chen had already come to the vicinity of the black coffin, only 10 steps away from the bag with bronze mirror. Shopkeeper Fang, who was sitting in front of the coffin, finally discovered Zhao Chen's existence at this time. In the 9th second, Shopkeeper Fang seemed to hear something. His eyes instantly turned pure black, and then he flew up, and the whole person turned into a distorted white fox in midair, and pounced on Zhao Chen, who was about to touch the bronze mirror, at a very fast speed. Almost at the same time, Miss Key, who noticed this scene, gave up dodging and defense. She jumped high, raised the silver moon, aimed at Shopkeeper Fang, and fired the red cloud bullet in the last activation position in the wheel. A fiery red sword light lit up, and in an instant it crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters, and hit Shopkeeper Fang, who had turned into an ugly white fox. With a scream, Shopkeeper Fang's body was ignited with a fiery red flame, and his whole body fell to the ground, leaving the seat in front of the coffin. He lost the protection from the weirdness, and was severely injured by the Red Emperor Yang Yuan Sword Key, a powerful life spell from Yan Hongxia. This also means that he can no longer stop Zhao Chen. In the 10th second, Zhao Chen's fingers finally touched the edge of the 8 diagrams bright light mirror, and then disappeared with it. At the same time, Shopkeeper Fang, who was burning in the flames, the monsters that were about to touch Miss Key and tear her apart, and the Daoni who suddenly lost his opponent all roared, and then turned into dust in an instant. The source of their mutation was gone, and the basis of their existence no longer existed. The next moment, the entire mirror village turned into the original 3 colors of black, white, and gray, and everything in it was solidified again. Except for Miss Key. She had obviously experienced similar scenes many times before. While showing a heartfelt smile, she also let a bodhisattva image that appeared out of thin air roll up herself and disappear on the spot. Chapter 24 Return. Dairi Xingcha in a magnificent palace shrouded in mist. As soon as Zhao Chen, who was sitting on the 6th dragon throne, regained his sight, he saw the 8 trigrams bright light mirror that he had touched floating in the air. The 8 trigrams disc on the outer circle of the mirror was rotating rapidly, constantly changing its position, and the golden mirror in the center was getting brighter and brighter, and a breath of horror mixed with madness also came from it. Obviously, the Earth God who turned into weird had found a way back from the mirror world after the formation with the 8 trigrams bright light mirror as a core failed, and was about to escape. But as the breath of the Earth God spread out of the mirror, the demon sealing vermilion pen placed on the desk responded, and flew into Zhao Chen's hands. The mist in the palace also shook at this time, and then strands of golden light gathered from all directions to the demon sealing vermilion pen, making it shine with a light that could not be looked at directly. The next moment, the red pen led Zhao Chen's hand to draw continuously in the air, writing a vermilion character that looked like a substance. As soon as the character was formed, it quickly fell on the mirror surface of the and merged into it. Next, accompanied by a roar mixed with anger and fear, the previous terrifying and crazy aura completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The end also fell back on the desk, but one was still placed on the right side of the and the other stood behind the facing Zhao Chen. Is indeed capable of dealing with that Earth God. At this point, Zhao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he did not immediately study what new functions the Starraft had after retrieving the accessories, but prepared to return to reality first to see if Miss Key needed help. Although he was sprinting with all his strength just now, he still vaguely noticed that the little girl was injured from the corner of his eye. Besides, his body was still in Mirror Village, so it was not a good time to stay in Xingcha for a long time. However, when he returned to reality, the first thing he saw was the painting of Dao controlling the flood copied by the original owner. He was actually in the bedroom of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall. It was as if everything that happened in Mirror Village just now was a dream. That's not a dream. Zhao Chen made a quick judgment, because after a simple inspection, he found that, although there were no traces of battle on his body, the silver moon revolver and 2 ammunition boxes on his waist had disappeared, leaving only the gun bag. Instead, there was an emerald green ribbon on his wrist, and a seemingly ordinary fine steel longsword was casually placed on the table beside him. The latter was the swords and feng sword used by the swordsman Wang Daoyi to arrange the sword formation of the divine wind battle soul, and the former was the magic weapon Chang'an named by Miss Qi herself. After stroking the ribbon on his wrist and feeling its reality, Zhao Chen glanced at the calming incense still burning in the room and found that it was only half the length of his little fingertip. It was obvious that only 1 or 2 minutes had passed since he entered into tranquility, but he and Miss Qi stayed in Mirror Village for at least half an hour. I have tested it before. The speed of time flowing inside the big sun star raft is the same as that outside. That is to say, no matter how long you stay in the so-called fog of history, the reality is only a moment. This is very similar to the settings in some infinite streams. I just don't know if it is my body that entered the so-called fog of history. Well, it is likely that, if it is just a projection, the silver moon that I just got would not be gone. It is probably in the hands of the little girl now, right? Although I lost the silver moon, I brought the toad light back, so it is not a loss. No, in fact, I made a profit. After all, the blind mind spell contained in the toad light is quite good. I just don't know how Miss Qi's injury is, and whether we will have a chance to see each other again. As his thoughts were in a mess, Zhao Chen wrapped the long sword in cloth and hid it in the quilt. In a small courtyard in Dunhuang, the figure of Miss Qi, who was sitting in her room, suddenly flashed, as if she disappeared for a moment, and as if she had never left. However, her hair, which had been combed neatly, suddenly fell apart, and the emerald green ribbon that adorned it also disappeared. The back of her rather plain dress broke by itself, revealing a fair back with smooth and delicate skin, graceful and flowing lines, full of vitality, and completely different from the previous appearance of being torn and bleeding. Every time I get injured, I can heal it, but my clothes can't be restored. I ruined one piece after another. It seems that I have to change to something more durable and cheaper next time. After reluctantly taking off her torn clothes and changing into a home dress, Miss Qi discovered that the ribbon on her head had disappeared, while Zhao Erlang's revolver was lying on her bed. She squinted her eyes and thought for a while, and finally sighed, resigned to her fate, and put the revolver away. Although the value of the silver moon is not as good as her own magic weapon, it is a powerful weapon that can be brought into the mist of history, which is not a loss for her. After packing up, Miss Qi sat down by the window, looking at the bright moon hanging in the sky through the glass, while sketching a portrait of Guanyin Bodhisattva in her mind, preparing to receive the reward, while secretly thinking, who is Zhao Erlang? Why can he enter the mist of history and share the opportunity that belongs to me alone? Fortunately, he is not a bad person, and his temperament is also very likable to me. It's possible to make friends. I just don't know if there will be a chance to see him again. I haven't told him my name yet. Yingzhou, in the north of Jinjiang County, there is a Yunwu mountain, which is named because it is surrounded by clouds and mist all year round, and it is easy to get lost after entering. However, in the mouths of local people, it is a terrible demon mountain and evil ghost mountain. Because anyone who enters the range of the clouds and mist in the mountain, except for a very few lucky ones who can walk out, the rest will never be seen again, as if they were eaten by demons and evil ghosts. The Daksha government has sent Taoists to investigate several times, but in the end nothing came of it, so the high place of this mountain has gradually become a forbidden area for the people of several nearby towns. But just after Zhao Chen and Miss Qi returned from the mirror village one after another, the clouds and mist around Yunwu mountain began to dissipate, and a village with an ancient style, but new buildings suddenly appeared in the woods on the top of the mountain. The next day, some mountain people went up the mountain to chop wood and mistakenly entered this village, and found a large number of silver mirrors in it. For a time, the news that the fog on Misty Mountain had dissipated, and treasures appeared in the mountain spread like wildfire. In the Great Sun Star Raft, Zhao Chen, who had just returned after a short rest, studied the newly acquired 8 trigrams bright light mirror and put it back to its original place. It turns out that the biggest function of this mirror is to calculate whether there are any other missing parts of the star raft nearby and confirm their locations. Chapter 25, Secret Talk. Of course, since the 8 trigrams bright light mirror can calculate the location of objects, it can also interfere with other people's determination of their positions. That's why the 10,000 mirrors array with it as the core can seal the Earth God in the mirror world and prevent it from finding its way back to reality. At present, as long as the missing parts of the star raft appear within a 10-kilometer radius centered on me, the 8 trigrams bright light mirror will automatically prompt. But if you want to determine the specific location of the parts, it depends on the situation. The minimum price is 100 star coins, with no upper limit. And the price is the same for helping me mislead others into calculating my position. In addition, you also need at least the rank of traveling merchant. Thinking of the position of the talisman, Zhao Chen's eyes turned to the 9 Yaos gold seal on the left side of the desk. After the 8 diagrams bright light mirror was successfully recovered, it gave the specific ritual content of receiving the 9th rank. As long as he completed the ceremony in reality, he could be received as the 9th rank Star River Transportation Deputy Envoy, or Sequence 9 Traveling Merchant. The ceremony was not troublesome, and the things needed were easy to buy according to the original owner's memory, but the 7th rank Taoist official Yan Hongxia was still investigating the evil organization lurking in Bingquan Town. It would be easy to arouse suspicion if he rashly bought ritual items. What's more, I'm not financially independent now. As the son of Zhao Song, a wealthy businessman in Bingquan Town, I only need to scan my face most of the time to buy things in the town. My family pays the bills, just like when I bought the calming incense from my master. But this also means that my consumption records are transparent. After a little thought, Zhao Chen decided to wait a few days and hold the ceremony after Yan Hongxia left, so that he could save some private money during this time. Taking his eyes off the 9 lights gold seal, Zhao Chen clicked on the jade book, turned to the exchange item list page, and found the perfect translation of the secret record of Kigan and the 12 doors of the golden building and Jade chamber. After returning from Mirror Village, Zhao Chen once again deeply realized the insufficiency of his strength. At this level, let alone going on the adventure he loves, even settling down is probably a problem. After all, Miss Key said that after understanding evil spirits and contacting evil spirits, they will also be connected with evil spirits at the level of fate, and the possibility of encountering them in the future will be greater. In order to improve strength, in addition to receiving the talisman, the most reliable way is to go further in practice and reach the true key realm of the first realm of Tongsun as soon as possible. Therefore, a reliable secret book is indispensable. Among the true key realm exercises that he can access, the secret record of Kigan and the 12 doors of the golden building and Jade chamber passed down by Taichu Daojin is the highest quality. Although Wang Daoi's secret divine wind 9 swords true art is also very good. Firstly, it has not been sold separately, and Zhao Chen cannot afford the price of 6,000 star coins for the whole book. Secondly, its highest achievement is only the 5th level of Tongsun divine power, and its potential is much worse than the secret record of key circulation of the 12 doors of the golden building and Jade chamber. So Zhao Chen only plans to use this secret divine wind 9 swords true art as a future backup. If he cannot find a better follow-up method, after reaching the key realm, he will consider switching to it. After scanning his balance, only 1,560 left, after hiring Wang Daoi to fight for 10 seconds, and looking at the price of 800 star coins for the secret record of key circulation of the 12 doors of the golden building and Jade chamber, Zhao Chen finally chose to exchange it. The next moment, lines of exquisite words appeared in Zhao Chen's mind, especially the Taichu Jinyu guidance method originally written an ancient cloud seal, which made him feel the Taichu meaning of the beginning of all things, the innate key just by reading it once. This was a height that the master's rough interpretation of the text could not reach at all. It seems that Xingcha's devaluation of the master's translation is not without reason. After sighing, Zhao Chen carefully studied the technique that seemed to be imprinted in his mind for a while, until his forehead began to ache. He knew that this was because the level involved in Taichu Jinyu guidance method was too high. If he read the original text of Ancient Cloud Seal directly, he would have fallen into madness or fainted. Even if it was just a translation, it would consume a lot of soul power to read it. So Zhao Chen decisively ended his visualization, left Xingcha, returned to the bedroom of Jinbei Martial Arts Hall, and then fell asleep on the bed. In his dream, he followed a boy like a ghost, silently watching the other's growth. Bingquan Town, Zhao's mansion, in the main room of Bingling Courtyard where the hostess lived. Li Ziling, who still hadn't waited for her husband Zhao Song to come, had to stay alone in the empty room. Just as she was about to go to bed, she suddenly saw a red light flashing before her eyes, which scared her. When she looked closely, she found Yan Hongxue, who was wearing a red flying fish official uniform, sitting on the bed, smiling at her. Li Ziling was stunned at first, and then she scolded angrily, "Since you came to my house, why didn't you let someone know? You scared me." She and Yan Hongxue were very good sisters, and even though they hadn't seen each other for several years, they didn't feel strange at all. "When did I come to you to inform you before? Why are there so many more rules after getting married?" After Yan Hongxue retorted to her, she looked at her little sister carefully. Seeing that her face was as gentle and beautiful as before, and her figure was still slender, she couldn't help but sighed. "You don't look like a mother of 2 children at all. You are obviously 1 year older than me and married, but you look more girlish than me. I'm only 22 years old. What's wrong with a younger face?" Li Ziling rolled her eyes at her friend, sat down next to her, and continued, "You run around outside every day, exposed to the wind and sun, so you can't compare to me who lives a pampered life at home. In fact, your foundation is much better than mine. If you take good care of yourself, you will definitely charm a lot of young men." At this point, an exaggerated expression of annoyance flashed across her face, and she deliberately admitted her mistake. "Oh, sorry, I was wrong. I'm also well known for your reputation as the red cloud sword in this small Bingquan town. There's something like the fragrance of silk stockings produces condensed green mist, and the golden hairpin turns into a sword and spits out red clouds. I heard that you have a lot of suitors, but they are much more popular than me, a concubine's daughter who guards a town. Don't you have anyone you like?" As she spoke, she began to laugh to herself. "Why are you becoming more and more like my mom? Is it like this after getting married?" Yan Hongxue reached out and pinched her friend's cheek. After sighing, "It feels the same as before," she answered seriously. "I'm committed to the path of cultivation. If there is a like-minded and compatible Taoist partner, I will naturally consider it, but I will never get married, just for the sake of getting married." Li Ziling opened Yan Hongxue's hand and was about to pretend to attack when she heard this. So after a few seconds of silence, she sighed and said, "I know. If I had a talent for cultivation like you, I would not get married so early." Knowing that her words had evoked the regrets of the little sisters, Yan Hongxue quickly changed the subject, pretending to be angry, and said, "What you said, does Zhao Song treat you badly? Then I'll go talk to him tomorrow." Even though she knew that the other party was joking, Li Ziling quickly grabbed her hand and snorted, "He treats me very well. I don't want you to meddle in my business." When she said this, her tone was full of affection. Yan Hongxue narrowed her eyes when she heard it and stretched out her finger again, hooked Ziling's chin, and said with ill intent, "Then why would this pitiful little beauty in front of me stay alone in an empty room? Isn't Zhao Song a man? He can bear this?" Li Ziling opened Yan Hongxue's hand again and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense, he's just busy recently." Although some changes in her husband in the past few months did make Li Ziling suspicious, she didn't want to tell Yan Hongxue. "To be honest, it's not too late for you to practice now. The Taishang induction pill handed down from the Zhao family that was coveted by the demon is indeed a rare treasure pill. If you can take it, there is a 10% to 20% chance that you can skip the true key and refining orifice stages and directly achieve magic power." Yan Hongxue seemed to be joking, but in fact her eyes flickered slightly, and I don't know what she was thinking. "Why didn't you say that there's an 80 to 90% chance that you'll be directly torn apart by the vitality of heaven and earth?" Li Ziling, who was very familiar with this close friend, saw through her purpose at a glance and said unhappily, "Also, you don't have to test me. I can tell you clearly that the Zhao family does have that elixir." Yan Hongxue's face showed embarrassment when her thoughts were exposed. She had to change the subject again and said, "I heard that you gave the silver moon and red cloud bullet that I gave you for self-defense to your stepson. You're well informed. You knew it only 2 hours after I sent it there? Is Lichen beside me a spy for the Daoguan office?" Li Ziling frowned at first, but then relaxed her brows and stopped dwelling on it. Instead, She explained, Chenna really took a big risk this time and he should be compensated. That was a decision made by his father. Zhao Song should make the compensation. What does it have to do with you? Yan Hongxia snorted, then took out a jade talisman with a small red sword engraved on the surface and handed it to her friend, admonishing her, this is for you. Don't give it away this time. Li Ziling did not refuse, but took it silently, then sighed and said, Zhao Song and I are husband and wife. After all, we are a family. Why do we have to make such a clear distinction? What's more, Chenna has lost his precious portable magic weapon this time, and he will soon go to Human County to represent the Zhao family, to manage the trade route to Dunhuang. He must have some self-defense measures. You think too much. Yan Hongxia saw her friend put away the jade talisman and said nothing more, and turned to say, by the way, speaking of your stepson, I will go to him tomorrow to inquire about the details of the damage to the magic weapon, so as to determine the specific origin of the demon who cursed him. I came here tonight to say hello to you first, so that you won't blame me, a public servant, for causing trouble for your stepson. You know you're asking for trouble, but you still have to go? Is it impossible to determine the origin of that demon now? Li Ziling asked with a frown. Although all kinds of evidence point to Xinjiang Temple, but to be honest, the people of Xinjiang Temple have always been secretive, and it's not so easy for them to show their tracks and be easily discovered by you. Yan Hongxia replied simply. Are you looking down on me? Li Ziling sat up straight in an instant. She always prided herself on being smart, but she didn't want to be looked down upon in this regard. Yan Hongxia glanced strangely at her friend's front, which was not very large, even though her clothes were thin, and smiled and joked, you are indeed looking down on me. Li Ziling was stunned at first, then realized what the other party was pointing at, and immediately stretched out her hand in anger, and grabbed Yan Hongxia's chest. Then her face showed an expression of disbelief, and after pinching it subconsciously, she murmured, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've grown so big! Exclamation mark. Yan Hongxia's face was immediately covered with red clouds. After all, she was a girl, and she was not as bold as a married woman. So she jumped off the bed as if frightened, and ran out of Li Ziling's bedroom in a blink of an eye. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.